The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is July the 6th, 2024. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1348, Papal Bull Pope Clement VI issued during the Black Death, stating Jews not to blame and urging their protection. In 1775, Congress issues a declaration of the cause and necessity of taking up arms, written by Thomas Jefferson and John Dickinson. It lists America's grievance, but denies any intention to be independent. In 1785, U.S. Congress unanimously resolves the name of U.S. currency to the dollar and adopts decimal coinage. In 1885, Louis Pasteur successfully gives an anti-rabies vaccine to 9-year-old Joseph Meester, saving his life. In 1923, the Central Executive Committee accepts the Treaty of Union signed in Moscow in December 1922, and the Russian Empire becomes the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. In 1967, Nigerian civil war erupts as Nigerian forces invade the secessionist state of Biafra. In 1970, California passes first no-fault divorce law. In 1945, Abbot and Costello's film The Naughty 90s released, features longest version of their Who's On First routine. In 1957, John Lennon, 16, and Paul McCartney, 15, meet for the first time as Lennon's rock group Quarrymen perform at St. Peter's, Woolton's Parish Church in Liverpool, introduced by mutual friend Ivan Vaughan. In 2002, Wimbledon women's tennis, Serena Williams beats older sister Vanessa 7-6, 6-3 for her first Wimbledon single title. In 2020, Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes agrees to the largest contract for an athlete in sports history, inking a 12-year deal that could end up being worth $503 million. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come over here. Look at you. Look at yourself. You're all covered with dust.
Huh?
You're all covered with dust. When did you get so dirty?
I was over at your house, Abbott. I've been helping your wife do her spring cleaning.
My house isn't that dirty.
Oh, no. When I got through cleaning, we found 4 new rooms. Hey, Abbott, I nearly got... No, Abbott. Hey, Abbott. Hey, Abbott. And I nearly got arrested, too.
No, nearly got arrested. How come?
I ran out on the porch to shake the dust mop. And a woman across the street called the cops.
Why?
She thought I was choking your wife.
Oh, talk sense. You know, you ought to have a house of your own and settle down. Find some nice girl. Why is it you don't ever seem to get along with girls, Lou?
Abbott, when it comes to girls, I really got a late start in life. You see, my parents were very strict.
You mean they wouldn't let you go out with the opposite sex?
They wouldn't even tell me which was the opposite sex. Only this morning, my father told me never to go out with girls.
Where's your father now?
Out with girls? But since I'm out here in Hollywood, Abbott, I found out about girls. I've rubbed shoulders with Lana Turner, I rubbed shoulders with Hedy Lamarr, and I rubbed shoulders with Betty Grable.
And what did you find out?
They all wear shoulder pads. But I don't worry about girls. I'd rather have my canary. She's so smart.
What do you mean so smart? What's so smart about a canary?
Can you take a bath in a saucer?
Talk sense. How about Marilyn Maxwell? Don't you date her anymore?
I called Marilyn yesterday to go nightclubbing with me, but she wouldn't go.
Well, so what? There are other fish in the sea.
Yeah, but how would I look dancing at the Macambo with a mackerel?
Costello, you're the dumbest man I ever met. You're a baby baboon. Well? Did you hear me?
Yes, Daddy.
Listen to me, you nitwit. Tomorrow's Marilyn Maxwell's birthday. Now, if you want to make a big hit with her, why don't you buy her a nice present?
Well, I only got a few dollars, Abbott. I can't buy her nothing expensive.
Oh, have no fear, Costello, but Abbott's your pal. He'll help you. You know me.
Yes?
I'll show you how to make some money fast. We'll invest your money in the stock market. Now, you know my brother has a seat on the curb.
Yes, I know. Isn't he afraid he'll catch cold sitting there with his feet dangling in the gutter?
No, you dummy. When I say he has a seat on the curb, I don't mean he sits on the curb. I mean his seat is on the curb.
No matter how you look at it, Abbott, he's a loafer.
He's not a loafer, he's a broker.
He ain't any broker than I am.
Costello, he's not broke, he's a broker. A broker is a trader.
Your brother's a trader?
Certainly. He's one of the biggest traders in the country.
Bigger than Benedict Arnold?
Costello, Benedict Arnold was a traitor. My brother is a trader. He goes into the market and sells short.
He sells shorts? Oh, you mean he's an underwear trader?
No. Now, my brother sells short in the market. He's a bear. A man that sells his stock short in the market is a bear.
Any man that will sell his shorts in the market deserves to be bear.
Oh, Costello, there are 2 kinds of traders in the market. There are bears and bulls.
Now they got bears and bulls in the market?
That's right.
No wonder the meat I've been getting is so tough.
You idiot. I'm not talking about a meat market. I'm talking about a stock market. The traders are called bears and bulls. The bulls are short and the bears are short and the bulls are long. And they're always fighting each other, and that's what makes the market go up and down.
They got long bulls fighting short bears, and the market is going up and down?
Certainly.
No wonder the joint is jumping. Hey, Abbott, have you ever been mixed up with them bulls?
Why?
You sound like you had a couple of snorts.
Oh, you dummy. I'm only trying to explain to you that my brother is a broker and he has a seat on the curb.
Did he always have a seat on the curb?
No, he used to have a seat on the exchange, but the bottom dropped out of his shares.
The bottom dropped out of his shares?
Yes.
Well, if he's too cheap to get new bottoms for his chairs, let him sit on a curb.
Oh. No. He's doing all right. He made a fine investment. He just bought some gilt-edge debentures.
Then why don't he get up off the curb and sit on the debentures?
No. Shut up and listen to me. My brother is a broker. He takes people's money and invests it. He puts it in something.
What does he put it in?
Well, sometimes he puts it in oil.
He puts money in oil?
Certainly. Oil is a solid investment.
Oh, I see. He puts it in solid oil. Then I suppose he pours vinegar on it and eats it. Now, there's a pretty picture for you. A bowl of crispy 10s and 20s with mayonnaise on the side.
Oh, no. You simpleton. You can't make a salad of money. Money is legal tender.
No wonder it's tender. Your brother keeps digging it and deeping it in oil.
No. He does not dip it in the oil. He invests it. Here, I'll give you an example. Suppose you want some steel stocks or copper stocks, or you want to get into American cans.
That did it, Abbott. This time you've gone too far.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't say nothing when you told me your brother sits on a curb in his shorts. I didn't call the FBI when you told me that he was a traitor, and I didn't squeal to the Humane Society when you said he chases long bulls and short bears around in the market. But when you have the nerve to tell me to steal stock so that a copper can throw me in the can, you have not only blackened my good name and impugned upon me, but you have cast a smog over the United Nations Conference, and that's not good.
Experience is the best teacher.
Tense excitement aboard a powerboat and blue Gulf Stream water thrashed to white foam. Mrs. Dorothy Allen Newstead plays a fish. But what a fish! A big, vicious fighter, tireless, gamey. It takes 35 minutes to land him, and, whoa! He's a yellow-bellied cobia, weighing in at 69 pounds to set a world's record. As Mrs. Newstead, holder of the International Women's All-Tackle record for cobia, said,
Experience is the best teacher in deep-sea fishing and in cigarettes, too. After all the different brands I smoked during the war shortage, I really appreciate Camels.
Yes, during the wartime cigarette shortage, experience taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Folks smoked whatever cigarettes they could get, compared more different brands than they'd ordinarily try in 10 years. They tested one brand against another in their T-zones. That's T for taste, T for throat. Result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
The rich, full flavor and the cool mildness of Camels suit millions of T-zones to a T. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Time now to light up a Camel and listen to Skinny Anna sing...
Heartaches, heartaches. My loving you meant only heartache. Your kiss was such a sacred thing to me. I can't believe it's just a burning memory. Heartaches, heartaches. What does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you. What does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you.
Something nice for her birthday. Now, why don't you get her a nice mink coat like Mrs. Wetwash wears? Now, that's an eastern mink with fur 5 inches long.
It looks more like a western skunk with 5 o'clock shadow.
But you should give Marilyn something expensive. She never forgets you.
You're right, Abbott. Last year she gave me a lovely present, a Japanese harikari sword with a complete set of instructions.
You talk sense. If you invest those few dollars on the stock market, you can make enough money to buy her a mink coat, Lou.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott. Oh, I see you're going back in vaudeville.
Mrs. Wetwash, I am not going back in vaudeville.
Then what are you doing with that trained seal?
Oh, pardon me. It's Costello.
Now, just a second, Mrs. Wetwash. I don't look like a trained seal.
Maybe not, but I'm thankful I'm not a herring.
You ain't half as thankful as the herrings are.
Cut that out, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello wants to make some money quick. Now, your late husband made a lot of money. Could you tell us how he did it?
Well, my husband was a powerful man. He was a magnet.
He must have had a powerful magnet to pick up a load of scrap iron like you.
great Sidney Greenstreet. Mr. Abbott, why does Costello need all this money?
Well, it's Marilyn Maxwell's birthday, and Costello wants to buy her a mink coat.
A mink coat for Maxwell? Oh, what do you see in Marilyn Maxwell? Why, take away her blonde hair and her good looks, and what have you got?
I don't know, but you can deliver it to my house tomorrow morning.
You're impossible. Goodbye.
Well, Costello, that settles it. We're going to the broker's office and invest your money. Come on. Well, here's the broker's office, Costello. Let's go and invest your money. Then you can buy Marilyn that mink coat.
Abbott, I think it's better if I buy her one of them machines and let her whip up her own mink coat.
Now, wait a minute. What kind of a machine whips up a mink coat?
Ain't you never heard of a Mink's Master?
Never mind that. Come on, let's go in.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, Skinny Ennis, what are you doing? Buying some stock?
Yep. I got all my money invested in the Doodah Company. They make zippers.
Zippers?
Sure. Ain't you never heard of zippity-doo-dah?
Get out of here.
How do you do, suckers? I mean, gentlemen. I'm a stockbroker. What can I do for you?
Well, my friend Costello here would like to invest in a quick-moving stock.
Okay, then grab this kitchen chair and this whip and follow me.
Why do I need the kitchen chair and the whip?
I'm going to take you in the back room and show you some of our wildcat stock. You can sell short and be a bear or buy long and be a bull. Now, what would you like?
I'll take a short bear with a bowl of pretzels. And see what those wild cats in the back room will have.
Tell the man what stock you want.
Look, mister, give me 50 shares of Walter Winchell and 40 shares of Hedda Hopper.
Walter Winchell and Hedda Hopper. What kind of stock is that?
American Tell and Tell. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the last joke that Luella Parsons will ever write for this show.
Costello, I'll give you a good tip. Get in on Hiawatha Canoe.
Mister, when I get in a canoe, I don't need any tip from you. I can tip myself and get a quicker turnover, too. By myself.
Look, Costello, do as the man says.
All right. Here, give me 10 shares of Hiawatha Canoe stock.
Attention, latest stock quotations. Hiawatha Canoes 51, Hiawatha Canoes 63, Hiawatha Canoes 81.
Hey, Costello, you hear that? Your stock has gone up 26 points already.
Hooray, I'm rich. Come on, let's go to the first store. I'm going to buy Marilyn the best mink coat in town.
Well, Costello, they've certainly got plenty of fur coats in this store. Come
yes.
on, let's ask the lady where the mink coats are.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. You fought, little mon, you.
Well, miss, what are you doing? What are you doing here at the Furriers?
Oh, I'm putting my new silver Fuchs coat in storage.
Storage?
Storage?
Oh, Abbott, you know what storage is. That's where you fill the pockets of your coot with mothballs and hang it in the Closett.
Well, I must be doshing off. As we say in Russian, apanya via kalyapina can pushka to you.
And a pan of veal scallopini and a push to you, too.
Costello, hey, I think this chap is a furry. Pardon me, sir, are you the salesman?
Yes, as Mrs. Nussbaum said to Fred Allen, you were expecting maybe Lauren Bagel.
Listen, I want to buy a fur coat, and I don't care what it costs. What have you got for about $65?
$65? Well, here's a lovely little number made from the fur of an animal called the whipsonub.
What is a whipsonub?
A whipsonub is an animal that lives on onions and garlic. And believe me, one whipsonub.
Hey, look, Mr. Costello wants to buy a mink coat for Marilyn Maxwell.
Well, as Mr. Anthony said to young Widow Brown, you have a problem. Now, here is a lovely mink coat for $3,500.
All right, well, that's all right. Come on, Costello, buy the coat and have it sent over to Marilyn Maxwell's house. We've got to get back to the broker's office and see how your stock is doing.
Fine, I'll deliver it to Miss Maxwell. That'll be $3,500.
Okay, here's my check. And as Lady Godiva said to her horse, I'm putting everything I've got on you.
Come on, Costello. The broker's office closes in 10 minutes, you know. Hey, look, Costello. Hey, they're marking up the quotations on Hiawatha canoe stock.
Hiawatha Canoe 95.
Quick, Abbott. I gotta mark down my profits. Give me a pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe 63.
Give me another pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe 21.
Another pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe 9.5.
Pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe wiped out.
Pencil. Pencils. Pencils. Anybody want to buy any pencils? Pencils for sale.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of It Happened in Brooklyn. And here's Marilyn to sing for camel fans everywhere for sentimental reasons.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. Please give your loving heart to me and say we'll never part. I think of you every morning, dream of you every night. Darling, I'm never lonely whenever you're inside. I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my heart. I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my heart. And I've given you my heart.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, 3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? The brand named most was Camel. And this preference is not confined to doctors. Today, more and more people are finding that Camels suit their T-zones to a T. Try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. See if Camel's rich, full-bodied flavor of choice tobaccos doesn't charm your taste. If Camel's cool mildness doesn't agree with your throat. Yes, try a Camel now.
Well, Costello, you did it again. You lost all your money in the stock market. You're penniless. You're poverty-stricken. Why, when you walk down the street, everybody will say, there goes that tramp Costello.
Abbott, some people will say, there goes that tramp Costello, but my friends won't say that.
No? Well, what will your friends say?
There goes Mr. Costello, the tramp.
Yeah. You idiot, you know nothing about handling money.
Abbott, when it comes to handling money, nobody can hold a candle to me.
Why not?
It burns.
Costello, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Costello. Look, hey, here comes Marilyn Maxwell, and she's wearing the coat. Remember, you've got to get it away from her some way and return it to the store. You'll go to jail.
Oh, there you are, Louis, my darling. How can I ever thank you for this beautiful mink coat? It's the nicest present I ever got.
Marilyn, it ain't good enough for you. I'm going to take it back and get something better.
Louis, what could be better than mink?
Box of candy?
Costello, if you don't get that coat, you'll get 10 years in jail.
Louis, honey, I know it's your birthday next month, so what do you want me to bring you?
A cake with a file in it?
Oh, Louis, you're so romantic. It's such a gorgeous night. Just look at that lovely moon and those bright stars.
Yeah, a guy is nuts not to be out catching eels on a night like this.
Well, Thanks for the coat, Louis. I'm going home now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now you've done it, you idiot. You've got to return that coat. You have to break into her house and steal it.
Abbott, my uncle broke into a girl's house and stole back a diamond ring he gave her.
Now, which uncle was that?
Uncle 914758.
Yes, but the trick is to break in without getting caught. Now, here's what we'll do. Merle Maxwell is crazy about Von Monroe singing. You call her on the phone. Make believe you're Von Monroe and invite her here to the studio. And while she's out of the house, you break in and steal a coat.
Abbott, Merlin likes Al Jolson singing, too. Why don't we let Larry Parks call up? Let him get the coat.
Oh, get on the phone, you idiot, and try to sound like Von Monroe.
Okay. Oh, I'll sound like Von Monroe. Wait till I tighten the muscles on my tonsils.
Hello?
Racing with the moon.
Hello? Who is this?
Racing with the moon.
Who is this?
It's Vaughn.
Vaughn? Oh, you mean Vaughn Johnson.
No, listen.
Racing with the moon.
Oh, it's Vaughn Monroe.
In poison.
Oh, Mr. Monroe, it's so nice of you to call.
Marilyn, I'm down here at the studio. How would you like to come down and sing a duet with me on my program?
Oh, I'd love it. I'll be right down, and I'll wear my new mink coat. It's a Lulu.
Racing, and don't bring Lulu.
What?
Well, you see, my program is informal, so you better leave your mink coat at home.
Well, all right, Mr. Monroe, if you say so. I'll be right over. Goodbye.
She fell for it, Abbott.
Good. Now we'll go over to Marilyn's house and sneak in the window. Then you get the mink coat.
Abbott, I'm sorry I didn't give that coat to Mrs. Wetwash.
Why?
Her windows are easier to open.
Never mind that. Shh, Costello. What? Now that's Marilyn's window up there.
Yeah.
Get a ladder. Place it against the house, and I'll climb up and open the window for you.
Okay, here's the ladder. Start climbing. I'm sorry, Abbott. That's no ladder. It's a Venetian blind.
Lucky, you moron. Hey, wait a minute. There's the fur coat on that chair. The window's open. Reach in and grab it.
Okay, Abbott.
Well, burglars, eh? Come along with me. I'm taking you to jail.
Oh, look, officer, we're Abbott and Costello. Now, if you'll forget about this little incident, I'll give you 2 tickets to our next broadcast. What do you say?
Threatening an officer, eh? Get in the squad car, the both of you.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Attention all cars.
That's the police radio.
Calling car 18. Attention car 18. You are now car 19. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Order in the court. Costello, you are charged with stealing a mink coat. What have you got to say?
Your Honor, I can explain the whole thing. I'm in a jam because of marmalading circumstances. Therefore, it becomes necessary to interrogate the corpus delicti and taking into consideration irium, lanolin, and jabrandi. It is insidious, immaterial, and irrelevant.
How can you say that?
It's easy when you don't know what you're saying.
Costello, will you keep quiet?
There's enough of this. Costello, I sentence you to 5 years and hard labor.
You mean breaking rocks at Alcatraz?
No, real hard labor. Finding apartments for California veterans.
Come on, Costello. Let's get back to NBC Studios and explain the whole thing to Marilyn.
Oh, Abbott. Oh, Abbott, I'm ashamed to face Marilyn.
You should be ashamed gambling your money in the stock market when you know absolutely nothing about it. Giving a check for $3,500 when you have no money in the bank. And then stooping so low as to steal the coat back. Do you realize the humiliation that you have caused me? My partner, why do you do these things to me?
Oh, I'm a bad boy. I wouldn't blame Marilyn if she never spoke to me again.
Oh, Louis, the most exciting thing has happened to me. I just had a date with Vaughn Monroe. He's so sweet, and he's interested in my singing, and he's going to be my manager.
Abbott, you did this? Marilyn, why don't you let me be your manager?
Costello, you know nothing about girl singers and what it takes to make a girl successful?
I do, too. First, a girl has got to have a good voice.
And?
Well, it helps if she's pretty.
And?
And it don't hurt nothing if her father is president.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, but Vaughn said it was wrong for me to accept that mink coat from you, so you'll have to take it back. Vaughn said so.
Well, Costello, aren't you going to say something?
Racing with the moon.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Marion, Indiana, USAF Station Hospital, MacDill Field, Tampa, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, U.S. Marine Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee, and Veterans Hospital, McKinney, Texas. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, it looks like Von Monroe has cut you out with Marilyn Maxwell. Well, what are you going to do for a date tonight?
Give me that phone. I can get plenty of girls. I'll get a date. Hello. Let me talk to Jane Russell. Yes, I'm a very, very dear close friend of hers. Who are you? Uh-oh. Her husband? Bob Waterfield, the football player? Oh, just tell her that Bob Hope called.
No. Come on, Costello. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen to Abbott and Costello next Thursday when Costello tells his version of the famous story, The 3 Little Pigs, which incidentally has nothing to do with the bears and bulls that you heard about tonight.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. Try Prince Albert and learn the reasons for this popularity. Get acquainted with Prince Albert's rich, full flavor. Enjoy Prince Albert's tongue ease. PA is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke slow and even. Get Prince Albert for real smoking joy. Don't miss Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night. Red Foley sings American folk songs in a new heart-stirring way. Plenty of foot-tapping music and laughs. So don't forget to tune in to NBC Saturday night for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley, the Duke of Paducah, and Minnie Pearl.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Nintendo 64 stimulates different emotions every time you play. A feeling of liveliness can be the result of a good gaming experience. However, if you've played badly, everything, even money, can seem worthless. And even a good performance on Nintendo 64 will leave you so invigorated, it can affect hand-to-eye coordination. Don't go out immediately after playing. Get a tradesman to restrain you before resuming normal activities.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Okay, Derwin. Now, as you and Gary move along, we will tarry and endeavor to further enchant the dear listeners. And I think, Rosie, that that's a cue for you.
I'm all ready.
Well, then go.
Do I want you? Oh, my. Do I, honey? Deed I do. Do I need you? Oh, my, do I, honey? Deed I do. I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do do I? Honey, indeed I do.
You know, Rosie, I hear more and more mothers are buying Matey for their children's baths.
Naturally. The word is spreading about how wonderful new Matey is for making kids anxious to take a bath.
Oh, you can't keep good news a secret, can
Who
you?
wants to? After using Matey for my 5 youngsters, I want to tell the world about it.
About how Matey gets children clean while they soak in a tub full of pure, mild bubbles.
Yes.
And how the kids soak clean automatically with practically no rub or scrub in the tub.
Well, yes.
And how at the end of that rub-a-dub in the tub makes kids anxious to take a bath. How much fun they have with Matey bubbles.
Sure.
And how Matey gets the kids really kissing clean, yet is so gentle it can't sting their eyes.
Bing.
And how it's the complete answer to the kids' bath time problem because it also leaves no ring for Mom to wash out.
How do you know all this?
I listen to you.
Well, Mr. Smarty Pants, you forgot one thing.
What?
Matey has been awarded the Parents Magazine Commendation Seal.
Oh, yeah. Young que viva, prisionero, a mi soledad, mi alma te dirá, te quiero. Nuestros labios guardan flama de un beso voraz que no olvidarás mañana. Flores negras del destino nos apartan sin piedad, pero el día vendrá en que seas para mí no más, no más. Flores negras del destino nos apartan sin piedad, pero el día vendrá en que seas para mí no más, no más. A quick question, Rosemary.
Shoot.
What's got show people singing the blues most of all these months?
Oh, cold miseries, of course.
Right. Cold miseries can certainly ruin a performance.
That's why we insist on fast relief. Listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
You got any ideas about a duet, Rosie?
We've got September's song ready, haven't we?
Ready. And I think the downbeat's about to fall.
We've got Time Goes By, too.
Sure, and Till We Meet Again.
I'm confused. We're into a medley.
Well, never fear. We're with the great conductor, Buddy Cole. He'll take us hither and yon, up different byways and highways, and we'll all wind up with a great big chord at the finish and take 6 or 7 bows just on straight hissing.
It's a long, long while from May to December, and the days grow short when you reach September, and the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, and I haven't got time for the waiting game.
For the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November,
and these few precious days I'd spend with you. These golden days I'd spend with you.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate.
Woman needs man,
and man must have his mate. That no one can deny.
It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory,
a case of do or die. The world will welcome lovers as time goes. Smile the while you kiss me sad adieu. When the clouds roll by, I'll come to you.
Then the skies will seem more blue down in Lover's Lane, my darling.
Wedding bells will ring so merrily. Every tear will be a memory. So wait and pray each night for me till we meet again.
Da-da-da-dum. Rosie, tell me, does my voice sound okay? I'm doing the Sara Lee commercial on their brand new cake.
First, let me hear you say the name.
Okay. Sara Lee Apple and Spice Cake.
That's pretty good. But you better use the whole name, Sara Lee Apple and Spice Cake with toasted hazelnut icing, because that toasted hazelnut icing makes new Sara Lee cake extra special.
Sara Lee Apple and Spice Cake with toasted hazelnut icing.
That's great, just great. Of course, everyone who tastes Sara Lee Apple and Spice Cake thinks it's just great. There never was a cake like this before.
It's the very special flavor of orchard fresh apples that does it.
The flavor of orchard fresh apples blended with imported spices, grade AA creamery butter, and toasted hazelnuts in the luscious icing.
You know, Rosie, this is the way I think I should say it. Sara Lee Apple and Spice Cake with toasted hazelnut icing.
That's it, Ken. And that's exactly how folks everywhere feel about new Sara Lee Apple and Spice Cake. So they just naturally want to sing.
Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good. I like New York in June. How about you? I like a Gershwin tune. How about you? I love a fireside when a storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight, and motor trips. How about you? I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill. And Harry Crosby's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? Can't get my fill. And Mr. Crosby's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? I like it. How about you?
Hey, looky, Miss Rosie, an automobile sponsor.
That's news to me, Mr. C. How so?
This copy here talks about a cushioned, smooth ride. Ever tell you, Rosie, about the old Stutz Bearcat I had back in...
Never mind. This cushion smooth ride describes the performance of Traverse draperies when hung on Eastern's Duo Trax Traverse rod.
Duo tracks? Oh, now I know why my Stutz rode so rotten. It didn't go on tracks. Tell me, Rosie, what's so great now about the Duo tracks?
Unlike ordinary single-track rods, the Duo Trax gives each drapery panel its own separate track for unfailing, jam-proof action every time. Remember how you talked to your Stutz when it wouldn't go?
Tut, we're on the air, Rosie.
Relax, Bing. The way draperies zip along with Eastern's patented Duo Trax, you'll have only words of praise for this finest of Traverse rods, guaranteed for 5 years. Folks, at your local department or drapery store, get the Duo Trax as well as a complete line of drapery hardware by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, featuring a rod for every purpose, every purse. For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
How every honeybee fills with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame them, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. When you're passing by, flowers droop inside, and I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. Well, I don't buy sugar. You just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar, so sweet when you stir it up. Oh, when I'm taking sips from your tasty lips, honey fairly drips. Confection, goodness knows that's honeysuckle rose.
We appear to be running out of time, Rosie.
Then we'll just skedaddle on out of here till Monday.
Righto. Rosie and I'll be back here Monday, friends, on this very same station. And a happy weekend to you all.
Right now, people in foreign countries are asking a lot of questions about America. They want to know the truth about how we live, what we do, how we think about world affairs. You can help cement international friendships and strengthen the role of your country in the community of nations. Write a letter at least once a week to a friend or relative abroad. Tell America's story by telling your story as you know it.
Avalanche of action. Bigger, better, different. It's got to be when he's around. Vistas of sweeping splendor. Different. It must be so if he's in the picture. Fabulous beauties, all of them dolls, every one different. They've got to be when he's around.
My name's Bond, James Bond.
The new Bond,
Suppose I were to kill you for a thrill.
The different 007. George Lazenby. The different Bond from the same stable. Diana Rigg as the Comtessa, the different Bond woman. This one's got class and style. The villains with a difference. Telly Savalas as Blofeld, a new destructive force.
With the difference, if my demands are not met, I shall proceed with the systematic extinction of whole species of cereals and livestock all over the world.
Gabrielle Fazzetti as Draco, a tough mafia daddy with a problem child.
Papa, where's James?
Don't worry, he'll join us soon.
But we can't leave him.
He doesn't need your help.
I will not go without you.
You'll have to. On the day you marry her, I'll give you a personal dowry of £1 million.
Oh. 007 times more exciting than your wildest dreams. The creative skills of the cinema's master filmmakers.
We've hit the rush hour.
If you think you know your Bond, think again. This one's different. This one's got heart.
I love you. I know I'll never find another girl like you. Will you marry me?
Time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Fort Ord, California, with Les Brown and his band of renown, yours truly, High Averback, lovely Connie Moore, Jack Kirkwood, and our special guests, Jimmy DeMeritt and Bing Crosby. And here he is, AWOL from Hollywood again, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Well, here we are at Fort Ord, right near Monterey, California. Monterey is where they have a lot of fishing and canning. You don't exactly smell the odor. It steps up and shakes hands with you. I may be stationed at Fort Ord any day now myself. I just got a new draft classification, 4W. That means physically fit, recommended for wax. I'm playing in Bing's golf tournament up here at Pebble Beach. I expect to be way out in front, waiting for the winners to come in. But it's a nice golf course. Army engineers helped lay out the Pebble Beach golf course. The other day, a guy swung and hit a landmine. He beat the ball into the hole by 10 seconds. I can really move when I have to, you know. But I play a lot of golf. Golf, that's a sports term, meaning why work for a living when Crosby's willing to bet? I I played a practice round today, and a lot of people followed me around. It seems for years they wanted to see me swing. Boy, was I... Jane Russell offered to be my caddy, but whenever she yelled 4-8 would show up. And it was really windy out there today. I don't know if it was blowing hard or not, but I had the only caddy in the course with 2 Adam's apples. See, it was blowing hard. Yes, my... But I got a par in the last hole. I was so excited, I walked up to an old lady in the crowd and said, I went around the 80s. She said, I know it. I'm the girl you went with. And now, fellas, here's one of Hollywood's favorite singers who flew up here with us to sing that hit tune from Guys and Dolls, If I Was a Belle, Miss Connie Moore.
Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're cozy and clinging. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, I'd be ringing. From the moment we kissed tonight, that's the way I've just gotta behave. Boy, if I were a lamp, I'd light, or if I were a banner, I'd wave. Ask me how do I feel, little me with my quiet upbringing. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a gate, I'd be swinging. And if I were a watch, I'd start popping my spring. Or if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding. Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're fondly caressing. Well, if I were a salad, I know I'd be splashing my dressing. Or if I were a season, I'd surely be spring. Or if I were a bell, if I were a bell, if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding. Oh, come in. Well, and the Special Service Officer of Fort Ord. Say, that's pretty. What can I do for you?
I came over here to ask a favor of you, Bob.
Well, what's that?
Well, I've heard some of your programs from other camps, and I've noticed that you always have an enlisted man come up and take part in your show.
Well, I did, but I've discontinued that for personal reasons. You see, when we got on the air where I couldn't control them, some of the boys forgot I was the star and tried to hog all the laughs.
I wonder if you would make an exception tonight and use a very talented boy we have here at Fort Ord.
Well, is he an actor?
Oh, no. You've nothing to worry about. He's too shy to be an actor.
Well, I'd like to use him, Colonel, but I've been fooled so often.
Oh, go on, Bob. Give the boy a chance.
Sure. Come on in, Sergeant Timoney. Bob, this is Sergeant Timoney of the 6th Infantry Division, Fort Ord.
Hiya, Bob. How are you, Sergeant? You're sure you're not an actor?
No, I'm not an actor. Before I came in the Army, I was a plumber.
A plumber? Well, that's different. Welcome to the show. This is Miss Connie Moore.
How do you do, Sergeant?
Gee, I wanted to meet you from the very first moment I saw you, Miss Moore. Your beauty has a gossamer quality. Why, you look like a dream floating through the obstacle dawn, parting the mist and seeking an enchanted garden.
Some plumber. I feel like I've just had a dose of Drano. I'm beginning to get a little suspicious about you. You sure you weren't an actor before you got in the Army?
No, of course not. But I do have ambitions to be a writer. That's why I wanted to be on your show tonight, Bob. I've written a script for you.
Oh, comedy?
No, although I think you're probably the greatest comedian of our generation. I've written something more seriously because I realize that you have great potentialities as a fine dramatic actor. Given the right vehicle, no performer in the theater today can excel you.
Gee, what a compliment. And now what can I do for you? Shine your mess kit? Fluff up your stripes? Throw a sand flea on a second lieutenant?
No, Bob, all I really want you to do is read the script I wrote.
The script you wrote? Well, I'd be delighted. Is this it?
Yes, the scene is a very dramatic incident in the history of Scotland. Miss Moore plays the part of Mary, Queen of Scots. Her right-hand man is Jock MacTaggart, brave warrior and leader of Scots Highlanders.
I'm ready. Hootman. Please. Well, I'll try it, but I don't look very good in kilts on account of my legs. I shaved in a hurry this morning. From the knees down, I have 5 o'clock shadow.
But MacTaggart is a very brave man. When the enemy attacks, he stands off 100 men single-handed.
I'm ready. Bring him on. Hootman. Hoot, 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 hoot.
You don't play that part.
I'll mow him down. I don't. Who plays the part?
I do.
You're not an actor. You told me you were a plumber.
I am.
Well, how are you going to fight the enemy? Squish him to death with your plunger?
Oh, Bob, don't be so jealous. I'm sure the sergeant has a starring role for you.
Oh, that's better. Well, let's get at it.
It is Scotland's darkest hour. In the royal chambers of a castle, Mary, Queen of Scots, receives the report from the battlefield. She speaks.
Out with it, Mon. What news do you bring?
I hesitate, Your Majesty, to reveal to you the tragic turn of the battle. The enemy has pressed us back.
Aye?
Aye, this very castle is in danger.
My castle? Oh, come on.
'Tis true, Your Majesty. The enemy is preparing to assault the outer walls. They attack at the hour of 1 o'clock.
Then we are lost. Ah, how tragic that I, Mary, Queen of Scots, should live to see that great clock there in the tower strike my doom.
Ah, Your Majesty, even now the hands point to the hour 1, and the great tower clock is about to strike.
Bong. That's it, huh? That's the part I play?
Yes, that's it, Bob. And that's the end of the skit.
Oh, that's swell. See, I was just getting into the spirit of the thing. What'll I do now? I'm all wound up with no place to bong. Gee, you've left me all...
I heard the whole sketch, Sergeant Timony, and I thought it was great.
Thanks a lot, Colonel.
Fort Ord is proud of you, Sergeant Timony, and grateful to you, Miss Moore, for playing your part so well.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Colonel.
I want to thank you especially, Bob, for putting on our sketch. In appreciation, I'd like to invite you to the Officers Club when the broadcast is over to spend the evening.
Well, thank you, Colonel, but after playing your clock, there's only one place I can go.
Where's that?
To Mortimer's Bar. I want to oil my mainspring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players have had a lot of fun hopping around from one service camp to another. And we've had a number of letters asking how we select these camps we play. Well, it's all done by a talent agency in Hollywood. Let's go back to the middle of last week when Bob went over to check in for his booking.
Well, this is where the talent office is located. Gee, it's such a nice, tall building. I'd like to own a tall building like this. It'd be so much fun to go up on top of it and spit down. But then it would take a lot of money, and besides, how often would Crosby be passing by? Here's the talent office. The sign says, ring bell, count 3, then walk in. 1, 2, 3.
Come right in, boy.
Oh, thank you. What's that sign out there? Why did I have to count 3 before I came in?
To give my secretary time to get off my lap, boy. I wear tweed suits and the fuzz slows her up. Okay, boy.
Look, I dropped in because I'd like to take a troupe of entertainers to an army
Hey,
camp.
excuse me, boy. I'm awful busy. We book entertainers here in the order of their importance. There's an act ahead of you.
Now, wait a minute. I'm Bob Hope. What act is ahead of me?
I'll whistle for them as soon as they finish their strong heart.
Now, quit stalling and get on that phone. Get me a booking.
All right, boy. All right. I'm dialing right now. I know a camp where I can place you. Hello. Fort Ord? General Frederick? This is Kirkwood at the booking office. Remember, General, you asked for Jane Russell, Jean Turney, Lana Turner, and Ava Gardner? Well, I'm going to get all of them for you later on, but right now, I'd like to send you somebody else. Who is it? Well, let's put it this way, General. In every barrel of apples, there's one that's rotten.
Listen, Kirkwood, just tell him you're sending Bob Hope.
Yeah, why not? What can he do to me? I'm too old to be drafted. General, I'm sending up Bob Hope. What's that? Oh, you will? Well, that's fine. Goodbye, General. He'll be delighted to have you, Hope. Now, if you're going up to Fort Ord, you'll need some entertainers.
Well, who've you got?
Sit down here in the audition room, and I'll send some of our talent in. See you later, boy.
Wonder what kind of guy that Kirkwood is. While I'm waiting, I'll snoop around in his desk and see. Paradise, a blackjack, set of brass knuckles. I knew he was a man of good taste.
Hi, Bob.
Oh, hi, Everbeck. What do you want, Hi?
Well, I heard you were auditioning talent for Fort Ord, so I rushed right over. I worked up especially, and I want you to hear it. Now, listen to this. A poem about a cowboy to his dying horse. Old Paint, you're a-going fast, and I loved you like a bride. I'd have told you before, old critter, but it's the first time you has died. The horse is dying.
What's that?
I say the horse is dying.
He's not alone. Beat it, will you? Drag that horse out, will you?
What a guy, afraid of real talent.
Gee, acts can't be this hard to get. Say, Kirkwood.
I'm right on the job, boy. Here's another fellow for you to audition, a fine singer.
Well, a singer? This is the famous golfer, Jimmy Demerit. Well, what's Kirkwood sending you in here for, Jimmy? You're a golfer. I haven't seen you since we both played in Crosby's Invitational Golf Tournament at Pebble Beach.
That's right, Bob. And the way your game's improved, it's kind of surprised me. Let me shake the hand of a guy who came in 112th in the tournament.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. There were only 108 entrants.
You're forgetting the 4 caddies.
Yeah, how about that, Crosby? How cheap can a guy get? He had his kids carrying clubs for $1 a bag.
I know. They really cut into your take, didn't they?
I charge a little more, but I'm worth it. What other caddy goes over to your opponent when he's putting and blow smoke in his eyes?
Not only that, who else can stick their nose into your golf bag, inhale once, and vacuum up all the loose teas?
Yeah, I got to stop that. I thought I had sinus trouble, and it turned out to be Sam Snead's putter. Let's get out of the locker room, Jimmy. If you want to be on my Fort Ord show, what are you going to do?
I've got a great little number I do at parties. It's awfully popular. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Old Paint, you're leaving me, old Paint. Old Paint, old Paint, old Paint.
They're off and running at Pismo Beach. Okay, Jimmy, I'll take you along to Fort Ord with me, but I still need some more talent for my show.
Hello there.
This must be that live ammunition they're talking about.
Are you looking for talent for your show at Fort Ord?
Bong! Yes, I'm looking for talent. What do you do?
Does it matter?
Well, it would be nice if What I mean is...
He means, are you in show business?
That's it. You're hired. Now, about transportation, it's 300 miles to Fort Ord, and...
Don't worry about it, honey. I'll drive you up in my car. How about it?
Down. You want to have a real cozy trip up north, honey, go with me. I'll see you at Burbank in the morning. The plane will be warming up in the field, and I'll be warming up in the airport.
Well, I appreciate your offers, fellas, but I'm going with someone else. Someone I can depend on to get me there.
Someone you can depend on? Who?
Me, Clyde. Just call me Old Pink.
Look who's here. Perry Como's father.
All right, move over, fellas. Who's got the dice and what's his point?
Hiya, Ving. I didn't know you were here.
Well, I was passing by, Jim. Thought I'd drop in on old platoon hips.
Now, wait a minute, Lard. How did you know I was here?
Why, it's easy. The fish canneries were flying the white flag. Got to be.
Well, I'm glad you went by the fish canneries. It's the closest you've ever been to a scale.
Say, bazooka snoot. Don't you go too near them. They're paying a big premium on swordfish this year.
Well, I want to tell you, it was nice of you to toddle by on your little fat legs, Bing.
All right, Gwendolyn, get back in the quadrille, will you? Now, listen, you can blast my Pebble Beach golf go-round if you want, but I bitterly resent that crack you made about my being cheap. You who wrapped bubble gum around the pedals and tried to sell them for golf balls.
Don't get sore just because I play better than you do.
What?
You're getting too old for golf. In fact, you have to have a rub-down with Lydia Pinkham's to get you through a game of beanbags.
Deep fat. I just want to remind you of one thing. You came up a little empty yourself at the golf tournament, didn't you?
Fellas, quit beefing. If you try to improve your game instead of arguing so much, you could enjoy golf.
I don't know, Jimmy. I'm rather happy with my game. The caddies at the club fight to get my sack. I'm considered very easy to caddy for.
You are. When you're not looking, they can sneak rides in the back of your wheelchair.
Fellas, I meant what I said about improving your game. You better get with it or you'll be caddying yourself.
Say, Jimmy, I just thought of a proposition that might interest you.
What's that, Bob?
Well, you want to get into show business. Bing and I are old hands at it. If we teach our racket, would you teach us your beautiful golf swing?
Say, that's not a bad deal.
You mean that in return for a little coaching, you guys will teach me to be a performer?
Yeah, just like this. Listen to this.
Charlie, my boy, oh, Charlie, my boy, you thrill me, you fill me with oceans of joy.
Say, Peanut, I'm talking to you, Peanut.
Yeah, what do you want, Brittle?
What's your brother doing now?
Huh?
What's your brother doing now?
Oh, he's an electrician. He makes light switches.
Light switches? Does he work at it all the time?
No, just on and off.
Hey, how'd you like it? How'd you like it, Jim?
What do you say, Jim?
Meet me on the first tee tomorrow morning.
To learn your golf swing?
No, to carry my club.
Oh, get out of here.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Just ignore this crass interloper, Les. Just play.
Wait a minute. What goes on? Wait a minute.
Why,
what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yes.
I was about to raise the entertainment level of your little flea-bitten peep show here by...
I don't see that there. Where is that?
I was about to carol something.
Now, look, I don't mind your coming in here and slowing up our show, but you, play less.
You have to follow your dreams till they all come true.
Can't get over this guy just sneaking in like this.
Look around when they do, and you'll be home.
I wish he'd go there. He sounds like a slow leak that needs tuning.
You have to follow your heart, and it may be far
ask where you are, and you'll be home.
Say, tone deaf.
Yeah?
Bucket ears, listen to me.
Bucket. What is it, bucket seat?
Leave my form of travel out of this, will you, please? Who told you how we got up here? I have a question.
Well, I'm sure it must be very important.
It is, it is. Have you ever thought of having your voice quick frozen and selling it as nothing?
There'll always be meadows yonder with greener clover.
Clover in your meadow's getting a little thin on top.
And those you'll wander right over that shining castle you see on a distant shore.
About a 7-iron for me.
Go and knock on the door, and you'll be home.
The Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all here. All the wonderful fun of the best-loved play of our day that rocketed a new personality to stardom. Andy Griffith in his famous role of Private Will Stockdale.
How do you like girls? I don't like just any girls. I mean, there's this one old girl back home that ain't got hair no longer than a hound dog's.
I don't mean any specific girl. I just mean, well, girls in general, you know. Women. And sex.
This is the barracks. That kindly, soft-spoken gentleman at the far end is the sergeant in charge.
I am here to help you during these first difficult days of military service.
You never heard of a sergeant like this? Well, you've never seen a picture like this. No time for sergeants.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the homicide detail. You get a call that a 72-year-old man has been murdered. His invalid wife has been brutally beaten. There's no lead to the assailants. Your job? Get them. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, August 12th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 8:12 a.m. when we got to 8469 North Brighton Avenue. The front door.
Yes?
Mrs. Hurley?
Yes, who are you?
Police officers. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh, well, it's about time you got here.
Yes, ma'am. I wonder if we could see Mrs. Stone.
I don't think so. The ambulance man's with her now, giving her some kind of pill, something to calm her down. Lord knows the poor thing certainly needs something.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to see her, please.
Like I said, I don't know if you can. I'll have to ask the ambulance man.
Well, I'm sure it's all right, ma'am, if you just let us talk to the attendant.
You just wait here. I'll talk to him.
Now, look, I don't like to be rude, ma'am, but this is a murder investigation. If you'll open the door, please.
How do I know you're what you say you are? How do I know you're cops?
Now, here's our identification.
Looks enough like you, I guess. All right, come on.
Thank you. Where is Mrs. Stone?
Back there, in the back bedroom.
I'll check with the attendant. Right, Frank. I wonder if you could tell us what you know about this, Mrs. Hurley.
You just bet I can. You just bet. That poor woman back there. She's lying at death's door because you didn't do your job. You know that?
Ma'am?
At death's door. It's your job to see that things like this don't happen. That's what you're paid for. And look, just look. Her poor husband dead and herself all beaten. Poor thing. I just don't understand what the world's coming to when things like this can happen.
Well, first, ma'am, there was no way we could stop this. I think you understand that. We're trying to clean it up now. We're going to need your help to do it. Now, if you just tell me what happened, please.
That's what you say. I know different.
All right, Miss Hurley. The faster we can get started on this thing, the better chance we have of getting the people responsible for it.
I suppose so. Well, what do you want to know?
Well, if you'd please start at the beginning and tell me what you know about it.
Yeah. Well, it started this morning. About 7 or 7:15, I think. I heard this noise at the back door, kind of a scratching kind of noise. And a moan, a little tiny moan. Sounded like it was way off, kind of in the distance.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I wasn't sure that I wasn't dreaming the whole thing. You know how it is when you're awakened out of a sound sleep.
Yes, I understand.
Well, it was like that. Took me about 10 minutes before I knew that there really was something there. Well, I got up and went to the door. And that's when I found her, right there at the back door, kind of laying on the porch. I could see right away that someone had beaten her. That's when I called the ambulance. And then she told me about how her husband had been killed, and then I called you. The other car, the one with the men in uniform, come out.
Mm-hmm.
They looked around, and then they went over to the house.
That'd be the Stones' house?
That's right. Next door.
I see. How about it, Frank?
Well, it's pretty bad, Joe. They're treating her now.
Can we see her?
Well, the attendant says it'll be all right for a couple of minutes. Not much more than that. They're going to take her to Georgia Street.
Okay.
He said he'd let us know when we could talk to her.
All right, fine. Did she tell you what happened, Mrs. Hurley? Anything at all?
Just that there was 2 men. They come in and beat up on her, killed her husband. That was enough. One look at her, I could tell she was hurt bad. And her an invalid. I just don't understand how anybody in their right mind could do a thing like this. I just don't understand it.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you say that she's an invalid, is that right?
Yes, they were involved in an auto accident a couple of years ago. Some drunk ran right into them, smashed the car all up, laid Mr. Stone up for a couple of months, and put Patricia in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Can't walk at all. She crawled over here. Don't know how she did it. It's great courage.
Yes, ma'am. Did you hear anything at all last night? Any disturbance aside from what you told me?
Not a thing. Went to bed about 10, slept like a rock. Didn't hear a thing until this morning. That was about 7:15 maybe, like I said. Nope, I didn't hear a thing.
Well, do you know if there was anyone that the Stones were afraid of? Anyone who might have done anything like this?
Nope. I can't think of a soul.
How about money, ma'am? Did Mr. Stone keep large sums of money around the house?
Well, now, I don't know. He might have.
Joe? Well, yeah, Hal.
You want to see her now?
Yeah, come on, Frank.
All right.
You going to want to talk to me some more?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be back. Mrs. Stone? Mrs. Stone?
Yes? Who is it?
Police officers, ma'am. We know you don't feel well, but there are a few questions we'd like to ask, if you don't mind.
You got them in yet? The ones who did this?
No, ma'am, not yet.
I tried to tell them. I tried. They just wouldn't listen.
Ma'am.
I told them to take whatever they wanted and leave us alone. Just leave us alone. I tried to tell them. They wouldn't listen. They killed Henry. They tried to kill me.
Do you know who they were, Mrs. Stone?
What?
I say, do you know who they were? The men who did this, do you know who they were? Had you ever seen them before?
No, I don't think so. It was dark. Then I heard them argue with Henry. I tried to get up. I tried to help him, but I couldn't. I screamed, but they didn't pay attention. Then they killed her.
Ma'am, can you describe them for us? Tell us how tall they were, how they were dressed, maybe.
They didn't know that I was there. Then they came into my room, and they said they'd kill the other one, so they might as well kill me, too. I tried to tell them to go away, and they wouldn't listen. They just hit me and hit me and hit me. There wasn't anything I could do.
Did they drive a car, ma'am? Is there anything you can tell us that might help us in identifying them? Did one of them use a name, maybe?
They locked me in the closet. They put that pillow over my head. I don't know why. I told them they could take what they wanted. Take it if they just leave us alone. But they didn't. They killed Henry. They tried to kill me.
All right, Mrs. Stone, everything's going to be all right here. Don't worry now. Just try and get some rest.
Doesn't matter much now. Isn't anything that matters anymore. Nothing now that they killed Henry.
All right, ma'am. Please try not to get upset.
Joe.
Yeah.
Better get her downtown.
Well, how's it look for her, Hal? What are her chances?
Depends.
Yeah.
How hard she wants to try.
8:46 a.m. The ambulance removed Mrs. Stone to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. We put in a call to the crime lab, and then we talked to the neighbor, Mrs. Hurley. She could add little to what she'd already told us. She said that she'd heard no loud noises during the night and that she'd seen no one in the neighborhood acting suspicious. She told us, however, that Mr. Stone was known to have kept large sums of money in the house. She went on to say that he made no attempt to hide his distrust of banks and that he had often said that all of his money was on the premises. 9:02 a.m. Frank and I went next door to the Stone home. The crime lab and latent fingerprint crews had arrived and were going over the place for physical evidence. We talked to Ray Pinker of the crime lab.
This is how they got in.
Yeah, toward the screen, huh?
Must have done it with their hands. Couldn't find any tool marks.
You figure the door was open then, huh, Ray?
Yeah, looks that way. One of those old-fashioned locks, no indication that they forced it.
Mm-hmm. Did you find anything else?
Take a look back here in the closet.
Mm-hmm. Well, they sure tore the place up, didn't they?
Yeah, went through everything. Even took the pictures off the walls.
Yeah.
Ripped up the bedding. There isn't a drawer they didn't go through.
Any prints at all?
Bergman's checking it. Haven't found anything yet that I know of.
Pretty bad.
Here. Look at the mattress on the husband's bed. Tore it all up. Stuffing scattered around the room. Looks like a tornado went through the place. The closet's back here. This was Mrs. Stone's room. You can see where they dragged her.
Yeah.
Must have hit her the first time about here, and then they dragged her over to this closet, dropped her in here. You can see where she stacked those suitcases up there to pull herself out the window.
I don't know how she did it. Bad off as she was. Looks like robbery was the motive then, huh, Ray?
Can't agree with that, Joe.
What?
Come on back to Stone's room. We found the murder weapon. Checked around. It looks like they picked him up in the backyard. Here, take a look. A couple of wooden clubs. Looks like they came from a walnut tree just outside the back door. Kind of blows the robbery angle.
Yeah.
They were ready to kill the Stones when they came in.
9:30 a.m. The crime lab finished their investigation of the house. The backyard and the surrounding ground were gone over. In the soft earth at the foot of one of the walnut trees, a pair of footprints was found and plaster casts were made of them. On the lower limbs of the trees, we found the place where the two clubs could have been taken. The rest of the yard and the immediate vicinity were combed, but we found nothing. 12:15 p.m. Frank put in a call to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. They told him that Mrs. Stone had been given emergency treatment and then had been removed to the county hospital. Her condition was listed as critical. They said that it would be some time before we'd be able to talk to her. 1:30 p.m. We began to canvass the neighborhood. From the people in the surrounding houses, we found that Mr. Stone had retired from the wholesale grocery business about 10 years ago. He devoted himself to the cultivation of prize roses and the care of Mrs. Stone. The neighbors told us that the Stones were quiet and that they seldom entertained. 3:15 p.m. We went back to talk to Mrs. Hurley.
I knew you'd be back.
Ma'am?
I knew you'd come back to talk to me again. Could have told you a lot, but I thought I'd just let you try and find out for yourself. Didn't do too well, did you? Did you?
I don't think I understand, Miss Hurley.
Simple. Anything you want to know about this neighborhood, you come to the source. That's me. Anybody knows what's going on here, I do.
Yeah, well, if you had information that you thought we should have had, why didn't you tell us before, ma'am?
I didn't want to.
Ma'am?
I said I didn't want to. I still say that you were responsible for this whole thing, done your job, and it wouldn't have happened. Oh, I still haven't forgot. Oh, no, sir.
Now, look, Miss Hurley, this is a murder investigation. I told you that before. A man has been killed. A woman's been badly beaten. We're going to need all the cooperation from you that we can get.
I'm ready now.
What?
I'll cooperate. I'll tell you what you want to know.
All right, Miss Hurley. First, do you have any idea who might have done this?
You just bet I have.
Who, ma'am?
Their boy. Only one that's mean enough to do it. Only one.
Their boy?
Sure. Herman Jr. He's the one. You just bet.
Why do you say that?
Because I know, that's why. Mean kid. Always had trouble with him. He caused the only trouble ever was between Patricia and me. Troublemaker. That's what he was. Pure and simple, a troublemaker.
How old is this boy, Miss Hurley?
36, a real monster.
You know where the boy is now?
No, and I'm not interested. Happiest day of my life when he moved out of the house. Oh, he and I used to get in some arguments. Little brat. Stand there and think he was so big. Finally, Mr. Stone saw it. Told him to get out. Moved right out of the house, bag and parcel right out.
You mean that Mr. Stone and the boy had arguments?
See? That's what I mean. No wonder people don't cooperate with you.
I beg your pardon?
I say something, then you ask me if I mean it. Of course I mean it. I wouldn't say it otherwise. Like people who ask, what time is it? You tell them, and then they ask if you're sure. If they don't want to believe you, why do they ask you in the first place?
Yes, ma'am. Were you there at the time, ma'am?
No, I wasn't. It was a warm night. Just a couple of months ago, all the windows was open, and I just couldn't help seeing into their house. You know, houses being close together, you can understand it.
Yes, ma'am, we can understand.
I don't like the way you said that, young man.
Well, I didn't mean anything by it, Mrs. Hurley.
Oh, well, I suppose not. But I don't want you to get the idea that I'm the nosy type.
Oh, no, ma'am, not at all.
Well, anyway, Mr. Stone told Herman to get his things and get out. Right out. That night.
Uh-huh. Well, did the boy leave that night?
Oh, yes. Went right into his room and packed. Said he'd never come back, that he didn't want anything more to do with the old man.
Mm-hmm.
Then his father said that was the way he wanted it, that he was going to cut him out of his will. Well, you can just believe that's when the trouble really started.
Well, now, where was Mrs. Stone all this time?
Well, she was in her room, but she come out, wheeled herself right out, told them to stop this foolishness. She always was kind of pampering the boy. I think myself that's what caused him to be like he was. You know, tied to his mother's apron strings all the time.
Yes, ma'am.
That's when Herman said that about doing something. Said that the old man was senile. Said that he was crazy. And that the money was his, and he was going to see that he got it.
Mm-hmm.
Said he meant to have it if he had to kill somebody.
4:10 p.m. We got the full name and description of the Stone boy from Mrs. Hurley. We went back to the office and ran the name through R&I. We found a Herman Stone Jr. with a record listing 3 arrests on charges of 4127A LAMC. We checked out his last known address, a hotel on South Hill, and found that he'd moved several weeks before. The manager gave us a forwarding address, and at 6:10 p.m., Frank and I drove out to see him. It was a large apartment hotel on Wilshire Boulevard. We talked to the desk clerk.
Sure, I know Herman. Nice guy. Once in a while he gets a little loud, but most of the time he's a real nice guy.
Is he here now?
I don't think so. Let me look. Key's here. I think I saw him go out about an hour ago. He wasn't feeling too well. Bad hangover.
Any idea where you might be?
No, like I said, I didn't talk to him. Just saw him go out.
You know what he does for a living?
Herman?
Yes, sir.
I don't think he does nothing. Plays the horses a little bit, picks up a buck that way. Good player. Sure knows the dogs. Giving me a couple of tips. Didn't do any good. He sure does all right. Made a real killing yesterday. Must have hit it for about $4,000 or $5,000.
That right?
Yeah. Showed me the money this morning. Real big roll. At least $4 or $5 grand. Tips he gave me never did that good.
You got any idea where he was last night?
So what's this all about anyway? Herm done something?
Well, it'd be better if we talked to him.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah, I guess you guys know what you're doing, huh?
Well, yes, sir.
He asked me if I knew what he was doing last night.
Uh-huh.
I sure do. He really tied one on. Of course, with his luck, I don't wonder. He really tied one on.
Sir?
Loaded. He got in here. He had a bottle. Say you won't say anything about this to the management, will you?
No, sir, we won't.
Couldn't have that happen. They don't approve of drinking while I'm on duty. You understand. Kind of stuffy, but that's the way they look at it.
Uh-huh.
Well, like I said, old Herm rolls in here, and he's got this bottle. Asked me to have one with him. Well, I don't like to get him sore, so I do. And we have a couple of more. Old Herm, that boy can really put it away.
Yes, sir. What time was that?
Well, let's see. I guess about 7, maybe 7:15.
Mm-hmm. Did he go out after that?
Sure didn't. Killed the bottle, and then he passed right out, cold. Slept there on that couch.
Uh-huh.
No, sir, old Herm didn't go anyplace.
8:12 p.m. Herman Stone returned to the hotel. Frank and I talked to him for about an hour. He appeared quite shaken when we told him of his father's death. We questioned him about the money that he'd suddenly come up with. He explained that he'd won it at the races. He gave us the name of the man who accompanied him to the track. Frank and I checked with him and found that Stone's story was true. We checked his shoe size and found that it was not the same as the print found at the scene of the murder. 10:46 p.m. We called the office and they told us that we'd gotten a message from the county hospital. Mrs. Stone was able to talk. She wasn't completely out of danger, but barring a relapse, she was expected to recover. Frank and I drove out to the hospital and talked to her.
I wish I could help you more than I have, but there just isn't anything else.
Well, could you give us any idea of about how tall they were?
Well, that'd be pretty hard to do, Mr. Friday. I was lying down when they came into my room. I could only guess, but I'd say maybe as tall as you. I don't think much taller.
I see. Now, how about their build, ma'am? Was it heavy or slight?
I can't be sure. I guess if I must say one or the other, I'd have to say they're about medium. One was very strong, though.
Ma'am?
The one that carried me to the closet. He was strong. Just lifted me out of bed and carried me over to the closet and threw me on the floor.
Did your husband have any large amounts of money in the house?
Yes. Yes, he did. Herman never believed in banks, not since the crash. Always said that he could take care of the money as well as they could.
Yes, ma'am.
He had all of his savings in the house. Kept them in the mattress on his bed.
Do you know about how much that might be, Mrs. Stone?
I'd only be guessing, but I'd say maybe $12,000 or $13,000. He used to talk about it, too. I know that didn't help any.
Well, who'd he talk to, Mrs. Stone?
People in the neighborhood. He used to tell them that he didn't get the interest, but that he always knew just where his money was. Used to ask them if they could say the same.
Mm-hmm. Can you think of anybody in the neighborhood who might do a thing like this?
Oh, no. We've lived there for a long time. No, none of them would even think about it.
I see. Did you or your husband have any enemies? Anyone that you had any arguments with, maybe?
No, there wasn't anyone. Mr. Friday?
Yes, ma'am?
Does my son know about this? Does he know that his father is... Does he know about it?
Yes, ma'am, he does. He's outside in the hall right now. He said he'd like to see you.
Poor boy. Never did get along with his father. I tried to make them understand each other. I tried so hard. Didn't seem to do any good.
Mm-hmm. Well, if there's nothing else that you can tell us, ma'am.
There's one thing. I hate to mention it. It seems so silly.
What's that, Mrs. Stone?
Well, when they were arguing with Herman in the next room, they got very loud. I thought that I recognized one of the voices, and I can't be sure, but at the time I thought it.
Yes, ma'am.
Then when they came into my room, I was pretty sure. But I could be wrong, and I wouldn't want to cause anybody any trouble. I wouldn't want to make a mistake.
Well, who do you think it might have been? Whose voice do you think it was?
It sounded like Smokey's.
Who?
Smokey. He used to do some work around the yard for Herman. That was a year or so ago. I haven't seen him since then.
Well, do you know where we can get in touch with him, ma'am?
No, I don't. As I said, I haven't seen him in over a year.
What's his full name, Mrs. Stone?
I don't know, but that's why I thought it might be a little silly. I don't even know his right name. He just told us his name was Smokey. A young man, always had a cigarette in his mouth, chain smoker, I think you'd call.
Uh-huh.
Herman used to kid him about it, smoking all the time. I don't think Smokey liked it. He was a pretty serious young man. Used to get a little angry at Herman.
I see. Can you give us a description of the man?
Oh, yes. Nice-looking boy. I hope I haven't made a mistake. I hope I haven't done the wrong thing.
Well, don't you worry about it, Miss Stone.
What?
That's his worry now. We continued to talk to Mrs. Stone. We got the description of the handyman who'd worked for her husband. 11:28 p.m. We went back to the city hall and ran the name and description through the moniker files in R&I. We came up with one good possible. In checking his record, we found that his full name was Charles P. Roxford. His age was listed as 37 years. The rest of his description matched the one we'd gotten from Mrs. Stone. He had an arrest record listing several charges of forgery, and at that time there was an outstanding warrant on him for check passing. We went back to the office and called Forgery Division. Yeah, Roxford. Yeah, that's right, Charles R. Huh? Oh, we want to talk to him about a killing out on Brighton. Yeah. What? When was that? Yeah. Okay, we'll be right there. Well, that's a break.
What do you mean? They know where he is?
They got him. Charles Roxford had been picked up a few minutes before by officers in Forgery Division while he was trying to pass a bad check. Frank and I went down the hall and took the prisoner to the interrogation room. We talked to him for 2 hours. During that time, he'd admit nothing except his name and that he'd been trying to pass a phony check.
Well, you're off your rocker, and you know it. You got me for one thing, hanging paper. That's it, and you can't make anything more out of it.
How about this money we found on you?
Yeah, how about it?
Where'd it come from?
I won it.
Where?
In a crap game.
Where was the game?
I forgot. It was a floating game. Moved around a lot.
You worked for the Stone family a year or so ago?
I don't know. I might have. I worked for a lot of people.
You worked for them?
I might have, like I said.
They seem to think you did.
All right, so I did. What's that mean?
You ever have any arguments with Stone?
No. Got along good. Never had no trouble.
His wife thinks different.
Oh, that's so?
That's right.
And she's off a rocket, too. Now, look, maybe you guys got all night, but I
You
haven't.
aren't going anyplace.
Well, how about booking me in? Let's talk in the morning, then, huh?
All right, fine, Roxford. As soon as you answer a few more questions
I
for
told
us.
you all I know.
Maybe you forgot something. Let's go over it again. What do you say?
All right. Where do you want to start?
Well, can you tell us what you've been doing the last few days?
Any day in particular, or do you want to run down minute by minute?
You just tell us what you've been doing, will you?
Let's see. This is Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
All right, let's start with Monday. That all right with you?
Come on, get on with it.
Well, I got up yesterday morning about, I think it was 11:30, lit a cigarette, got dressed, went downstairs and had some breakfast. Interesting?
Go ahead.
Oh, I can spice it up for you, if you want. It's kind of dull when you tell it straight.
You just tell a story, man.
Oh, what are you guys trying to prove? What are you trying to tell?
What'd you do last night?
I had dinner and went to a show.
Where'd you eat dinner?
Place down on the Spring.
Did you eat alone?
Yeah.
What'd you do then?
Like I said, I went to a show.
Who went with you?
Nobody. I didn't say anybody went with me.
Oh, I must have thought you said that.
Yeah. I went alone.
All right. Where'd you go after that?
I walked around, had a couple of drinks.
Where?
A bar down on 5th.
What time was that?
About 12:30 or so.
Anybody with you?
No.
You know the bartender?
No, I never went in the place before.
Then you got no way of proving you were there, is
No, do I have to?
It'd help.
Well, why? I'm a big boy now. I don't have to explain anything to you guys. Now, get off my back, will you? I'm getting sick of playing footsie.
Where'd
with
you go after you left that bar?
I went home.
Where's that?
It's a place over on 4th.
What time did you get in?
I don't know. Maybe 1:30, 2.
Mm-hmm. Desk clerk see you come in?
No, he's asleep.
How long ago did you say you worked for the Stones?
I didn't. You said I worked for him a year ago.
Is that right?
I guess so. I forgot. What's this bit about the Stones?
You got any way of proving where you were last night?
Like I said, I don't have to.
That's the way you look at it, mister.
You're in trouble if you can't come up with an alibi we can't break.
That right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Mrs. Stone got a good look at you.
She couldn't have. The lights were out.
Yeah, no, that's clever, Roxford. You want to tell us about it now? Come on, Roxford.
All right, I should have known. I should have known. I never should have done it, but I didn't have any choice. You can't figure that, can you?
What do you mean?
Well, I owed this money. The guys are getting tired of waiting. They said I had to come up with it. I didn't have any choice.
That right?
Sure. Well, you can see it, can't you? I had to come up with the money. I tried to win it back. The more I played, the more I owed him. There just wasn't any other way. I knew old man Stone had it. Wasn't doing him any good, and I needed it. And I knew where he kept the money.
Who was with you?
Jackie Forbes.
You know where we can find him?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
All right, you want to get the stenographer, Frank?
Yeah.
I should have known. Should have known, but there just wasn't any choice. There wasn't any other way.
Well, why'd you kill him?
He knew who I was. There's no choice. I had to.
Is that right?
Well, sure. You can see that yourself, can't you? I couldn't find any other way.
You didn't look very hard, did you?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 10th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. Charles Richard Roxford and Jack Allen Forbes were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. They were executed in the lethal gas chamber at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Frozen shores of Canada's Arctic frontier, a submarine breaks through the dangerous ice floes of Hudson Bay. From its conning tower steps a band of desperate men, invaders on a terrifying mission, under the command of ruthless Colonel Von Keller. At divisional headquarters of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police.
What we want to find out is, what was he sent here to do?
When do I start?
Thus begins one of the most exciting sagas ever filmed. An adventure that flames ever northward through the uncharted wilderness, into the Arctic, where one man's courage forms a fighting barrier against the treacherous invaders. Errol Flynn blazing new trails in breathless adventure. Helmut Dantine, John Ridgely, Julie Bishop.
These men are playing for high stakes, do you understand? They're desperate.
Why did you do that? You want to get rid of him, didn't you? Followed us from the hotel.
What do you mean by bringing him up here? As long as he works with us, we're all right. Let him think we're stupid.
That a man who would take a chance like he has taken so far is not afraid to die.
You ain't no position to talk like that.
I know the position I'm in.
And there's only one thing for me to do.
You better put your hands up.
Jim! Jim!
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet Deed. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Billy Burke, the movie actor. Huh? What's he like? Well, just imagine one of them Sinatra fans grown up. Yeah, she plays in them drawing room pictures. You know. Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Sinkford. Did I just drop some ice cream down your sherbet? Yeah, Billy Burke. Yeah, sort of a female Finnegan. Well, Duffy, a lot of people get paid for being dumb. Which reminds me, Duffy, how about that raise? Raise. More money. Raise. That's funny, I can hear you. Well, Duffy, you could give me $1 raise. How about 75 cents? 50 cents? 35? Look, my pride's gonna enter this transaction any minute. Huh? Money ain't everything. Working for you, it ain't anything. I'll call you back. Eddie, how that Duffy hates to spend dough. Yeah, he sure hates to part with money. Don't he know he can't take it with him? There is one guy, Eddie, if he can't take it with him, I guarantee he don't go. Boy, am I broke. Look, you got any dough, Eddie?
No.
Look, I just seen a guy tip you a quarter.
Lead.
Well, let's see it. Did you bite it?
Yeah, I bit it once, and I bit it twice, and before I knew it was gone. Yeah, Mr. Archer, how come you so suddenly so money conscious?
Well, you see, what's mainly bothering me is I can't afford to buy war bonds. You know, like a lot of other guys on this new drive, the government wants you to put 10% of your salary in bonds. I don't make that much.
Neither do I, too.
Hey, you see, the government needs it for ammunition.
Yeah, if they relied on you and me, they'd be shooting BBs.
Yeah, we gotta do something. Eddie, won't your girlfriend, Sonia Jones, lend you some dough to buy bonds?
Oh, no. She just throw at me because I'm always broke.
Eddie, maybe she don't really love you.
Oh, she loves me all right. The question is, can she afford me?
Look, Eddie, if her heart really belongs to you, dough shouldn't enter into it.
Oh, her heart belongs to me all right. The trouble is, the rest of her goes out with guys who have dough.
Money. I just gotta raise some dough some way.
How about your song?
Leave us face it? Well, you see, I got a certain amount of income from that, but I'm talking about real dough. $5 or $10. I ain't talking no chicken feed. Finnegan, how come you're so excited over Billy Burke?
Sure, after all, she's an attractive dame, and I'm an edible bachelor.
Edible. Finnegan, the word is illegible.
Legible? Illegible is somebody who can't read.
Can you read?
No.
Touche. Sure, illegible. Hey, wait a minute. Here comes Crackpot O'Toole at Jack's Forge. Hiya, Crackpot. What are you doing here tonight?
I'm looking for Crudface Clifford.
Crudface Clifford, the safe cracker?
Yeah.
You just missed him. He just went out for lunch with Clancy the cop. What do you want with Crudface?
Well, I'm thinking of giving up fortune, and I understand Crudface wants to sell his safe cracking route. Goodwill and all.
Crackpot? You retiring from forging checks? Why, that's like if Albert Spaulding was to stop making baseballs.
I can't help it. It's getting so I despise the very word forgery.
Crackpot. I'm glad your poor old dad ain't around to hear you say them words. Crackpot O'Toole, the son of Facsimile O'Toole. The greatest forger that ever lived. He'd be hurt, Crackpot, if he knows. Maybe he does know. Maybe he knows everything that you do. You know, they hear about them things up in Sing Sing. Generations of forgers. Why, that's a tradition you shouldn't forget, Crackpot.
2 generations? The O'Tooles have been forgers since the founding of this country.
Pardon the momentary levity, Crackpot. But, look, with such a background, Crackpot, you mean to tell me you want to become a common, ordinary safecracker?
Well, Arch, I've been sort of thinking I'd like to get married and settle down. A little cottage small by a waterfall. Me own little warden to come home to. And maybe, who knows, a little crackpot running around.
But, why switch to safecracking?
Well, look, Arch, one day me kid's going to look up at me and say, Daddy, what's your line of work? If I say forger, it sounds like a sissy. But if I say, Sonny, last night your daddy blew open the First National Bank, there's something he can brag about to his little playmate.
But, Crackpot, getting married, that marriage is poison, you know. That is a sentence where there ain't no parole. And good behavior only makes it last longer.
Arch, What's wrong with marriage?
Oh, nothing. It's wonderful. But not for single guys. Believe me, for a bachelor, it's poison.
Crackpot, don't listen to him. Marriage is the most noble experience a man can go through.
Enemy propaganda. Now listen, Miss Duffy.
Now take that radio program I listen to.
What radio program?
22nd Husband.
Yeah, it's another one of them daytime serials.
This one has absolutely been taken from true life.
Who says so?
The announcer. It's the story of this girl, Millicent, who's made 22 husbands supremely happy.
Just a minute. If these guys was all so supremely happy, why did they all divorce her?
They didn't. They mostly killed themselves.
Oh, sure. How much happiness can a guy stand? Look. How often does this Millicent get a new husband?
Every week.
Every week a guy gets bumped off or divorced?
They have to.
They have to. Why?
That's the idea of the program. Every Friday there's a contest for the name of the husband who starts Monday.
You mean they change the name of the program every week, like from 22nd to 23rd husband next week and 24th husband and so on?
That's right.
What did they call the program when it started?
Millicent Murphy's Girl Wallflower.
Brother, a husband a week. Who sponsors this program?
Poggenberg's undertaking power.
Oh, well, tell me, who is the Millicent's latest victim?
His name is Cedric Frederick.
Sounds like a cad.
Yeah, he is. You see, he has a friend of his who's been getting him to forge checks in Millicent's name. Now, Cedric's going to spend a rolling in money when all of a
Just
sudden...
a second. The guy is forging checks in Millicent's name, and him and his friend is rolling in dough. Crackpot, are you listening to this?
To me, it's very boring.
To me, it's very interesting. Crackpot, you was talking about getting married before. Have you ever seen Billy Burke?
Billy Burke?
Yeah, a dame with a fat checking account and a simple signature. Crackpot, it's a cinch. A dame like Billy Count, and with that little gift of yours, you marry her and the both of us is in the dough.
But, Arch, didn't you just tell me that marriage is Persian? Besides, how old a dame is this Billy Burke?
Well, to be frank with you, she ain't Billy the Kid. But you got to remember, you see, an older dame is always more mature. Look, are you listening to me? What are you looking at there?
Now, there's a tomato I wouldn't mind marrying.
Crackpot, that ain't no tomato. That's Benet Venuta, the singer. Very high-class tomato. Strictly Park Avenue.
Oh, a tomato, huh?
And with plenty of lettuce.
Hey, what do you have to pay a dame like that?
What'd you say?
What do you have to pay a dame like that?
Nothing.
Meals?
No.
Then why does she work here?
She needs the dough. Benny, how about a song?
Okay, Claude.
Hey, why, she sounds charming. Hey, Tomato, how's about you and me?
Crackpot, do not twinkle with this dame's emotions. Don't forget, you are practically an engaged man. Sing, Benet.
Life's a game, but who can play it all alone? Every chap should hold a heart to call his own. Love may come at first sight, they told me. When I saw you, I knew I had found the only love. When I found you, I know that you know that I'll go where you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. This time is my time. Will soon be goodbye time. Then in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say naughty night. I know that you time. With one more kiss, one more hug, one more word, one more love. Say night, night.
You showed in the groove tonight, cooking right on the front burner.
Well, thank you, Eddie.
Hey, Eddie, ain't that silly bird?
It sure is right on.
Well, you're Miss Burke, ain't you?
Yes, you must be Archie.
Me? I'm not Archie.
Well, I'm certainly sure that I'm not.
I wonder where he is. Who he is.
I am Archie.
Oh, who are you?
Archie.
I beg your pardon?
I said, I'm Archie.
Oh, that's strange. You look just like him.
Like who?
Like Archie.
But I am him.
Well, I still think the resemblance is remarkable. well, so you're Archie.
Well, now I ain't so sure.
Well, the next time I recognize you by your face, you have an easy face to remember, you poor thing.
Look, there is nothing wrong with my face.
Ah, that's the spirit. Keep thinking that and no one can hurt you.
Well, look, be that as it may, and maybe it might, but how does the joint here look to you, Miss Burke?
Well, just the same as ever, Archie.
Yeah, huh?
Yes, just the same as it was last year. Nothing has been changed. Not even the tablecloth.
Miss Burke, them tablecloths was turned over only just last week. And furthermore, how come you remember the tablecloths and you don't remember me?
But I do remember you. Who are you?
I'm Archie.
Archie who?
Archie the tablecloth. This dame is a paranomiac. Oh, and yes. Mr. Clifton Finnegan, this is Miss Billy Burke.
How do you do?
Gee, you're cute.
You're cute, too.
Yeah, but you're cuter.
No, I think you're cuter.
Oh, one of them stubborn dames, eh?
Well, all right. I'm cuter than you.
Yeah.
But you're much cuter and much more intelligent.
Oh, no. You're more intelligent than I am.
Oh, no, you're more intelligent.
No, you are.
No, you are.
This one will be a dead heat.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, it's nice to have had such an stimulating talk with you.
Thank you, Rusty. I'm stimulated, too.
Well?
So,
Well, goodbye, Clifton.
Goodbye, William.
Very interesting conversation.
Yes, Archie. A woman could be very happy with an intelligent man like that. You know, sometimes I say to myself, Billy, why don't you accept an offer of marriage from some intelligent man? Then I answer myself and I say, Billy, no intelligent man will ever ask you.
Well, maybe I can help you out, Miss Burke. How would you like to settle down in a little cottage small by a waterfall?
Archie, it is so sudden.
Wait a minute, not me. I came here to talk for Crackpot. Now, look, I got a guy for you named Crackpot O'Toole. Young, attractive, a hard worker.
What does he do?
He writes. Nice, solid, settled kind of a guy. You know, not one of them flighty guys. This guy has been known to stay in one spot for from 5 to 10 years. I think you should meet him.
Well, Archie, this is sort of embarrassing. Meeting a strange man almost sounds like matchmaking.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Well, what's wrong with that? Bring him in.
Okay. thinking it over. I can't marry this dame.
Well, Crackpot, it's your patriotic duty. Look, the government asked me to buy bonds. How can I buy bonds unless you marry this dame and get me some dough? Ergo, by not doing it, you are a traitor to your country.
Well, Arch, if it's for me country...
That's better, Crackpot. Now, let's see how you look. You got to impress the dame. Here, straighten your tie. Gee, they gave you a bum suit this time. Now, look, what are you going to say to Miss Blake when you meet her? For instance, if you were going to ask her out to dine.
Well, I say, Toots, how about you and me going out and tying on a feed bag?
Crackpot.
Oh, I explain that it's on me, of course.
Crackpot, really, you're as gauche as a goat. No. You say, Miss Blake, I am charmed. Would you care to supper with me this fortnight?
This fortnight?
Fortnight. It's an English word. Means brunch. Look, we better practice it. Come here, Finnegan. Look, make believe you're a dame. See, I want Crackpot to try something.
So, what's he going to try?
The idea is meeting a dame. Now, you beat a dame. Okay, now, Crackpot, let's try it. Crackpot, meet Miss Finnegan.
Hello, Miss Finnegan. Are you busy tonight?
Well, I was going to stay home and rinse out a few things.
So far, so good. Now, Crackpot, a compliment.
Okay, Arch. Miss Finnegan, them is lovely diamonds you is wearing.
These? Oh, these is last year.
You're doing great, Crackpot. Doing great. Now, the proposal.
Miss Finnegan, how's about us getting hitched?
Will you support me?
Yeah.
Will you buy me pretty clothes?
Yeah.
Will you buy me a beautiful house?
Yeah.
Gee, I wish I was a dame. I think you're wonderful, Crackpot.
Hey, Arch, you got me practicing with a moron.
What do you think you're going to propose to? You see, I want you training under actual battle conditions.
I'll be going if nobody wants me.
Okay, Finnegan.
Hey, Miss Darcy.
Yeah, Eddie.
Now, to me, this whole thing sounds jaily.
Eddie, you mean that you're trying to discourage me from buying bonds?
Yeah, but you're going to get us in trouble.
Don't worry, Eddie. This scheme is foolproof.
Yeah. You is a fool and this is the proof.
Look, don't be such a skeptic. Come on, Crackpot, let's go. Oh, Miss Burke. Miss Burke, I would like to present you with Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole, Miss Burke. Miss Burke, Mr. O'Toole. Crackpot, Crackpot.
How do you do, Miss Boyk?
Oh, please call me Billy.
Billy. That name strikes a tender note in me. Billy. I was once hit over the head with a billy.
Well, isn't it a small world? I'm glad to hear that we have something in common.
You mean you was hit over the head with a billy, too?
No. In my case, it was a careless nurse.
The soulmate and his soulmate.
Mr. O'Toole, do you read much?
Whenever I get time.
He reads quite a bit.
Have you run across a tree grows in Brooklyn?
Is it near Ebbets Field?
Well, I don't know. I'm only up to page 4.
Look, quit doodling with the chit-chat, Crackpot. Pop the question.
Oh. Miss Boyk, would you care to honor me by marrying me this fortnight?
Well, Mr. O'Toole, I don't usually marry strange men, but I feel that you are a man I can trust.
Well, you certainly can. I used to be a trustee.
A trustee?
Yeah, Crackpot used to be with a bank, on the board of trustees.
Oh, And, Mr. O'Toole, I accept your proposal.
Good, good. Miss Boyce, on which bank do you carry your checking account?
Checking account? Why, I wouldn't think of having a checking account. All my money is in war bonds.
No checking account? Hey, Arch, I've been roped in. Don't look at me. I warned you. I told you marriage was poison for bachelors. Don't blame it on me. Duffy's, whether you wait, mate, Archie speaking. Oh, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Major Bose is going to be here. I ain't kidding. Major Bose from the Amateur Hour. Yeah, I can hardly wait myself. Everybody will be around here. Good night, Duffy. So long.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Go to bed, little father. We want to be alone.
Please. You like me just a little bit?
Your general appearance is not distasteful.
Thank you.
The whites of your eyes are clear. Your cornea is excellent.
Your cornea is terrific. Love isn't so simple, Ninochka. Ninochka, why do doves bill and coo? Why do snails, the coldest of all creatures, circle interminably around each other? Why do moths fly hundreds of miles to find their mates? Why do flowers slowly open their petals? Oh, Ninochka, surely you feel some slight symptom of the divine passion. A general warmth in the palms of your hands. A strange heaviness in your limbs. A burning of the lips that isn't thirst, but something 1,000 times more tantalizing, more exalting than thirst.
You're very talkative.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day. Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing A Little Bird Told Me.
A little bird told me that you love me, and I believe that you do. This little bird also told me I was falling for no one but you. There's no use denying, I might as well confess, of all the girls I know, dear, I'm sure I love you best. A little girl told me I'll be happy, and I believe that it's true. A little bird told me we'll be married, and that ain't bad at 82. This little bird also told me when we're married, we'll have a pretty cottage not too far, all fenced in like a movie star. Great Dane pup, we'll call him Ace, lying there by the fireplace, even a nursery painted blue. All this and Social Security too. A little bird told me I'll be happy, and I believe that it's true. Yes, I believe that it's true. That's strictly for the birds.
If you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new, different Palmolive Lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men tried the new Palmolive Lather way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 81% reported beards easier to cut. 76% said less razor pull. 71% said closer shaves. 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive Lather Shave Cream way.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new, different Palmolive Lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
At the dawn of a new year, there are many of us who sit down with a pencil and paper and make a list of the mistakes we have made during the past 12 months. Our young hero, Denis Day, however, has no need of such a written list. Each year, he can make the same mistakes all over again just from memory. Nevertheless, each January 1st finds him looking forward to the year ahead with glowing confidence and supreme optimism. And 1949, as he talks to his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson, seems to be no exception.
I'm telling you, Mildred, this is going to be my year. Nothing can stop me. I'm going to have nerve and push and drive.
Good for you, Denis.
From now on, I'm going to be afraid of nothing on this earth, human, animal, or your mother.
That's the way to talk.
I just know something wonderful is going to happen to me in 1949, Mildred. Something big.
You really do, Denis?
Sure. I hear there's a move on foot to increase the unemployment insurance.
Well, I just hope you won't be collecting it too much longer.
Good morning.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, Happy New Year, Mrs. Anderson.
It certainly is. I have some news for you, Denis. I've gotten you a job, and a good one.
Didn't I tell you, Mildred? Didn't I say 1949 will be my year to clean up?
It certainly will. You're going to be a stable boy at the Mayfair Riding Academy.
You mean around horses? Oh, my gosh, I couldn't go near a horse. Horses scare me to death.
Oh, nonsense.
Oh, no, ma'am. You see, as a child, I had a frightening experience with a horse. I was born on one.
You were born on a horse?
Yes, ma'am. My mother was a bareback rider in the circus, and she couldn't get the day off.
Denis, you know that isn't true.
Okay, so it isn't true, but I'd say anything to get out of being around horses, and I won't be either.
Dennis, you owe me 6 weeks back rent. This job pays $28 a week, and you're going to take it.
Oh, yeah? Is this a free country or isn't it? Has a man rights here or hasn't he? Nobody in this country is going to tell me what...
Dennis, you're going to take that job or else. Do you understand?
Yes, Commissar.
That's more like it. I told him you'd report to the stables in an hour. See that you're there.
Oh, gosh, Mildred, this is awful. What am I going to do?
Oh, Dennis, don't carry on so. What harm can a horse do you? After all, they're almost human.
So what? Humans scare the daylights out of me, too.
But, Dennis, if you just... Oh, hello, Daddy.
Good morning, children. What are you two looking so glum about?
Oh, Mother just got Dennis a job down at the Mayfair Riding Academy, and he's scared to death of horses.
Oh, come now, Denis. Surely you're not a coward.
Yes, I am, and I can prove it, too.
But, Denis, horses have been man's best friends down through the ages. Why, in the old days, they were our only means of transportation. Why, where would your grandfather have been if it weren't for horses?
Probably still alive. They hung him for stealing one.
All right. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go down to the stables with you and teach you all about horses. How's that?
Well, what good will that do?
Well, when a person gets to know something and learns everything about it, he isn't afraid of it anymore.
Well, gee, I don't know. You know your wife pretty well, and you're still...
Never mind. Just get your hat.
Okay. Must you get so close, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, don't be so nervous, Denis. A fine animal like this won't hurt you. Boy, that's what I call real horse flesh.
You expected to find some other kind on him?
No.
Ooh, he's barking at us again.
He isn't barking. Are you horsey? Whoa. Steady, boy.
Help! Hey, quick, get me out of here. He's turning his motor on.
Nonsense, Denis. Why don't you come over here and pet him?
Pet him? Who? Me?
Sure. Now, just put your hand alongside his head here.
Are you crazy? That's probably where he keeps his teeth.
Oh, Denis.
Hey, let's get out of here, huh, Mr. Anderson?
No. Now, if you listen a minute, I'll teach you all about these animals. I'm a real expert.
Oh, all right.
Now, look over there on that wall. See that list of instructions for stable boys? Read it off item by item, and I'll explain it.
Okay. First it says, fetlocks must be brushed carefully every morning. Gosh, what are fetlocks?
Denis, think a minute. What do you brush every morning?
My teeth?
Certainly. Fetlocks are horses' teeth.
Oh, I see.
Sure. All us real horsemen know that.
Uh-huh.
What else is on the list there?
All burrs and mud must be cleaned out of the mane.
Well, naturally, you've got to take care of his mane.
His mane what?
Denis, use your head. If it picks up burrs and mud, it must be hair of some sort, isn't that so?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, and this must be his mane right here, right?
Yeah, gee, right where you'd expect to find his tail.
Sure, it's a cinch when you're an expert.
Oh, quiet, Rover, quiet. Say, you don't... You don't suppose he's sick or something, do you? He keeps making that noise and scratching the ground with his front paw.
Well, he looks all right to me, but there's a bottle of horse liniment right here if you think he's ailing.
Is that good?
Oh, it's the greatest stuff in the world. Here, I'll pour some in a bucket.
Oh, my gosh, Mr. Anderson, look. Here comes one of the members.
Oh, say, do you know who that is, Denis?
Huh?
Leopold J. Cabot, the millionaire. I'll hide in the stall. You're supposed to be alone.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, young man. My horse ready?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Cabot. All set. Here you are.
That? That's a filly.
Really? Gee, I'm sorry. They told me it was a horse.
I mean, it's a female horse. Where's the one I usually ride?
Huh? Oh, why, yeah.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll take this one. Has she got an easy bit?
I don't know. She never bited me.
What? What are you, a new groom?
Oh, no, sir. I'm not even engaged.
Okay, I give up.
Yes, sir. Shall I help you climb aboard your horse?
I can mount her without any help from you, thank you.
Yes, sir.
There we are. Ah, Favoring that left foreleg. Wonder if she could be a little lame.
Oh, I thought she acted a little funny, too. Hey, wait a minute. I'll fix her right up. Here, horsey, drink up all the nice medicine in this bucket. There, that's a good girl. Come on, finish it all now. That's it.
Whoa.
Easy, horsey. Hold it. Hey, hold it.
Steady, girl. Hold. I can't hold it. She's running away. Help! Whoa!
Dennis, what is it?
The horse, look, it's running away with Mr. Cabot on him. Come on.
Good gracious, that horse is headed right for the lake.
I know, hurry.
They're at the edge of the water. Look, the horse stopped.
Yeah, but Mr. Cabot didn't. Hold on, Mr. Cabot. Hold on, here I come.
Good boy, Dennis. Keep going. There, you got him. That's it, now drag him in. Fine, you did it, Dennis.
Young man, I don't know how to thank you. You saved my life.
Oh, it was nothing. I just swam out and... Oh, my gosh, I just remembered something. I can't swim.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing A Slow Boat to China.
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Give you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on a faraway shore. Out on the briny with a moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone.
And now, turning to the local news, here's a bulletin which was just handed to me. Dennis Day of this city 2 hours ago saved the life of Leopold J. Cabot, well-known millionaire and philanthropist.
Mother, did you hear that? Shh, quiet.
Mr. Cabot was thrown from his horse into Weaverville Lake, and Day, who was employed by the Mayfair Riding Academy, jumped in and saved him. Mr. Cabot is well known for his lavish gifts and donations to charity, and there's little doubt that a small fortune will be bestowed on young Day. Why the horse bolted so suddenly remains a mystery that so far...
Oh, Mother, did you hear? Isn't it wonderful? Oh, it's the most thrilling announcement I've ever heard in my life, Mildred.
Oh, yes, imagine hearing that Dennis saved a man's life.
Well, that and down further where the meat was.
Oh, now, Mother, that's no way to...
Oh, hi, Mildred. Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis!
Boy, have I got a story for you. Will you hear what happened to me today?
Oh, we can't wait to hear it, Dennis.
No, let's hear.
Well, it was this way. You see,
That's wonderful. How much is he going to give you?
Gosh, it didn't take me long to tell it, did it?
Oh, Dennis, we're so proud of you.
Oh, yes. Mildred, would you mind leaving Dennis and me alone for a moment? I want to tell him in private how proud I am.
Oh, certainly, Mother. I'll see you later, Dennis.
Dennis.
Yes, ma'am?
In the past, you and I've had words, haven't we?
Oh, yes, ma'am. When people talk, there isn't much else they can use, I guess.
I mean harsh words, Dennis. But you know that deep down underneath, I love you. Have you ever doubted it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you silly. Just because I insult you and order you out of the house and once I threw you downstairs, you don't think I like you?
I'm too sensitive, huh?
Well, of course. I adore you, Dennis. Now tell me something. When you saved this man's life this morning, what did he say?
Help.
No, I mean after you saved him. Did he mention anything about a reward by any chance?
Oh, yes, ma'am. In fact, I'm supposed to go over to his house this afternoon. He said he'd like to talk to me about it.
You doll, you!
But I told him I was very happy to save his life, and I didn't want to accept anything for a little old thing like that, so he should forget the whole...
Dennis Day.
There was a dirty word in there somewhere?
No, but don't you see that this is the biggest opportunity of our lives?
Our lives?
Well, I got you that job at the stable. Don't you think I'm entitled to something, too?
Well, yes, ma'am, sure. In a way, I guess you are.
Well, that's better. Not that I want to be a hog about it. How much is strictly up to you, and whatever you say is fine with me.
Well, what would you say to 10%?
Theft.
Well, suppose we split the reward in half, Mrs. Anderson. You take 50%, okay?
Oh, no, Dennis, really. That I couldn't do.
Well, then suppose you take 40%.
Well, try me on 50 just once again.
Okay, Mrs. Anderson, we split 50-50. Only, of course, he may not give me much after all.
Oh, yes, he will. You see, I've got a great little idea.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
I'm going over there with you this afternoon, and we're going dressed in rags. If he thinks I'm your poor old mother and we're starving to death, he'll shell out plenty.
Starving to death? But how could you be starving to death with that big... Oh. Well, I guess you can wear a coat. Gee, what a house, huh, Mrs. Anderson?
I have a feeling we'll have one like it very soon, Dennis. Do the tatters in my dress show plainly enough?
Oh, yes, ma'am, but the Pillsbury label on your shawl is upside down again.
Well, I don't think it matters.
Gee, I wish these old pants I'm wearing didn't have so many holes in them.
Oh, stop complaining.
Okay, but I sure hope Mr. Cabot has warm chairs.
Better ring the bell again.
Oh, wait, I hear someone coming now.
Oh, good. Look hungry.
Well, Denis, come in, dear boy, do. I'm glad to see you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Cabot. I'd like you to meet my poor old beat-up mother. She's a relative of mine.
How do you do, Mrs. Day?
Oh, forgive the way I'm shivering, Mr. Cabot. The wind these winter days just whips through these rags to my poor old bones.
They're right underneath her skin, you know.
Yes, I noticed she wasn't wearing a coat. Here, let me help you off with yours, Denis. There we are.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot. You better take the sleeves, too.
Oh, yes. Well, Mrs. Day, it's a privilege to know you. You certainly have a fine boy there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cabot.
Tell me, Denis, what about your father?
Oh, we couldn't afford one.
What's that?
My boy gets a little lightheaded at times, Mr. Cabot. Malnutrition, you know.
Good heavens, are you that poor?
Oh, I haven't had anything but a few crusts of bread for 3 months. That's why I look so awful.
My gracious. And your mother?
She always looks that way.
He means I've always had trouble.
Oh, my. I had no idea you were such poor people.
Oh, we're pitiful cases.
Yes. Every penny that Denis has been able to earn has gone for medicine for me.
Yeah, our house is just loaded with Dr. Brown's celery tonic.
My goodness, so you're a sick woman, Mrs. Day.
Oh, yes.
Isn't that awful? What seems to be the nature of your illness?
It's... I've got a
softening of the spine.
Softening of the spine?
Yeah. She has to take starch injections. On days when we can't get starch, we have to lash her through the door so she can stand up straight.
Why, I never heard of such a disease before.
Oh, you can't get it in this country. We had to send to Europe for it.
You sent to Europe for a disease?
Oh, that was when we had money.
I'm afraid I'm a little...
What my boy means, Mr. Cabot, is that I contracted the illness while traveling abroad with my husband. That was before he died, of course.
Yeah, and he hasn't earned a nickel since.
Ah, well, I don't matter. It's what being poor has done to my boy, Denis. That's the pity. I had to take him out of school when he was just a child and put him to work.
Oh, that is a shame.
He showed great promise, too.
I was at the head of my class in posture and deep breathing.
Well, I'm certainly glad I had this little talk with you and your mother, my boy. I see now that I must be most generous about your reward for saving my life.
Generous? Really and truly generous, Mr. Cabot?
Several $1,000s at the very least.
Oh, you grand man. Well, I better get back to my sickbed now. I know you two can work out the details together. Goodbye, Mr. Cabot.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
See you later, son.
Okay, Mother. Don't forget to stop in at the laundry for your treatment.
But, Poopsie, we can't afford a new Hudson convertible. Please, won't you tell the man...
Tell him what? We're loaded. We're dripping with it.
But, Mother, a new car, a television set, a fur coat?
Who cares about money? Oh, I just can't wait for Denis to come home so I can spread all that lettuce on the floor and play rabbit with it. Oh, happy day.
But golly, Mother, it's...
Oh, hello, everybody.
Never mind the small talk. Where's the money?
Mrs. Anderson.
What?
Do you have plenty of bobby socks?
Bobby socks? Why?
Mr. Cabot has given me a 4-year college education. According to our agreement, we each get 2 years.
Oh, no.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some had dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Here now is Denis with the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra singing Song of Songs.
Do you recall that night in June when first we met? Do you remember, love, the words we spoke? Have you forgotten all the tender vows we made? Silent, magical moonbeams lie. Gone are the golden dreams with summer roses, and all our tenderest vows were made but to be broken. Song of songs, song of memory, and broken melody of love and life, nevermore for me. And that melody fills the
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Today, a large part of our hope for world peace depends upon continuing teamwork among Americans of different races and creeds. We must demonstrate to other countries that free men can work together peacefully, that free men can produce a greater quantity of food and goods. Each of us must realize that prejudice of any kind is a danger to national unity. We must guard ourselves and our families from vicious rumors. And most important, we must judge our fellow men by the character of their lives alone. An America that proves to the world that men of different races, religions, and national backgrounds can be united in freedom is also an America that brings a fighting hope and faith in democracy to millions of war-exhausted people everywhere. Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, the distinguished television news commentator, Mr. Howard Beale.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like at this moment to announce that I will be retiring from this program in 2 weeks' time because of poor ratings. Since this show was the only thing I had going for me in my life, I have decided to kill myself. I'm going to blow my brains out right on this program a week from today.
What the hell's going on?
Prepare yourself for a perfectly outrageous motion picture.
Howard Beale went up there last night and said what every American feels, that he's tired of all the bull.
Sakes, Diana, we're talking about putting a manifestly irresponsible man on national television.
I am not putting Howard back on the air.
It's not your show anymore, Max. It's mine.
I got a feeling I'm being made.
You are.
Got to warn you, I don't do anything on my first date.
We'll see. I want a show developed based on the activities of a terrorist group.
Well, Ahmed, I'm gonna make a TV star out of you. Just like Archie Bunker.
You're the #1 show in television!
We're number one! There is no America. There is no democracy. There is only IBM and DuPont and Exxon. And you have meddled with the primal forces of nature. And you will atone. Am I getting through to you, Mr. Beale?
Why me?
Because you're on television, dummy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Network News Hour with Howard Beale.
I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. Things have got to change.
How many stations does this go
out?
out?
You've got to get mad.
67.
You've got to say,
I want you to get up right now. Go to your windows, stick your head out, and yell, I'm as bad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Are they yelling in Atlanta, Herb?
Are they yelling in Atlanta, Ted?
I'm mad as hell! I'm not going to take it anymore!
Network by Patty Chayefsky, directed by Sidney Lumet, produced by Howard Gottfried. Television will never be the same.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Here's Fibber, Magee, and Molly. For the American Armed Forces and their allies, Special Service presents the Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show with Billy Mills and his orchestra, the King's Men, Ransom Sherman, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
It's a wonderful and inspiring thing when a man and his wife can spend a quiet afternoon at home discussing the trend of the modern novel, current modes in impressionist art, post-war economics, and other such cultural topics. It's also fun just to sit and play gin rummy, like Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
I wish I could remember what happened with that 10 of spades. Are you holding it?
I won't tell, dearie.
Hmm?
You knew what I was holding. Now, Magee, stop peeking through the discard.
Well, gee whiz, if a guy can't take a peek.
Down with 4.
Down with 4? Wow. You sure caught me with my fallen arches that time. Look at that, 87.
Minus 4 is 83. Well, that's game.
Wow.
And you now owe me $11,649.13.
Well, that's not so much, considering we've been playing every night since the game was invented. How much I owe you in cash?
$1.16.
Mm-hmm.
See, let's just play one more game.
Ah, for the love of Mike. Try and be peaceful with a game of cards, and what happens? People run through here like Germans crossing the diaper.
Dearie, that's Dnieper.
Yeah, might be Dnieper in the middle, but anyway, I don't...
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Magee.
Hi, Doc, old sock. How's everything in the stick-out-your-tongue-and-say-all racket?
Oh, you look tired, Doctor. Sit down and rest a few minutes.
Thank you, my dear. I am tired. Most of the younger doctors have gone into the service, and we old men have a lot more cases to handle.
Oh, you're not so old, Doc. I'll bet you're not a day over 85.
Oh. Magee, Dr. Gamble is no more than 50.
But frankly, I feel right now as though I'd been the obstetrician in care of Methuselah's mother. Hey, look, folks, am I intruding?
Oh, not at all, Doc. Not at all, old kid. Not at all. We were just sitting around playing gin rummy. Care to take me on for a whirl? 10 cents a point?
No, thanks. I don't like the way you play. You always manage to turn over at least 5 of your opponent's cards every time you deal. Just thought I'd stop in and rest a minute, Mrs. Magee.
You sure do look bush, Doc. You're as beat out as a World Series bunt.
Well, stop rubbing it. Stop rubbing it in, you little sadist. I know I'm tired, but I've still got more stamina in my left ear than you have in your whole pudgy little carcass.
Oh, yeah. Don't throw that pudgy business at me, Doctor. Why, you haven't seen your toes since you quit wearing pins in your knickers.
Ah, now, Magee, stop arguing. Dr. Gamble isn't fat.
Oh, no. He can't even touch his necktie without bending his knees.
All right, Magee. I'm too weary to punch the bag with you today. Thanks for the hospitality, Mrs. Magee. I better run along home.
Oh, don't be in a hurry, Doctor.
Well, I'm not. In fact, I hate to go home. My house is in such a mess. Full of ants.
Full of ants? Gee whiz, Doc, why don't you do something? Well, here we go again. Another call for Alice Darling.
I'll get it, McGee. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Dr. Gamble? Well, yes, he's right here. It's for you, Doctor. It's a man, and he's very excited.
Yeah, they always are. Probably got a severe hangnail. Hello. Yes. All right, I'll be right over. Have plenty of boiling water and clean linen. Yes, right away. Sorry, folks, I got to be going.
Oh.
I am about to be master of ceremonies at the world premiere of another little taxpayer. Good day.
Ah, good old Doc. Just the middleman between the bird with the big bill and the guy with the big sickle.
You know that poor man is almost worn out, McGee?
I'll see.
Did you see his eyes?
I'll see. He's got pouches under him that a kangaroo would be proud of.
You know what, McGee? I was just thinking it might be neighborly of us if we... Well, heavenly days, he's been nice to us, and if the poor, tired man needs his dishes washed and his kitchen cleaned up, I don't see why we can't...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Let him exterminate his own ants. He's a doctor, and if he don't know how to be sanitary...
But, McGee, we owe it to him.
Why do we?
Well, think of the things he's done for you.
Yeah, at $5 a thing.
Well, now, not necessarily. He got your thumb out of that bowling ball.
Yeah.
And he fixed your eye the time you stuck the turkey leg in it. He gave you emergency treatment the time you broke your arm, showing more tubes how you could take your vest off without removing your coat.
Yeah, but gee whiz, that...
Yeah, and who scarred the town to find you a rubber donut the time you sat on the Hornet at the Elks picnic?
Yeah, but gee whiz, that don't mean we got to barge into a guy's house and start exterminating stuff.
Well, it does to me. Now get your hat and we'll walk right over.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Al.
Hello, Alice, dear.
Were there any phone calls for me?
Were there any phone calls for? Are you kidding? Why, it's getting so every time I pass the telephone these days, the receiver jumps up and down on the hook.
He crabs about it ringing all the time, Alice, but once it rings, Superman couldn't beat him to the phone. Give Alice her calls, dearie.
Okay. Harold called. Wants you to go to the Swing Shifters dance with him. Artie called. Wants you to go to the Swing Shifters dance with him. Cliff called. Wanted to know, could you go to the Swing Shifters dance with him? Gerald called up and wanted you to go to the Swing Shifters dance with him. Eddie called.
What did he want?
He didn't say.
I think I'll go to the dance with Eddie.
Gee, ain't that just like a woman? 5 guys call and ask you, do you want to go to the dance, so you got to go with the guy that don't ask you.
Oh, but Mr. McGee, I like Eddie because he's so masterful. The way I first met Eddie was at a dance, and I was dancing with a boy, and Eddie came up with a great big knife in his hand and said, "May I cut in?" Oh, Eddie's really rugged.
Are you going to work now, Alice? It's a little early, isn't it?
Yes, but I'm going to stop at the hospital and see Jerome. He's one of my boyfriends that he had an accident on account of being too patriotic.
Too patriotic?
Yes. Jerome was riding in a convertible with a top down, and just as he drove under a viaduct, the car radio started playing the national anthem, and Jerome stood up.
Oh, dear. Did it knock him out?
Yes, but he climbed back in again. Then after I go to the hospital and see Jerome, I have to get to the factory early because the fellas and girls on my shift are putting on a musical comedy, and I have to start rehearsing.
You mean rehearsing?
No, we haven't rehearsed at all yet. Oh, it's going to be a perfectly super production, my dears. It's a story about a girl who is simply mad about this great lover, and she tries to help him break out of prison.
Oh, what's the name of it, Alice?
Romeo and Juliet.
Look, Alice, if anybody wants us before you leave, tell them we're over at Doc Gamble's, will you?
I certainly will, Mr. McGee. I'll write a little note and leave it on the door telling everybody where you are.
Fine.
But when I leave the house, I'll tear it up so the burglars won't know there's nobody here. Goodbye.
She'll write a note and leave it on the door, but when she leaves, she'll tear it up. I don't get it. Come on, Molly, let's go. We gotta go.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and How Sweet You Are.
How are we going to get into Dr. Gamble's house when we get there, Magee?
The key's under the mat.
How do you know?
How do I know? Why, that's where practically everybody keeps the key.
Well, don't you think Dr. Gamble is too intelligent to use such an obvious hiding place?
That's just the point. He's so intelligent, he knows nobody'd ever think he'd do it, so he does it and fools them. But he don't fool me. I'm intelligent, too.
Well, here's your chance to prove it, dearie. This is Dr. Gamble's house.
Okay. There's the key under the mat. See?
You certainly figured that one out, Magee.
Betcha. Now, come on.
Oh, my, what an attractive house, Magee. Look at that beautiful grandfather's clock by the stairway there.
See any ants?
Not yet, but the kitchen is probably where they are. Let's look out there, huh?
I guess Doc ain't such a bad housekeeper for a bachelor. Everything looks clean.
Yeah, but you know how men are. Careless with crumbs and things.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's any ants on the windowsill.
Okay, I'll take a gander. Here, give me a hand and I'll step up on the sink and...
All right. Better brace yourself on the china cabinet there.
Not a sign of ants here, Molly. Maybe they...
Let go of that cabinet, Magee. The shelf is loose.
Oh, that's okay. I only think...
We've broken every piece of china in the cabinet.
Well, that's better than busting only half of it. I see an ant.
Where?
Right there on... Oh, no, it's just a little crumb of toast or something.
Personally, I can't see anything in this light. Open the Venetian blind, dearie.
Okay. Everything's stuck.
Pull it harder.
Imagine that, I was pulling the wrong cord.
Can you get it back up?
Sure, nails just pulled loose is all. Hand me something to pound it back in with. That silver pitcher.
No, you'll scratch it all up.
So what? Silver pitcher is going to get scratched up sooner or later anyway. Thanks.
What'd you do now?
My hand slipped. Broke the window.
Well, hand me the silver pitcher.
I can't. It fell out the window. Hey, give me a towel or something to stuff in this hole. Otherwise, Doc will have ants, bees, birds, butterflies, and homing pigeons in here. There we are.
Maybe this was all a mistake, McGee.
Huh?
Look, we've only been here 5 minutes and the place is a wreck.
Well, you can't make an omelet without busting a couple of eggs, I always say. Now, the first thing we got to do...
Hey, Fibber! Molly! Where are you?
Who's that?
Sounds like Mr. Wilcox. I'm in the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox.
How'd he know where we were?
Well, Alice probably... Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. Great galloping goldfish. Something explode in here?
No, we're just doing this as a favor to Doc Gamble, Jr.
As a favor?
Dr. Gamble said he had ants, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, if he didn't, he will have when he sees this mess. What were you doing, chasing him on horseback? Hey, what are you doing, Fibber?
Who, me? Doc's got the temperature set too low on this refrigerator. I'm adjusting it. I think I just about got it now, where it ought to be just about Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, what a piece of junk that thing is. One little twist and the whole inside falls apart.
Well, excuse me, folks. I'm getting out of here.
Why, Mr. Wilcox?
Why? Doc Gamble is our family physician, that's why. If he knew I was connected with this house wrecking, I wouldn't dare call him for a case of hiccups. Goodbye. Dear.
Sissy, scaredy cat.
Well, it does look pretty bad in here, McGee. Smashed china, hole in the window, blind torn down, and the refrigerator broken. Now, this is terrible.
No, I don't know. I think Doc will appreciate knowing how he got gypped on this house. Wonder how much he paid for this joint.
Well, I wouldn't know, dearie.
Hey, suppose I could tell by looking through his check stubs?
What?
They must be right in the desk
McGee,
there.
you can't do that. People don't prowl through other people's private belongings like that.
Ah, that's just an old superstition. I always says that...
Somebody's at the back door, McGee.
If it's a fellow with ragged clothes and a long white beard, that's our laundry man. He's been missing for a long time. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Well, I'll be a... Hi, sis. What do you want?
Nothing, I guess, mister.
Uh-huh.
I just thought I'd come over and see what you were doing. What you doing? What you?
Well, sis, I'll tell you.
Dr. Gamble's having trouble with ants, little girl, so we thought we'd come over and see what we could do.
Yeah, how did you know we were here?
Well, that girl told me. You know, the one that lives at your house? Miss O'Brother.
Miss what?
Miss O'Brother. Anyway, that's what my daddy calls her.
Huh?
Every time he looks out the window and sees her go by, he says, there she goes, oh, brother.
Well,
I see.
What does your mother say to that?
Yeah,
dearie?
what does she think about all this?
Oh, she just laughs and laughs. She says my daddy's going through the dangerous age.
Oh, I see. When is a man's dangerous age, sis?
Well, Mama says it's between 14 and 100. Or in rare cases, 102. See, what you been doing in here, mister? Everything's all busted up.
Oh, a couple of minor accidents, sis. Now, you run along. We're going to be busy.
Okay, mister. Goodbye.
And so long, and don't take any wooden dolls.
Oh, I wouldn't, mister. Not after what happened to Edgar Bergen.
What happened to Bergen?
Well, he took a wooden doll once and hasn't been able to move his lips for 20 years.
The King's Men sing Terry Botkin's new hit, Riding Herd on a Cloud.
He was a cowboy, a two-fisted hitter, and always ready for a round. Now he's a-riding a different kind of critter. You ought to see him now. He's riding the herd on a cloud tonight. Left his spurs and his saddle on the ranch with his cattle, and he's now in flight with a crew shipping information with the cowboys of the sky. Someone back home feeling mighty proud says a prayer while he's there riding high on the cloud. Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yay, riding hard on the
Hey, open another box of that ant poison, Molly. I got to sprinkle some more around the living room here.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. That makes 7 boxes we've used up. And you got it tracked all over the house. Now, look at that carpet.
Well, the more there's around, the more ants it'll kill. Hey, help me move the piano out from the wall.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, push! What was that?
Music rack on the piano. Busted in two when I started hauling on it. Boy, Doc sure took a beating on these furnishings. I never saw anything so flimsy. Did you see that arm come off that love seat when I picked it up?
McGee, watch where you're sprinkling that powder. Remember, that's poison.
Well, that's all the powder there is anyway. Won't be an ant dare stick its head in here for the next 20 years.
Shall we put the furniture back where it belongs now, dearie?
No, leave it out. Let Doc see how much work we've been doing for him. Hey, these are good cigars he's got here. I'll take a handful on behalf of how he'll appreciate what we're doing for him.
I think I'll sit down and rest a minute, dearie.
Me too. Hey, look. Well, slice me in two and call me Slim if that ain't a television set. Ever see one of these, Molly?
No, and leave it alone, McGee. We've done enough damage in here.
Oh, you can't hurt these things. Look, it's just like a radio, except it's got a screen up here that a picture's projected onto like a movie. See?
What's the screen made of?
Glass, I think. Yep, glass.
Did you break that?
Yeah, but they're easy, irreplaceable. As a matter of fact, Uh-oh, somebody at the door. Come in.
Hello, Molly, darling. Hello, Fibber, lad. Alice told me to be over here working, and I thought maybe I could help.
Oh, no, thank you, Uncle Dennis.
Hey, come here a minute. We got a tag sticking to your shirt front.
Oh, I have. Well, take it off, Molly McVernon.
Now, hold still. There.
Let me see that. I thought so. Merry Christmas from Molly to Fibber. Now, look here, Uncle Dennis.
No, don't get excited, lad. I was only breaking it in for you. And look, I bought you a necktie to go with it now.
You give me that tie for my birthday.
Well, I bought it, didn't I? Goodness, lad.
Now, doggone it, Unc. One of these days
Now, boys.
Well, now, scram along, will you? We'll be home very shortly.
Very well, Ed. And don't hurry home now, Molly, because I peeled the onions and they're cooking in the pot this very moment.
What onions?
The ones in the paper bag on the sideboard.
Hey, those weren't onions. Those were Molly's new tulip bulbs.
Tulip bulbs they were, huh?
Sure.
Yes, no, and I had one sliced raw in a sandwich, and it wasn't bad at all. But then us Driscolls have always loved flowers. Goodbye now.
Well, McGee, it's getting late, and we've got to get this house straightened up. Just take a look at it.
Sure is a mess, ain't it?
Mess is right. That green ant poison tracked all over the house, furniture broken, the china smashed, the refrigerator out of kilter, and heaven knows what.
Oh, well.
Now, come on out in the kitchen. We'll start to straighten out. Heavenly days, now what?
I tripped over the lamp cord. It's a good thing I didn't fall on that busted globe, or Doc would have had a nice lawsuit on his hands. Leaving a lamp cord like that out for people like that.
The lamp cord was under the rug, didn't you?
Oh. Looks like Doc's got company. Hi, ladies. You want to see Doc Gamble?
Yeah, because he isn't here right now. Won't you sit down and wait?
What has been going on here?
Oh, look at this house, Clarissa. It's a wreck.
That horrible green powder all over everything. And who are you, may I ask?
Oh, we're neighbors, sis. Mr. and Mrs. Magee. You see, when Doc said he hated to come home on account of his house being overrun with ants, we thought...
I beg your pardon, such insolence. Please go.
At once.
Oh, yeah? Well, now, wait a minute, girls.
Yes, who are you, if we may ask?
We are Dr. Gamble's ants.
Uncle Denis, he's ruined all my tulip bulbs.
Yeah. Well, I just called the drugstore and they haven't got any.
Any what?
Uncle poison.
Magee, please.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night, all.
Unsung heroes of adventure in faraway places, add one more name, Captain Tom Reynolds. Always a bomb, Tom Reynolds. A bomb who lighted his own fuse. He lived hard, he fought hard, and he fell hard.
I kissed you, lady, and you kissed me back.
You?
I got the message.
Never so few are the moments left for love to such as these two, fatefully brought together in the unpredictable turmoil of an exotic land. There had always been more than one man in Carla's life, the ones that had her and the ones that wanted her.
Oh, come in and sit down.
We better stay in the jungle. It's a lot simpler there.
Many lives touched those of Carla and Tom. In Bill Ringer, Tom found a brother rebel.
Make it, bottle it, label it, sell it. I even drink it. God, you've got guts.
All that bothered Danny was the jungle heat steaming up his monocle. He and Tom fought side by side just to stay alive long enough to get back to the bright lights and the women. They called Nico Regas an international mystery man. The mystery was, what was his hold on Carla?
But I must tell you something rather disagreeable about myself. I'm a bad loser.
You once told me I had a lot of boyish notions about love and that you knew love's realities.
Now I know what kind of man you are. So brave in battle, but so afraid of life. You talk of the future, but you won't take a chance on it.
The fervid and tantalizing story of a love that could not be, and yet could not be denied. Never so few is vivid human drama boldly set against the exotic lands of India and Burma.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Roundtable, the Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the first day of spring. The day when Mother Nature auditions her buds and flowers. But in radio, it is always spring. Things are always blooming. And to prove it, we bring you that perennial bloomer, Fred Allen, in person.
I always
bend way over when I bow at first, you know, Jimmy. It lets the blood rush to my head where it won't be crowded. It's very... Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, again. And thank you, Mr. Equinox Wallington, for that semi-botanical send-off. Spring in New York. Oh.
Spring in New York. Baloney.
Mr. Wallington, please. That delicatessen innuendo.
Well, who knows if it is spring here in New York?
Why, signs of spring are everywhere, Jimmy. Trees budding, flowers blossoming, green things shooting up.
Green things. Name one green thing you've seen in New York.
Why, green things come up out of the sidewalks here, Jimmy. Look in front of any A&P. Everything is green. Green traffic lights on every corner. There are 4 pages of greens in the phone book. And I just took a look at that gold cigarette case you gave me for Christmas, brother. And that is as green as a grasshopper's chin.
Well, that's beside the point. I still say there's no sign of spring in New York.
Why, I am amazed at you, James Wallington. The first sign of spring appeared here last week. Mayor LaGuardia gave the snow 24 hours to get out of town. Of course, the snow didn't get out of town. The whole affair was slushed up. But the public got the drift and appreciated it.
Yeah, got the drift is right. Like coming to rehearsal yesterday, I got chapped hip.
That is a sure sign of spring in New York, Jimmy. And to prove it's spring, we spring directly to the latest news of the week. There, incidentally, is a spring fanfare. It isn't even ripe. An old, used green fanfare. Could we have a fanfare that hasn't been used? Could we have an A number 1, and a brand new fanfare? Well, that's, Mr. Goodman mistakenly thinks that quantity is music. After all, better off with the first fanfare. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Bus strike ties up city lines as 3,000 drivers walk out, leaving 900,000 daily bus riders free to sample other forms of conveyance. Strike now in its second week, started March 10th. To date, mediation has failed. Early last evening, a bus spokesman said,
"The bus companies are sitting tight."
Late last night, a union official said,
"The bus drivers are sitting tight."
At an early hour this morning, John Doe said,
"I'm in the subway standing tight."
As crowds scurry daily for other means of transportation, the bus strike still drags on. Texaco News, to get the lowdown on the slowdown, interviews van about town to chronicle reactions on the bus walkout. First, Mr. Solomon Sill. Sill, yes. I thought there was a T in your name. Excuse me, Mr. Sill. You are a bus rider, Mr. Sill?
Yeah, I live in Jersey. I commute.
You do you? Well, has the bus strike inconvenienced you any?
No, I've solved the problem very nicely.
You have really? How?
Yeah, I come over from Jersey every morning on the 42nd Street ferry.
Yeah?
When the buses were running, I'd take a bus across town to Lexington Avenue.
Well, you take the bus across to Lexington Avenue. Yeah. And now that the buses have stopped...
I have been using a little boy.
You mean the little boy carries you around from...
Oh, no. This little boy has a bicycle.
Oh, and you...
Yeah. Every morning in Jersey, I show the little boy a piece of candy.
Uh-huh.
The little boy follows me onto the ferry with his bicycle.
Uh-huh.
Now, when the ferry docks at 42nd Street, I take the bicycle away from the little boy.
Well, good for you.
I pedal lickety-split to Lexington Avenue, check the bicycle, and go to the office.
And at night?
My day's work finished, I pedal lickety-split back to the ferry, return the bicycle to the little boy, and we both go back to Jersey.
A most ingenious arrangement, Mr. Sill. But tell me, what does the little boy do in New York all day?
Oh, nothing. He just hangs around the ferry and cries.
And, the next morning, you show him your candy and coax him back on the ferry again?
Yeah, he's a gullible little fella, fortunately.
And thank you for this ferry story, Solomon Sill. A woman who experienced a trying domestic dilemma as a result of the bus strike was Mrs. Hildegard Buxbaum. You have been upset, Mrs. B?
What is happening to me couldn't happen to you. What is happening to me?
Well, Well, just what is happening, Mrs. Buxbaum?
Well, starting since last September, my little boy Seymour, I am enrolling in private school.
I see.
Every morning for school by 9 o'clock should be inside, Seymour.
At 9 o'clock.
This is our rule. Our bell is ringing.
Oh, I see. That's how it's done. Well, tell me, where is the school?
The school is by 66th Street, West Side.
West Side.
We are living by 145th Street, East Side.
East Side. And you come down by bus?
Formally by bus, we are coming, I and Seymour.
Oh, I see. Well, how did you get to school after the bus strike started?
How else? By subway.
Well, how on earth could you get from East 145th Street to West 66th Street by subway?
Foxy, Mrs. Bugsbaum.
Yeah?
I am doping out the way.
Foxy Mrs. B, huh? Well, how?
First, I'm going to Grand Central, downtown.
Downtown, yeah?
Then I'm going to Times Square, crosstown.
Crosstown, uh-huh.
Then I'm going to 72nd Street, uptown.
Uptown.
Then finally, I'm going to 66th Street, downtown.
Downtown.
And boom, 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 it is Seymour School.
Well, that is really a wonderful route.
Wonderful. But I am not taking it.
Why not?
Silly Seymour, that shimps. The trouble that boy is making.
Well, what did he do?
The first day, I am putting on Seymour the beanie.
Uh-huh.
I'm taking him by the ear. I'm pushing him under the turnstile. And tally-ho, we are off in the subway.
And on your way to school?
What school?
Well, something went wrong?
Everything is going wrong. The first change we are making at Grand Central, and I am saying, come, Seymour.
Uh-huh.
Stubborn Seymour is not coming.
Uh-huh.
With screaming and stamping, Seymour is holding back.
He refused to get off the train?
All day long, Seymour is refusing. First, we are in the Bronx. Next, we are in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Then we are in the Bronx again. Next, we are in Flatbush again. This is going on incessantly.
You couldn't get Seymour off?
Till 10 o'clock at night. Finally, Seymour is falling asleep. I am taking him home, the little darling.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Bugsbaum, why wouldn't Seymour come out of the subway?
Last summer by Coney Island, Seymour and I are taking in all the rides.
Yeah?
The subway, Seymour thinks, is again the Scenic Railway.
The Scenic Railway.
This he is enjoying. He is a kiddie.
And you haven't been able to get Seymour back to school since?
What school? Home he's staying. He could grow up to be a dope yet.
Well, I know, but if he turns out to be a dope in later life...
Seymour could make a living on the radio. You are doing bad?
I see your point, but I entirely missed the connection, the subtlety. And thank you, Mrs. Hildegard Bugsbaum. One of the many men... All right. Little confusing. Mrs. Bugsbaum leaving the microphone and Mr. Lump coming up. We didn't know whether it was a reception or the finish to a grand performance. Now, one of the many men who was indeed happy to see the strike start was this little man who faces our microphone now, Malcolm Lump. Is that right, Malcolm?
Yeah, the bus strike sure was a break for us taxi drivers.
You've been working hard, have you, Malcolm?
I ain't been to bed for 8 nights.
Sakes alive. Well, how do you stay awake?
I stopped drinking Sanka.
You stopped drinking? Well, tell me, have you been riding all over town with your cab?
Nah, I've just been cruising up and down Madison Avenue following the bus route.
Oh, I see.
At first, I was stopping at every corner like a bus.
Really?
Yeah, people was clambering in and out.
Uh-huh.
It was bedlam. I had a guy back in the cab making change.
Oh, circulating around.
Yeah.
Eh? You were jammed, were you?
Oh, brother. The second day, I had to cut another door in the back of the cab, like a patrol wagon.
In the back so the people could get out?
Yeah, I'm too cramped. I'm riding 20 people every trip.
20 people crammed into one taxi cab? Well, didn't they complain?
Well, they did at first. Then I figured myself out a system.
What system?
Before the 20 people get in the cab, I introduced everybody all around.
Yeah?
Then I'd ram them into the cab.
Oh, that made it all right.
Why, certainly. When people are introduced, they like to be closer acquainted.
Oh, I get you. Well, all in all, would you say the strike was a success?
It was the greatest thing that could have happened.
How do you mean, Malcolm?
Coming right after income tax time.
Yeah?
The bus strike put everybody in New York back on their feet again.
Another Walker administration. Thank you, Well, we hope that the bus strike will soon be settled to the satisfaction of all concerned. For until the buses start to roll again, the New Yorkers' theme song will be...
Hand me down my walking cane, 'cause I must walk downtown again. As long as the buses stay on strike, all New Yorkers got to hike. So hand me down my walking, hand me down my walking, hand me down my walking, cane.
And so we turn from the bus dilemma to an artist whose fans are transported by his melodies. He's Kenny Baker, the young man with a song. And Kenny's first song tonight is It All Comes Back to Me Now.
It all comes back to me now. Starry summer sky, a laughing you and I alone. It all comes back to me now. A sea of midnight blue, your face uplifted to my own. We called it a thrill of a moment and blame the moon up above. We didn't know what the glow meant. We never dreamed it might be love. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, and now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me someday. Why do I feel so lonely, so lost and blue? Why does my heart wander aimlessly the whole night through? It all comes back to me now. A sea of midnight blue, your face uplifted to my own. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, and now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me
Ladies and gentlemen, spring officially begins tomorrow evening at 7:21 p.m. And to honor this vernal occasion, I have composed an ode to spring.
Oh, what's it called, Fred?
Ode to spring, Jimmy. Clever of me, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. No wasted words. Well, ode to spring. I'll recite it. Tomorrow at exactly 7:21 p.m., people who look for the first signs of spring will see M. Yes, at exactly 7:21 by the clock, the first crocus will thrust its head through the earth where it is hidden all winter, and robins will fly northward by the flock. So whatever you are doing tomorrow evening, watch your Boulevard. For at 7:21, Spring Spirit, you'll be full of her. Well, how did you like it, Jimmy?
Well, it just goes to show that not all the duds are in gasoline.
Well, if you think you can do any better, Master Wallington, let us hear you try.
Well, I shall. Here's my ode to spring, and it's more truth than poetry. Tomorrow at 7:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the season of spring officially begins.
Mm-hmm.
And taking to the road at this new season of the year will be many thousands of new Fire Chief users. Car owners who discovered Fire Chief's all-action performance under tough driving conditions and intend staying with it the year round. The reason for Fire Chief's brilliant, eager performance is easily explained. The duds, those useless, sluggish elements in gasoline, are out of Fire Chief. That's what gives Fire Chief its fast start, quick pickup, economical mileage. It's all driving energy. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
That was the maestro stole a bow. Then I caught you. You'll put that bow back before the evening is over. That was Amapola, played by Al Goodman and his I've Got to Pass Your Horse to Get to My Horse orchestra. And we have the racing forms to prove it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, as the school teacher said to the little boy who spelled snow with an E, what's snoo?
This is no place for jokes, Mr. Allen.
Well, do you know of a better place for jokes? This is supposed to be a comedy program, isn't it?
Yes, but jokes are old-fashioned. Comedy programs today all go in for romance.
Romance? What romance?
On Bob Hope's program, for instance, he's always in love.
Well, Bob Hope is a much younger man, Portland.
But you're prettier.
Oh, now, you don't need your job that badly, Portland.
And look at Mr. Benny. He's always taking girls out.
You mean the original Mr. Benny? Mm-hmm. Benny with the light brown toupee? Look, the only thing Benny ever takes out on a moonlit night is his upper plate. What gave you this romance idea, anyway?
Well, tomorrow is the first day of spring.
Again with spring. That's all we've talked about tonight, spring. We'll have it all worn out.
Yes, but you haven't had any romance.
Well, how can you inject romance into a program like ours? Look around at the...
If somebody would take out a girl, we'd have something romantic to talk about.
Do you offhand know of a girl under 70 who would even be seen with anyone on this program?
I know just the girl.
Who?
Olive Fagelson.
Olive Fagelson?
Yes. Olive would be crazy about you. She's nearsighted.
Now, look, Portland, my scamp days are over. The last girl I took out left town and became a nurse with the Confederate Army.
Well, then, how about Mr. Goodman?
Mr. Goodman?
Somebody is calling Goodman?
Yes.
Then out is popping Goodman, like a jerk in the box.
Jerk in the box is right.
Mr. Goodman, would you like to meet a lovely girl, Olive Fagelson?
No, positively no. And this I am saying in all reluctance.
But why?
This I can explain briefly in 2 words.
What 2 words?
Mrs. Goodman.
You see, Portland, romance on this program is a dud.
Well, and how about Kenny Baker?
Oh, you can't get Kenny to go out with a girl. He thinks billing and cooing is a dance team. Why, Kenny even blushes when he passes the YWCA.
Well, maybe we can talk Kenny into it.
That we is singular, Portland. You can talk Kenny into it.
Spring, spring, glorious spring. Open the window and hear the birds sing. Tweet, 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 tweet. Hi, kids.
Yes, Kenny, there is no season like spring, is there?
Oh, boy.
The birds twittering.
Yeah.
The soft, balmy breezes.
Yeah.
Does something to a man, eh, Kenny?
I know just what you mean, F.A.
Yes?
Makes you want to get out the old kite and fly the tail off of it.
Well, I told you, Portland. Kenny doesn't even know what romance is.
Kenny?
Yes, Porty?
Have you ever thought about girls?
Girls? You mean those skinny things that wear dresses and open-toed shoes?
Yes.
Yeah, I think about them a lot.
What do you think about them?
Don't their toes ever get cold?
Now, look, Kenny, you're not bashful. You're not afraid of girls, are you?
Not unless they're bigger than I am.
No use, I feel.
Why don't you just try talking to a girl, Kenny? You might like it.
Oh, I talked to a girl a whole hour yesterday, and I didn't like it.
Well, who was the girl?
The cashier at the Paramount Theater, a redhead.
Well, why didn't you like it?
I still had to pay to get in.
But that was a business discussion, a battle of wits.
Yes, Kenny. I want you to meet a girl socially.
What for?
Portland wants you to take out an Olive Fagelson.
What's an Olive Fagelson?
A girl. She is the girl you are to make the date with.
What's a date?
Oh, well.
Well, for instance, you buy 2 tickets for the movies.
Yes?
And you take Olive along.
I can't buy her a ticket for the movies. I don't even know her.
What difference does that make?
She might not pay me back.
Here's Olive's number, Kenny. Just try talking to her.
Yes, I'll dial the number for you
But
on the phone.
I'm liable to get involved with this.
Now, don't be such a fraidy cat, Kenny.
Something tells me I'm being talked into this.
Now, here's the phone. They're ringing the number now.
Gosh, F.A., I don't know.
Go ahead. Answer the phone.
Hello? What's her name?
Fagelson. Olive Fagelson.
Oh, yes. Hello? Is this the residence of Olive Fagelson? What? My name is Kenny Baker. Yes, I'm working, sure. I make around $15 a week. Sure, I plan on settling down.
Kenny, what kind of talk is that? You just met the girl.
This is her father.
Oh, that's different. I see the connection.
Hello? What was that? I should say not.
What's the matter, Kenny?
He says I'll have to bring her home at 11 o'clock.
Well, tell him you will.
How can I? I gotta be home by 10 myself.
Look, ask for Olive, Kenny, and let's get this romance over with.
Hello? Who's this? Oh, you're Olive's mother. I'm Kenny Baker, Mrs. Fagelson. What? Yeah, $15 a week. For Fred Allen. Sure, he pays me every week. He's rich. Wait, I'll ask him. Mr. Allen.
What, Kenny?
What are you doing tomorrow night?
Never mind, Wes. Portland, what kind of people are these Fagelsons?
Hello? Oh, here's Ollie. Ollie, this is Kenny Baker. Portland asked me to... What? $15 a week.
That's Olive. You want to take her to dinner.
But I don't want to take her to dinner. Wait a minute. What was that, Olive? Oh, I said I didn't want to take you to dinner.
That's no way to talk.
Oh, it's too late, F.A. She says she'll come anyway. She'll meet me at Lindy's.
Well, all right. Tell her it's okay.
Olive, Mr. Allen says it's okay for Lindy's. Oh, hold the wire a minute. Mr. Allen.
Yeah?
How much is dinner at Lindy's?
Well, for two, about $3.
$3? Goodbye, Ollie.
Kenny, you hung up?
You bet. $3 is a lot of money just to stuff an olive.
Now you... You see, Portland, romance is out. It's no use, spring or no spring. It's obvious that no girl will ever take Kenny away from her.
Yeah, I'm hard to get. I'll answer it. Hello? No, Ollie. What? Well, that's different. We'll have dinner at your house at 8. Okay, sugar.
Well, I have heard everything.
All right, Ollie. Till tomorrow, then. Till we meet again. Toujours l'amour. Toots. Oh, boy.
Congratulations, Kenny. Spring is here, and today you are a man.
Boy, am I in for the time of my life. Say, F.A.
Yes, Kenny?
Can you lend me a quarter?
For your date tomorrow night?
Yeah. Ollie's kid brother Cecil's going to be there.
I get it. You're going to slip Cecil a quarter and send him out to a movie.
No. I'm going to slip Olive a quarter and send her out to the movie.
Kenny.
Cecil's got an electric train with 40 feet of track.
Give up. I'll take one last chance and try to get Kenny in the mood. I've asked the Martins to dedicate their next song to Kenny, and so then the Martins sing A Romantic Guy, I.
A romantic guy, I. Pale and frantic guy you are, so high in the sky that each passerby must know that love is the reason why. A romantic guy, I. Your romantic guy my way would bring heaven nigh, so why don't you try a romantic guy? A romantic guy, I see the moon at noon, I see bright stars the whole day through, I see a rainbow in each stormy sky as long as I have you. I see the moon at noon, I see red roses in the snow. You kept me spell of love and now I know why I see the moon at noon. Ooh. A romantic guy you, pale and frantic guy I am, so high in the sky that each passerby must know that love is the reason why. A romantic guy you, your romantic guy my way would bring heaven nigh, so why don't you try a romantic guy?
Our special guest of the evening, Miss Francesca Drab. What is it you do again, Miss Drab?
I sell toast insurance.
Toast insurance?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, every morning, thousands of housewives all over the country put their bread in the toaster, forget it, and it burns.
Oh, and with this toast insurance of yours, you pay if the toast burns. Is that right?
No, I keep it from burning.
Oh.
With every policy, I give you a parrot.
What has the parrot got to do with toast insurance?
This parrot is trained to sit on top of the toaster.
Uh-huh.
The toast starts to smoke.
Yeah.
The parrot sees the smoke. The parrot yells fire. You turn off the toaster stays.
Well, it's a great idea. I see only one flaw, Francesca. By the time the parrot sees the smoke and clears his throat and opens his beak to yell fire, the toast is already a whole wheat clinker. Now, as Jimmy Wallington often says,
when you see a cloud of smoke rising from the electric toaster, it's too late. The toast is burned. And when you see smoke pouring from an automobile exhaust pipe, the chances are it's also too late. The damage in the form of excessive engine wear may already have taken place, with no help for it except a repair job. Smoke means trouble. So let insulated Haviland motor oil safeguard your engine from excessive wear due to heat, to cold, and to oil impurity. Haviland stands up under the high temperatures developed by modern engines, heat that may break down ordinary oils and accelerate wear. Haviland flows freely in cold weather, helps prevent dry, wearing starts. And Haviland is distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Take no chances with smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
I just dozed off. Excuse me, Uncle Jim. That was You Should Be Set to Music from the popular musical review, Crazy with the Heat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we open our Texaco Roundtable for a short fiesta of trivia. Our three guests are ready for their unrehearsed participation, and Portland, I hope, calls the roll. Are you ready, Portland?
Yes. Mr. Al Jordan from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Well, good evening, Mr. Jordan.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You're from Charlotte, Portland said. Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte is right.
Is that down in tobacco auctioneer country, is it?
Partially.
Partially. Winston-Salem is really in the heart of the tobacco auctioneer country, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, will you tell me, coming from such a warm and wonderful climate, what are you doing up here in New York in this frigid weather? You're getting your full value out of your winter underwear or something? What possesses you to come up here at this time?
I'm attending the International Convention of Beauty Shop Owners.
Oh, the beauty shop convention? Are you in the beauty business?
I'm in the beauty supply business. I'm a jobber.
Oh, a jobber, huh? I'd never know it to look at you. I hope you're not going to do a job on me as long as you're up here tonight. Well, tell me, how is the beauty business? Are you making a pretty penny? Now, wait a minute. But how is business? Is it good?
Very good.
Well, tell me, what is the purpose of this convention? Is the convention you fellas get together and look at each other? What is the purpose of it?
It's to instruct the beauticians, the shop owners, in the new merchandise methods.
You all get together and sort of talk things over, huh? Well, beauty business is a highly specialized business now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
They have beauticians, fancy names, cosmeticians, and I saw a sign the other day on Madison Avenue. A manicurist has a sign out. She's a fingertician. But tell me, why, with all of the beauty preparations, Mr. Jordan, that you fellas have worked out for women's faces, why is it none of you guys ever get together and invent something that will help men with their faces? Now, look at a woman can disguise herself. A man, if he's born with a homely face, is stuck with it. What can he do? He can grow a beard and hide it, or he can shave every day and go around all through life getting laughs. I mean, why don't you fellas work out some preparations for men? Have you given it any thought?
Well, we've given that some thought.
Well, now that you've seen me tonight, I know you're going to give it a lot more thought. Let me hear from you as soon as you get something worked out. A veil or a mask will do anything. Well, thank you, Mr. Jordan. And now, Portland.
Miss Helene Newberg from New York City.
Good evening, Miss Newberg.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you, do you work in New York? Are you in
Yes,
business?
I do.
May I ask what type of work?
I'm an assistant to an interior decorator.
Oh, are you? Do they have assistants, interior decorators?
They most certainly do.
Must be stuffy in small quarters when you're doing it. But, tell me, how does one get to be an interior decorator? Do you go out to Grand Rapids and learn about furniture from the ground up, or how do you do it?
Well, that's about it, I guess.
You do, huh?
Uh-huh.
You go to Grand Rapids, and from there you come right back here and go into business. Is it a big business here in New York, interior decorating?
Yes, it certainly is.
It is. I know it's very popular out in Hollywood. All the stars have the interior decorators in. Movie style have an interior decorator come in and lay out the plans with the furniture and everything, and then the following week the installment man comes in and carries out the whole idea. But they do a lot of nice work. They have fancy homes. Bing Crosby in his house has neon rat holes. But if I ever get a room and some furniture simultaneously, I'll give you a ring, Miss Newberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen.
Portland.
Lieutenant Bernie Lay of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia.
Lieutenant, are you in active service, are you?
No, I'm on inactive status right now.
Oh, are you really? What are you doing in New York, may I ask?
I'm here as a guest at Paramount for the world premiere of I Wanted Wings at the Astor next Wednesday.
Oh, it opens at the Astor next Wednesday? Yes. I Wanted Wings?
Yes.
I know. That's the way I felt the minute I finished that picture with Benny. I said to myself, if I ever wanted wings, I wanted them at that time. But how are you connected with the picture? Did you write it or direct it or what?
I was one of the writers and acted as a technical advisor in the final stages.
Oh, of the picture, huh?
Yes.
Well, I hope that's a good omen going into the Astor. I Wanted Wings. If it chases the dictator out of there, I hope that it presages things to come in the future. Well, thanks a lot, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. I'd like to go into that thoroughly with you and talk over the... were you on the Paramount lot when I was there?
Yes. Yes, I was working on the picture then.
Oh, were you? Well, they worked me mostly at night, you see. We had to come in. I was on the night shift, Benny was on the day shift. If you saw the picture, you know which part was made at night. You really should see the picture with a torch if you want to see me in the picture, Lieutenant. Well, that brings us to our question. And since the Texaco Roundtable's discussions are confined to trivia, tonight we take up a minor matter that concerns barbers and beauty shop operators. So many cartoons have been printed and so many jokes told about barbers, incessant talking, and the tendency of girls working in beauty parlors to disseminate gossip on the job that we'd like to know how the average customer feels about the situation. And so our question tonight is, should a barber or beauty shop operator annoy the customer with small talk in an effort to be sociable, or should the barbers and operators do their work in silence? Now, Mr. Jordan, of course you're in the beauty business, you may be prejudiced, but how do you feel about barbers? Do you like the loquacious type?
Yes.
You do? You like to have the barber talk to you?
Yes.
What do you go in a barber shop for? For a haircut or a conversation or just to be sociable? But you think that the barber doesn't annoy you when he talks? You think he's within his rights? Did you ever hear a barber with a sane viewpoint on what he was talking about?
I have to say yes.
Oh, well, naturally, I forgot the business you're in. You should really be disqualified at this conference, Mr. Jordan. Well, Miss Newberg, how do you feel about beauty shop operators? Do you think the girls talk too much or have a tendency to spread gossip or talk about their more prominent customers?
Well, sometimes it can be very interesting.
They say you're reading the gossip columns, huh?
Uh-huh.
You approve of it, then?
I most certainly
You don't
do.
just like to go in there. Of course, I imagine with some women, the operators have a hard time getting a word in edgewise. The customer beats them to the conversation. Well, Lieutenant, how do you feel about the talkative barbers? Do you feel that barbers should talk at their work, or should they wait until such a time as the customer shows that he is desirous of having verbal traffic with the barber and then have the barber open up? How do you feel about it?
Well, it all depends on whether they use mouthwash.
Oh, it all depends on whether they... Well, that's another argument, of course. I was just citing a composite barber who had no features, breath, or anything else. Well, our little round table stands, or sits rather, apparently undecided. I take pride in the fact that our little discussion tonight has gotten us no place, and I'm sure that windy barbers will be just as windy tomorrow as they were today. And since it probably won't be safe for me to show my face in a barber shop from now on, after bringing up this question, I'm learning to cut my own hair. And on this frugal note, the forum closes, and thank you all for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we return you to Kenny Baker. Kenny's leaving tomorrow for Chicago, where he is singing next Sunday with the Chicago Women's Symphony Orchestra. And all Kenny Baker fans are invited to tune in for Kenny's concert appearance next Sunday afternoon. And now to sort of warm up, for Sunday, Kenny sings Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen.
Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I see. Glory, hallelujah. Sometimes I'm up, sometimes I'm down. Oh, yes, Lord. Sometimes I'm almost to the ground. Oh, yes, Lord. Oh, nobody knows the trouble I see. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I see. Glory, hallelujah. If you get stabbed before I do, oh, yes, Lord. Tell all of my friends I'm coming too. Oh, yes, Lord. Oh, nobody knows the trouble I see. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I see. Glory, hallelujah. Oh, yes,
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen either.
Pardon me, Mr. Allen. Can I borrow your storm?
Borrow my storm, sir?
Yeah, I'm Quigley, sound effects man in Studio 3.
Well, I don't.
We're putting on orphans of the storm. We got the orphans, but the storm machine is busted.
Oh, your storm effect doesn't work in Studio 3?
Well, not good. You know how a storm ought to sound? Something like this. Woo! Woo!
A windstorm. Well, how does your storm sound?
Woo!
In other words, your storm machine isn't flexible enough.
Yeah, and it ain't got any power, neither.
Well, if you want flexible power, sir, I recommend that you lend an ear to our flexible flyer, Larry Elliott.
Yes, when you call for power, you want it. Lots of it. Power to get you off to a quick start. Power to permit you to maneuver your car smoothly in traffic. Power to lift you up and over the hills. And that's where the alert, flexible power of Sky Chief comes in. Texaco's different premium gasoline. Just touch the starter and your engine quickly takes over. Bear down a bit on the accelerator and you're in motion eagerly, effortlessly. With quick start, surging acceleration, soaring power on the hills, Texaco Sky Chief gasoline has a way of bringing out the finest performance in any car. Try Sky Chief soon. It's your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best at the usual premium price.
And now the Texaco Workshop players pay tribute to the production that has made history in the New York theater, the play that is now in its 8th year on Broadway, Tobacco Road. On October 3rd, 1933, the play Tobacco Road opened unheralded in New York City. The story of a shiftless folk and their hillbilly trials and tribulations became a smash hit. Since 1933, Tobacco Road has been played in 247 cities and 41 states by touring companies. Darrell F. Zanuck's great picture version of Tobacco Road has recently been released, and the original New York company is still playing to capacity business here in its 8th year. Its attendance record...
Tobacco Road is played to 2 million grad, 4 outer door-bone people.
Its receipts...
Tobacco Road has grossed $12 and 15 cents.
15 cents?
A lady in Albany forgot her change.
Oh, I see. You rapped on the window with the sponge as usual. The original Jeter Lester in Tobacco Road recently said,
I played Jeter till I got too old to creep on the stage. Then my son took over.
Well, is your boy still playing the role?
No, my son played Jeter till his arteries backfired.
Yeah?
Then his son took over. My grandson's playing Jeter today.
3 generations in your family have played the Jeter Lester part?
Yep. All of us played the Jeters till we got 'em.
Have you still got the Jeters?
My hand shakes so bad, I quit tipping my hat. Looks like I'm strutting.
Well, it's your age. You have to watch those things. The original Emmy Lou, the girl who eats a turnip at every performance, recently told a friend,
I've ate so many turnips I have to stay out of pet shops. Rabbits snap at my breath.
And still with its turnip-eating ingenue and its inexhaustible supply of Jeters, Tobacco Road continues to run and set new records in the Broadway theater. Archaeologists predict that this generation will never live to see Tobacco Road close. The sequel to this play, they say, will never be shown in our time. And so then, to forestall this dilemma, tonight the Texaco Workshop players bring you the sequel to Tobacco Road. It's called Nicotine Alley. Music, maestro.
Teeter Fester, wake up. Dog dang lazy old coot, wake up.
What's up, Ma?
Everything's up but you.
What time is it?
It's spring.
It's spring? What year?
1941.
41? You mean 31, don't you?
I said 41. 41's what I mean. You've been sleeping 10 years.
10 years? Jeepers. What's been going on, Ma? Who's president?
He still is.
He is. Where's Granny Fester?
Granny passed on back in 33.
Did he? Where's Gramp?
Gramp didn't bother coming back.
Coming back from where?
Cemetery. Gramp was 94 and his shoes was undone. Gramp said what was his while to come home again.
As long as Gramp was there with his shoes undone, saved himself a trip, I reckon. Where's the kids?
What kids?
Our kids, remember?
Oh, them.
Yeah, them.
Well, Big Sadie run off with a medicine show.
Well, I know that'd happen. Big Sadie was always sickly. Knowed something like that would happen. What about t'others?
You recollect Sour Sam?
He was the little shaver with no holes in his nose, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, Sour Sam joined up with some feller named Ripley.
Yeah. What became of t'other boy, the little fella with 8 toes?
Oh, that's Burley.
Burley, yeah.
Burley went west. Got a job stamping out forest fires.
Doing well. Well, I reckon I'll get me out of bed, Ma.
First thing you better do is take a bath. I'll go out and dam the creek.
Now, hold on. I ain't a bathin', Ma. My pa never bathed, and his pa for him never bathed. And his pa for's his pa never bathed. And I ain't... Who's to the door? Unlatch and track in. Tupper Manson.
Howdy, Teeter.
Howdy, Tupper.
Howdy, Miss Fester.
What brings you snooping round, Tupper?
There was talk down to the barber shop you was out of bed, Teeter.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. Just dropped in to make sure. Good day.
Darn busybody comes round every 10 years inserting his nose into other folks' affairs. Dirty poke nose.
Tupper may be poke nose, but he ain't dirty paw. Tupper bad.
And I don't bat. Now you know the difference between me and Tupper.
Well, you ought to use that there cleaning gadget that salesman left last year.
What is it, a Squo-G?
No, looks like a brick.
Yeah?
There's writing on it, see?
Yeah, what's it read there?
SOAP, SOAP.
SOAP?
Yeah. Salesman says this here SOAP cleans you fine.
I'll remember that SOAP.
Howdy, Ma.
Howdy, little Teeter.
Hey, who's this here roof, Ma?
This here's your paw, little Teeter.
No kidding.
Don't you know your own paw, son?
Oh, I didn't recognize you standing up, Pa.
What you been up to, son? You smell of fashette.
I've been out of sweet-talking Lovey Hatfield, Ma.
Sweet-talking? You ain't gone calico mad, son.
Well, I did give Lovey a piggyback down at the old drugstore.
Son, you didn't go into that drugstore.
Lovey made me, Ma.
What went on in that drugstore, son? Out with it.
Well,
your pa's speaking to your son.
What went on in that drugstore, that iodoform den?
Well, I bought Lovey a Coca-Cola with one straw. We took turns.
A son of mine alternating on a Coca-Cola?
You only 35, son, and alternating?
Alternating, Ma. Alternating.
The devil must have been in me, Ma.
Tell me the worst, son. Was the Coca-Cola with lime?
Pa.
The truth, son. Was it with lime?
Yes, Pa.
Well, you'll have to marry the girl. We'll get over to Hatfields. Where's my gun?
Ain't hold the wedding, Pa. Eating comes before marrying.
Maybe Ma's right, son. It's coming on supper time. Go run your arm down the gopher hole, son. We'll have supper.
Okay, Pa.
I reckon that's Zeb Tinkham with the mail.
Letter for you, Tina.
Thank you, Zeb.
Want I should come in and read it for you?
No, I can hear you all right. There's 3 of us to hum, Zeb. Reckon 3 of us can handle her.
Okay. What is it, Pa?
Well, looks too small for a catalog. Postman says 'twas a letter. Wait till I get the bark off it here. Reckon the writing's inside. Yeah, she's open now. Next thing's to read her. Let me see.
You got the letter upside down, Pa.
I know. I'm reading her the hard way, son.
Oh, let me read her, Pa. I can read writing.
Okie dokie, son. Here, take over.
Checks. It's from the government.
The government? What's he want?
Says the government wants to buy our land. We've got to get off. Says here the government man will be here today to take over.
Whoopee! We can sell the land for money, Pa. I can get new string from my son to apron. Whoopee!
Money. I'm taking Lovey for another Coke.
Buy jeepers and buy creepers. Nobody's buying this land. Asbestos has lived and died on this here land for 200 years. No festa never bathed, and no festa never sold no land. Buy jeepers and buy creepers. Deppin', this is that government man. Here's where I get my revenge for Gettysburg. Unlatch and trek in, Yankee.
Excuse me, my name's LaGuardia. Which way's the New York Aquarium?
What's the aquarium?
Well, this is where we're building it. Isn't this Bronx Park?
This is Ozark County, Tennessee.
Darn that 6th Avenue subway.
No wonder he gets lost. He can't see nothing from under that hat.
Why'd you sell him the land, Pa?
No, buy cheapers and buy creepers. I was born on this land and I'm dying on this land. Buy cheapers and buy creepers.
This must be Mr. Government now.
Mr. Government, eh? Unlatch and trek in.
See the Fester?
Yeah? What's it to you?
I'm from Washington, from the government.
The government, eh?
I'm here to buy this property.
Well, tain't for sale, mister.
You've got to sell, Fester. The government is building a training camp here on your land.
Training camp?
You going to put trains on the land like a depot, mister?
No, Rube. The government is training men. It's the draft.
Well, sounds daffy. Men training to sit in a draft.
It's the army draft, lady. Haven't you yokels heard about the war?
I thought the war was over when Dewey took Manila.
No. I haven't got time to explain the world situation, folks. Here's a check for your land. Now beat it.
No, buy cheapers and buy creepers. Asbestos has been living on this land for 200 years, and we ain't aiming to move.
Oh, this house has gone far enough. If you hillbillies don't get off this land, Mr. Big will put his foot down.
Threatening won't get you no place, stranger. I'll hoe-handle you and Mr. Big off the land.
Oh, yeah? If you think Mr. Big is joking, I'll just tack this poster on your door here. There. That's your official notice, Fester. Good,
What's that writing say? Let me see now. Government. Buy cheapers and buy creepers. Hitch the mule, Ma. Pack the Sears Roebuck catalog, son. We're getting off the land.
But, Pa, you swore you'd stay.
I did, Ma, but no festa can stand the penalty that Mr. Biggs writ on that there paper.
What's Mr. Big allow?
Says anybody obstructing the construction of this army camp will find himself in hot water.
Hot water?
They're threatening me with a bath, Ma, and I can't take it. Buy cheapers and buy creepers. A nightcap word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. You may call it petroleum or just simply oil, but no other single resource in so short a period of world history has played so great a part in building a nation like the industrialized and mechanized America of today. And now, as America mobilizes, our available supply of oil, the lifeblood of our democratic economy and defense, is the greatest in our history. Through research, exploration, and scientific production, the petroleum industry has planned and is now prepared to meet not only the daily demands of our civilian life, but every demand of America's defense program.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Science made its greatest mistake. What unknown terror was born that night? What is the terrifying mutant that strikes from behind the shroud of night? That night of the Lepus. A night of total terror, more shattering than your strangest nightmare. What caused the unnatural death, destruction, and panic that night of the Lepus? Janet Leigh, Stuart Whitman, Rory Calhoun, and Paul Fix. Night of the Lepus. Kill one, and thousands take their place. What devil creatures growing in weight and size every day are hidden behind the eyes of horror? What can stop them? Night of the Lepus. From MGM.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Ladies and gentlemen, later on tonight's program, you'll hear a special message from the Honorable Edward F. Arnn, Governor of the state of Kansas. But now we bring you the first act of Gunsmoke.
I'll swear it's going to be spring before we know it, Mr. Dillon.
This weather won't hold, Chester. We always got a rip snorter after a spell like this.
Sure don't look much like it today. I even heard a meadowlark this morning.
It's early for meadowlarks, isn't it?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm telling you. Spring is downright staring us in the face. Well, the Texas Trail's kind of lively for this time of the afternoon.
Well, it'll be livelier if you're right about spring and those trail herds start rolling in.
Well, look who's here. And in the daytime, too.
Well, howdy, Miss Kitty.
Miss Kitty.
Isn't it wonderful out? And guess what, Matt? I heard a meadowlark this morning.
You and Chester.
Huh?
I've been telling him, Miss Kitty, spring is just around the corner.
Kitty?
Yeah.
How come there's such a crowd in here?
Oh, you mean the boys at the bar?
Yeah.
Well, it's some of the riders from the Cyclone Ranch. They're celebrating.
It seems to me they were celebrating Saturday night. They're making kind of a long weekend out of it.
Jim Paulson said they all went back to the ranch Monday morning, but they got paid off.
What?
Yeah, the ranch was sold.
Sold? You mean old man Bartlett sold out? I hadn't heard anything about it.
Well, that's what they said. The new owner had already taken over, some stranger. He's the one who paid him off. He brought his own riders with him.
What's this stranger's name, Kitty?
Well, I don't know, Matt. Ed Revere over there was Bartlett's foreman. Ask him.
Yeah, I think I will. Excuse me.
I figured old man Bartlett would stay on.
Howdy, Marshal. Figure on throwing us in the hoosegow?
No, Ed, I wasn't planning on it. Do you happen to know where I can find old man Bartlett?
Well, afraid you're out of luck. Him and his wife's left the country. At least that's what the fellow that bought the ranch told us.
You mean he didn't even stay around to pay you all?
Nope. Made up his mind right sudden, I reckon. Guess this fellow Jed Wade made him a mighty good offer.
Jed Wade, huh?
Yeah. Texas man, more than likely. Ain't from around here, anyways. None of his cowboys, neither.
Then you haven't seen old man Bartlett since you left the ranch and came into town Saturday morning, huh?
Nary hide nor hair.
And he didn't say anything last week about planning to sell?
No, didn't. Sure can't figure old man Bartlett selling out. Said he put half his life into that place and planned on living out the rest of it right there.
Listen, Ed, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What do you figure about all this?
I don't know, Marshal. Except that it ain't quite right somehow.
You don't think there's something crooked about it, do you?
Marshal, I don't know what to think. But it just ain't like Bartlett to run out this way. If there's anything I can do...
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ed.
Marshal, I don't even have to look it up in the records. There's been no deed of sale on the Cyclone Ranch filed in this office. If there had, I'd know about it.
Yeah, well, all right, thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Furthermore, there won't be one filed. Old man Bartlett will live out his life and die right there. You take it from me.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, come on in, Chester.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mifflin. Oh, quite all right, sir. I believe our business is completed.
Yeah. What'd you find out, Chester?
I checked the depot and the stage lines, Mr. Dillon, and nobody in town hasn't seen neither one of them since last week.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right, Chester. I guess we better ride out to the ranch.
Looks like that new outfit brought some of their own cattle up from Texas, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and they're wasting no time slapping a brand on them either.
Want to take a look at them?
No. Let's ride on up to the house.
I sure can't figure it, Mr. Dillon, working night and day to build up a good feeder ranch like this and then up and selling out without even thinking it over.
Well, I can't figure it either, Chester. All right.
Oh. My golly, it sure is a fine ranch.
We ain't hiring anybody. Better mount up and ride.
Are you Jed Wade?
Name's Dallas. I'm the range boss.
Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Mr. Wade here?
He's out in the barn. What do you want to see him about?
Oh, suppose I take that up with him, huh?
And suppose you turn around and hightail it out of here. Whenever Jed's got business with the law, he'll come to you.
Now, look, Mr.
You hadn't ought to talk to visitors that way.
Jed don't want strangers hanging around, Miss Wade. And he don't want you talking to strangers either. You better go on back in the house.
I guess I know better than you what my own son wants. I'm the only one that understands him. You come right on inside, gentlemen. Mr. Dillon, did you say that was the name?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. This is my partner, Chester Proudfoot.
How do, ma'am?
How do?
You fellas wait right there.
I'll go get Jed.
I think we'll accept the lady's invitation. After you, ma'am.
Why, thank you, Mr. Dillon. Surely does perk a body up to be having callers in her own house, especially when you live so long from hand to mouth.
I understand that you're new here, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Yes, we were camped for 3 weeks down along the river. Nary a caller, just living in a wagon. Oh, do be seated, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ain't this a real pretty place now? Why, when Jed and Dallas rode back to camp Sunday morning and said they just bought a real bargain, I couldn't dream they meant something like this. A body just can't figure why the owners would ever want to sell it and leave. Would you gentlemen care for some cold buttermilk?
No, thank you, ma'am. You didn't meet the owners yourself then, huh?
No. They're already gone when I came over. Oh, you mustn't mind Dallas, Mr. Dillon. He's really a good boy at heart. Him and Jed just picked up a habit of talking mean like that sometimes, and seems like people just don't understand it. Mr. Dillon, Jed ain't got himself into some kind of trouble again, has he?
Again, Mrs. Wade?
Well, it's like I said. People just don't understand Jed lots of times. It ain't easy to bring up a boy alone, and a body don't always know what's the right way to do and what's not. But Jed's real good-hearted down underneath. Once you understand him like I do, why, the way he even talks to me sometimes would make you think that he was... Oh, son,
What'd I tell you about mounting off the stranger?
But I was
Go
only...
back, get in the kitchen.
Well, all right, son. You say so?
She's getting old, and it's been a hard trip up here. Dallas told me you was here, Marshal. What can I do for you? What do you want? I'd like to see your bill of sale for this ranch, Mr. Wade. What for? Well, I'll tell you after I see it. And you trying to accuse me of something? Not if you got a bill of sale signed by old man Bartlett. Well? All right, Marshal. There you are. Take a look. Uh-huh. Satisfied now? Where did the Bartletts go, Mr. Wade? They said they was leaving the country, and that's all I know about it. Here, you want to give me back my bill of sale now? Well, I'd like to take it into town and check the signature, if you don't mind. Go ahead. It'll check. And then you got nothing to worry about, have you? Nary thing, Marshal.
Suppose you turn around and hightail it out of here. Whenever Jed's got business with the law, he'll come to you. You ask me, Mr. Dillon, I'd say that Wade and his partner are ornery enough for anything. Just plumb cussed, downright sneaking mean.
Maybe so, Chester. But you can't jail a man for meanness, not as long as it only comes out in words.
I suppose. There ought to be a law of some kind. Now, take like the way he talks to his mom. I don't see how she can put up with it.
She's his mother, Chester.
Well, I know that, but there's no...
Matt.
Oh, hiya, Doc.
Just getting ready to close up the office. How about feeding with me?
Later, maybe, Doc. Say, Doc, you still got that bill of sale on that horse you bought last fall from old man Bartlett?
Oh, sure. Yes, so, Matt. Why?
Well, I just want to check Bartlett's signature.
Why, what do you got there? I know his signature pretty well. Let me take a look at that now, man.
Oh, here. See what you think, huh?
Oh, yes. That's old man Bartlett's scrawl, all right, of course it is.
Well, maybe I was wrong.
Yes, sir. It looks that way, Mr. Dillon.
But only about the bill of sale, Chester. We still don't know what happened to the Bartletts.
this time it is with great pride that Gunsmoke is able to bring you a specially recorded message by the Honorable Edward F. Arnn, Governor of the state of Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Arnn.
It's a real pleasure for me on behalf of Kansans everywhere to congratulate the CBS radio network, the writers, producers, directors, actors, and technicians on the splendid job you are doing with Gunsmoke. Here is real adult Western drama, without the usual horse opera cliché.
Why, the way he even talks to me sometimes, it makes you think that he was...
Years of our great state. Let me point out, however, the Dodge City of today is a far cry from the Dodge City so vividly brought to life in Gunsmoke. From those early pioneer and frontier days, Dodge City has developed into one of the fine cities of our state, industrially, agriculturally, and historically. The folks of Dodge City, and indeed all the people of this great sunflower state, thank you for a good job well done.
Thank you, Governor Arnn. And now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Big crowd in town tonight, Mr. Dillon. In here, too. Must be the feel of spring in the air. You get the man on the prod, makes him feel good.
Not me, Chester.
Yes, sir, I've been noticing that. You haven't said 1 dozen words in the last hour. It don't do a man any good to stay down in the dump that way.
Drink your beer.
Well, now, we just made a mistake, that's all. Got the wind up over nothing.
Now we know it's old man Bartlett's signature, but I just can't help feeling that we haven't made a mistake.
Well, maybe you ought to make one, Matt.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
Everybody ought to make a mistake once in a while. Keeps them from getting old.
Or else helps them along.
What's your trouble, Matt?
Feeling that somebody's guilty of not being able to prove it.
It's that Cyclone Ranch business, Miss Kitty.
Now, I know Bartlett didn't sell her.
His signature is on that bill of sale, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but a man can be made to sign something, Chester.
Well, why don't you find Mr. Bartlett and ask him?
Well, I'd settle for just finding him. I don't think I'd need to do any more asking.
Do you mean that the way it sounds, Matt?
Yeah. I know I'm jumping at conclusions, but the way things add up, it's the only answer that makes any sense.
Well, I hope you're wrong, Matt.
So do I, but I don't think I am.
Anyway, there's not much you can do about it right now. Why don't you forget it for a while? How about a round of drinks, Matt, in honor of spring?
Spring, huh? You and Chester.
Well, it is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, even the coyotes feel it. Did you hear him just after dark tonight yapping down along the river bottom?
Yeah, I heard him. Kitty, would you mind if we had that drink later?
Well, all right. But where are you going?
Well, I just thought that Chester and I might take a little ride, that's all. Hold up a minute, Chester.
Yes. Be all right to roll a cigarette, Mr. Dillon?
No, you better not. We're too close to the Bartlett place.
Miss Kitty sure was right about those coyotes. Every one of them and his brothers out tonight, all yapping their fool heads off.
Yeah.
You suppose those coyotes really know it's spring coming, Mr. Dillon?
It could be.
They're sure scattered all over the countryside.
There seems to be more of them off there toward the river bottom, though.
Yes, sir. I believe you're right, Mr. Dillon. Wonder why.
I don't know. Might be worthwhile taking a look.
Yes, sir.
You know, it sounds to me like most of those coyotes are up around those river bluffs there by the bend.
Yes, Mr. Dillon, I believe it does at that.
Come on, Chester. Let's ride over that way. They're on the other side of that willow thicket.
All right.
Now, let's cut through the thicket here.
Yeah. They must be awful interested in something, or they sure wouldn't let us get this close.
Well, I guess they heard you, Chester. I think most of them are over there at the foot of the bank. Let's take a look. Come on.
Chunk of the bank's caved off there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah, but the coyotes didn't do it. They've been trying to dig something up, not bury it. I wish there was more moonlight.
Yes, sir. Well, if you'd have told me what we were up to, I could have brought a lantern.
Well, I didn't know we were going to run into anything, Chester.
Yes,
sir. See if you can find a stick and let's scratch around in this loose dirt, huh?
All right, sir. Anybody had tried to tell me this morning that I'd be out here in the middle of the night digging in that dirt like a groundhog, not even knowing what the Sam Hill I was...
What is it, Chester? Did you find something?
Yes, sir. I sure have.
Here, let me see.
Mighty lucky hunch you had, Mr. Dillon.
Well, now we know why nobody saw the Bartletts leave town.
They killed him. They killed both of them.
Yeah. After they made him sign that bill of sale. Hit the dirt, Chester. They came from the edge of the bank up there. Watch for the next flash. Is that you, Wade?
Just to the left of that sumac, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I saw it. You're under arrest for murder, Wade. Now throw down that gun and come out of there with your hands up. All right, Chester, let's open up on him. Careful, Chester. You may be faking it.
Yes, sir. Only one thing, Mr. Dillon. It's not Wade. It's Dallas.
Then let's go find Wade.
Ranch is dark. Looks like they're all in bed.
It may be easier that way.
Yes,
I wish there was some way of keeping his mother out of it. I don't see how it can be.
Dallas? Is that you? Did you scare the coyotes away? I heard the shooting and
It's not Dallas, ma'am.
Why, it's the marshal and Mr. Proudfoot at this time of night. Well, this is quite a surprise.
Yes, ma'am, I reckon so. Is Jed here?
Well, I guess so. Maybe he's out in the barn or somewhere. What's wrong, Mr. Dillon? I sure do hope Jed ain't in some kind of trouble.
I just want to talk to him, Miss Wayne. Why don't you go on back in the house, huh? And we'll see if we can find him.
Well, all right, if you think best. You just go straight on back through the barn. I reckon you'll find him all right.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I know. Keep yourself covered.
I will. Sounds like he's working back there.
Yeah.
The Bartlett put up enough prairie hay here to last for 3 years.
Right on back, Dallas. Just about got these here running irons finished.
Dallas won't be needing any running irons, Wade, or anything else. He's dead. We found where you buried the Bartletts.
That's where that shooting was. You and Dallas.
You're under arrest for murder, Wade. And if you make a move, you're going to end up the same way Dallas did.
How could I do anything, Marshal? I've got no gun.
I noticed it hanging on the wall there behind you. You leave it there.
Sure.
Now lay down that hammer and stick out your wrist.
Sure. Anything you say.
Smash the lantern, Mr. Dillon.
Don't watch it, Chester. You'll have his gun now.
Get back, Chester.
Get back toward the door.
I can't see a thing in all this smoke.
Yeah, that haze is dry as powder. This burn's going to go up like a tinderbox. Wade! You haven't got a chance. Now come on out of there while you still can.
Why don't you come back here and get me?
Crazy fool. Come on out now!
The heat's getting awful bad, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. Back toward the door, Chester. We're going to have to get out of here.
Let's go on. Cave it in.
Let's tight, Chester.
Even for a man like Wade, that's not a good way to die, Mr. Dillon. Oh, no way is. Then you come right down to it, Chester.
Ted! My son Ted! He's in there, Eddie. He's there in all that fire.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
You got
but...
to do something. You got to go get him out of there.
No. I'm afraid there's no use,
I'm
ma'am.
going in myself.
No. It's too late to help him.
I always knowed it was going to end like this sometime. I always knowed it.
I'm sorry, Miss Wade.
She had done something real bad, didn't he, Mr. Dillon? Him and Dallas. That's why you come back here.
Yes, ma'am, I'm afraid so. They killed the people who owned this ranch. They buried them down along the riverbank.
Those boys done a lot of bad things, Mr. Dillon. But I don't hold with killing.
I'm sorry it had to happen this way, ma'am.
Mr. Dillon, I'd like to ask a favor.
Oh, why, certainly, ma'am.
I come out here in a wagon. It's out back of the house. Now that it's getting light, if you'd hitch up my team to it, I'd like to go back to town with you.
Chester? Yes, Mr. Dillon, I'll do it.
I'll just take what I brought, Mr. Dillon. Nothing else.
Well, just as you like, ma'am.
It's all in the trunk. Funny thing. I never did unpack it.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Joe Cranston, and Jerry Hausner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night night, Theater of Stars brings you Dana Andrews as a New England fisherman of the old school in a colorful, exciting drama of the clipper ship days titled The Token. Hear what happens when a determined young lady steals her sister's betrothal token and then sets out to steal the stalwart young fisherman as well. It's on Theater of Stars tomorrow night on most of these same stations. A feature presentation of CBS Radio at the Stars address. And you've heard of people stopping the show. Well, there's a show on CBS Radio every Sunday evening that stops the people. It's the Jack Benny Show, of course. And when it comes on the air, practically everybody stops doing practically everything except laughing. So tomorrow night, just stop everything and listen to Jack Benny. He'll be on your favorite CBS radio station. George Walsh speaking. And remember, Eve Arden, as our Miss Brooks, also teaches you how to laugh Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
MGM's Children's Matinee presents National Velvet, about a race called the Grand National, and a girl named Velvet, whose biggest dream was to win it.
Tell us more about your sister Velvet.
Sometimes she doesn't wash her neck.
Horses. What does it feel like to be in love with a horse?
I want to be a famous rider. I should like to hunt, ride to hounds. I should like to race.
Velvet's horse was called the Pie. The Pie was wild and unpredictable, but he was lightning fast.
Could the Pie win the Grand National?
Velvet Brown, who do you think you are?
Well, I'm the owner of the Pie.
And does that give you leave to go poking your head out amongst the stars? Believing you could take the richest, grandest prize a horse ever won?
A Grand National. Large dream for a little girl.
Sometimes it frightens me. I see things. I see things as big as life and think they're real.
Up you go.
Nothing to be frightened about. Just like the hedge at East Meadow.
Coming up on the far side. He's coming up fast. I can't quite see who it is. It's number 28. 28, it's the Pie.
MGM's National Velvet, the exciting story of a girl, a horse, and a dream, in color.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Rochester, step on it, or we'll be late for the broadcast.
Okay, boss.
Don't turn here. We got to pick up Miss Livingston.
Pick up Miss Livingston?
Yes, then we've got to pick up Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson. This is our first program, and it's up to me to gather my little group together.
What are you, a mother hen?
Never mind what I am. Be careful of those bumps. It's a wonder you wouldn't put a little air in these tires.
There's plenty of air. There just ain't enough tires.
Now, don't be so funny. I've got a brand new one on the front.
Sure stands out, don't it?
Rochester, just drive. Take it easy. Here we are at Miss Livingston's house now.
There she is waiting for us.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she look cute? Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Gee, Mary, I called you only 10 minutes ago. I'm surprised to see you all dressed up and waiting for us.
I owe it all to zippers.
Well, they are very handy. Well, hop in the car. We got to get to the studio.
Okay. Hold those springs down. I don't want to tear my new dress.
All right, get in. There you are.
Ouch, they got me.
Isn't that awful? Rochester, how many times have I told you to fix these seat cushions?
Either 9 or 10.
Well, I wish I knew what number was bingo with you. Now get going. We still got to pick up Phil and Don.
Okay, boss.
This motor's a little cold.
Gee, Jack, I thought you told me you bought a new car this year.
I said nothing of the kind. I said I was looking at new cars.
That'll never start a boom.
Rochester, this is a two-way conversation, so keep out of it.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Still driving a 1920 Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute. It's a late 1920. Anyway, in a couple of weeks, I may trade it in on a new model.
Don't do anything rash. I hear the horse is coming back.
Well, thanks for the tip. Now, turn here at this corner, Rochester. We got to pick up Mr. Harris.
I think we better stop and get some gas.
Gas? Oh, we can make it. We only got about 5 more blocks to go.
I know, but we've been riding on borrowed time all week.
What are you talking about? Look at that gauge. The needle says full.
You glued it there.
I did not. Now, hurry up. We got to get to Mr. Harris.
Where are we going to meet Phil?
Well, he told me to pick him up at Maisie's beauty parlor. He's probably getting the bags under his eyes pressed.
Oh, Jack, you're always running him down.
I am, eh?
Yes. You're just jealous because Phil's handsome and you're you.
Look, Mary, if you think I'm homely, why don't you come right out and say so?
It was perfectly clear to me.
Rochester, when I want anything decoded, I'll ask you. Until then, hush your mouth. Now pull over. There's the beauty parlor. Rochester, run in and get Mr. Harris. We haven't much time.
Never mind. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, just like Ann Sheridan. Now get in the car. Move over, Mary.
Boy, what an afternoon I had, sitting under that hot dryer.
Hey, I can imagine.
Who does your hair, Phil? Gladys or Maybelle?
Oh, I always use Goldie. She can curl rings around the other girls.
You know, Phil, if you'd wave your baton more and your hair less, I'd be a lot happier. Have you any good orchestra numbers prepared for our first show?
Darned if I know. I haven't seen my boys in a month.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say you haven't even rehearsed for our opening program? We'll be on the air in 5 minutes.
All right, so my band will sound spontaneous.
Spontaneous?
Yes, Mary, that's French for lousy. Can you imagine that? A guy has all summer to get a couple of numbers ready and doesn't do a thing about it.
Ah, stop worrying. My orchestra will sound as good as last year.
Well, Phil, for your information, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, orchestra better get better, or orchestra better get. Get it? I'd remember that, Phil. Who are you tooting at, Rochester?
There's Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker, where?
There he is, sitting on his front porch.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny. Oh, Kenny.
He can't answer. He's on another program.
Oh, that's right. Say, Rochester, you better step on it. We still have to pick up Don Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, my.
What are you my-mying about? This car seats 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Mr. Wilson seats 2.
Now, there's plenty of room, Rochester. He can sit in front with you.
You know, boss, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when fat man sit down in small car sit down also.
All right, Confucius, just drive.
Hey, Jack, isn't that Don Wilson's house there on the corner?
Yeah, there it is.
Look, there's his mother in front selling Jell-O.
Oh, loyal, isn't she? Slow down, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson!
What flavor, please?
Strawberry, and where's Donald?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Don's gone ahead to the studio.
Oh, he has. Well, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Jell-O
Jell-O, get your Jell-O here. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, isn't she a sweet little lady? Huh?
Hey, Jack, look what time it is.
Oh, my goodness. Step on it, Rochester. We'll be late for the first broadcast.
I told you we better get some gas. This miracle can't last.
Oh, it's downhill from now on, so hurry.
Okay, boss.
Not too fast. There's no top on this car.
There was when we started.
Oh, did we lose that again? Faster, Rochester, faster.
Darn it, my hair's blowing all over the place.
Well, stop complaining. So is mine.
Yeah, but yours blows right off.
Is that so? Come on, step on it, Rochester. We'll be late. Step on it.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Merry Old Land of Oz. Well, here we are again, folks, beginning our 6th year on the air for Jell-O. Sounds like a long time, but speaking for myself, I never knew time could go so fast. Why, it's disappeared before my very eyes, the way a Jell-O dessert disappears when you serve it to the family. For Jell-O has been good news to families ever since your grandmother brought home her first package of it, more than 40 years ago. And it's better news than ever today, for Jell-O has been constantly improved. It's quicker and easier to prepare nowadays. Dissolves instantly and sets quickly. It's far less expensive to buy, one of the most economical desserts you can have. And that wonderful Jell-O flavor has been made extra rich, made so full-bodied and tempting that it rivals the real ripe fruit. So remember what I've been telling you for the past 5 years. Those big red letters spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Merry Old Land of Oz, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is our inaugural program of the new Jell-O series, I would like to present our master of ceremonies. Who is he?
Who is he?
To begin with, he's a star of stage, screen, and radio. Plays the violin and was born in Waukegan, Illinois.
Oh, it must be me.
He is humorous, witty, and spends money like a drunken sailor.
Now that throws me off. Oh, well.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. It's up to you. Who is he?
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. For heaven's sake, Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm simply amazed at our audience. I've only been off the air 14 weeks. You'd think that somebody would have recognized me.
Well, Jack, you can't exactly blame our guests here tonight. After all, they're strangers.
Well, my father isn't a stranger. Look at him sitting in the second row. He's still guessing. Well, anyway, Don, it's sure good to be back on the air again, isn't it?
It certainly is. You know, Jack, I'm much happier when I'm working than when I'm laying off.
Me too, Don. I hate just walking by the bank. What have you been doing this summer, Don? Did you have a nice vacation?
Well, Jack, I didn't do much of anything. I just got on my yacht and took a cruise up and down the coast. It was a lot of fun.
You got on your yacht? Why, Don, do you own a yacht?
Oh, sure. I bought one last July. It's a tremendous thing.
Well, that's quite a surprise. You mean to say that you bought a yacht on what I... Well,
I was pretty lucky in the stock market this summer.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. Well, that was nice, Don. I'm glad you had such a grand summer. And, you know, I've never seen you looking better. You've lost weight, haven't you?
Yes, boating in the salt air will do that for you. I've lost 5 pounds.
5 pounds? That's like a centipede losing a toenail. 5 pounds.
Well, it's a start. By the way, Jack, what did you do on your vacation?
Well, I wanted to do something different this year, so Rochester and I just piled into my car, took a tent along, and toured the whole country. You know, we sort of led the gypsy life.
The gypsy life, huh?
Yes, Rochester read tea leaves, and I played the fiddle. We did very well in Memphis. And, oh, Don, I must tell you something. Just a second. Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Aldrich family?
No, this is the Benny family. The Aldrich family has moved to another station.
Well, turn my dial. Goodbye.
Oh, how I'd love to. Well, anyway, Don, say, what was I talking about?
You were telling me about your vacation, Jack.
Oh, yes. I must tell you what happened when I was... Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell you later. Here comes Mary.
Hello, Joe. What do you know? I'm back again on the Jello show. I hope I make you laugh and giggle. Chop, 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 and dig, dig, diggle.
Well... Well, it was certainly nice to you, Mary. I didn't get a reception like that.
Hello, Mary. It's sure good to see you again.
Oh, hello, Don. Say, what happened to you? You look marvelous.
Well, thanks. I've been taking good care of myself this summer.
Yes, Mary. Don lost 5 pounds on his yacht.
His stomach looks thinner, too.
Certainly does. Say, you got quite a nice coat of tan, Mary. What'd you do all summer?
Well, I stayed right here in Hollywood until we had that awful heat wave. Good thing you missed it.
Yeah, they tell me it was pretty bad here.
Jack, it was simply unbearable. It was 107 degrees in my shade.
You must have been in demand, Don. Say, Mary, you didn't stay in town during that hot spell, did you?
No, I went down to Laguna Beach and spent 2 weeks with my aunt and uncle.
Oh, is your uncle in business down there?
Yes, he's a shill for a lemonade stand.
Well, that's quite a novel occupation. So you were down at the beach, huh?
Yeah. And, oh, Jack, I must tell you.
What?
I met the cutest lifeguard down there.
Yeah?
What a doll.
Uh-huh.
He saved my life 4 times.
Mary, how could he save your life? You always wear water wings.
I bit a hole in him.
Well, that was using your teeth. So you found a new romance, eh? What's his name, Mary?
Barracuda Jones.
Oh, I'd like to catch him or meet him sometime. Bring him over. Well, Don, I think it's about time that Mr. Harris got here. Where's Phil?
Here I am, Jackson.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is Smiling Phil Harris, back on the good old Jello program. Yeah, make it Jello. Back at the NBC studio, which is just a mile and a half from the Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Yeah.
Don't humor him, folks. He's conceited enough. Well, Phil, that's quite an entrance you gave yourself. Music and everything.
Well, I had nothing to do with that, Jack. The boys planned it themselves. It was spontaneous.
Is that from the French?
Definitely. Well, Phil, at that, I don't blame you for giving yourself a build-up on the first show. And now that you're here, how about a number?
Look, I'm an actor. I ain't playing till I get a little dialogue.
Oh, a little dialogue, eh? All right, then. Tell me, Phil, what'd you do this summer? Did you have a nice vacation?
I certainly did.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Harris...
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I told you I'm not playing a number until I get a couple of laughs here.
Phil, the easiest way for you to get laughs is to play a number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
Oh, by the way, Jack,
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, aren't we going to have a singer on the show this season?
Oh, of course, Don. I'm trying out a young tenor. He's a kind of a cute kid, too. He should be here soon.
Say, Jack.
What?
Tell him about that other singer you wanted to get.
What other singer?
You know, the one you thought you could put over on the sponsor.
I didn't try to put anything over, so don't...
What was it, Barry?
Well, after Kenny Baker left, Jack thought he'd save a little money this year.
I did not.
What happened, Mary?
He tried to get his canary on the program.
Well, I just figured it'd be a novelty for a couple of weeks. Besides, Dickie Boy can whistle Sunrise Serenade with the best of them. Believe me.
What's the name of this young fellow you're trying out?
His name is Day, Denis Day. His mother's here with him.
How old is she?
It's none of your business. Anyway, you'll meet him soon. Now, go ahead, Phil. Let's hear a good, hot tune.
Would you like to hear something about 107 in the shade?
As if you could, brother. Play anything. We can take it. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes. It's for you, Jack. It's Mrs. Day.
Oh, Dennis's mother. Give me that phone. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already. Hello, Mrs. Day. How are you? Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, we're expecting you right away. Well, look, Mrs. Day, can't Dennis take his bath later? I mean, we're on the air now. We need him. Fine, he's been in town 3 weeks, and he has to take a bath today.
That'll never hurt the program.
Quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, I'm not trying to run your affairs, but you see, this is our first program of the season, and Denis should be here on time. You know, this isn't a clam bake. We're established. Now, please hop in a car and rush Denis over here immediately. What? Should he wear a blue suit or a gray suit?
Tell her to wrap a towel around him.
Mary. He can wear anything, Mrs. Day. Now, hurry, won't you? Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a lilac she is. Play, Phil, and that canary wasn't such a bad idea after all. That was Go Fly a Kite from the Star Maker, played by Phil Harris and his spontaneous orchestra. Say, Phil, that number sounded a lot better than I expected. Wasn't it good, Mary?
Yeah, that was swell, Phil.
Oh, it was all right, but personally, I thought the boys played a little too pianissimo.
Too what?
Pianissimo, too loud.
Phil, even though you carry a union card, for your information, pianissimo means soft. Fortissimo is loud.
Is that so? Would you like to make a little bet on that?
Would I like to? I'd love to.
Then you must be right.
You're darn right I'm right. You know, I didn't study music 15 years for nothing.
No kidding, Jack. Did you study the violin for 15 years?
I certainly did.
He admits it yet.
Listen, Mary. Mary, you can joke about it now, but when I was a young fella, I was torn between two loves. In fact, it was a toss-up whether I'd become a concert violinist or a comedian. I didn't know which path to take.
Don't tell her finish. I'm reading the book.
That's very amusing, Mary. However, if you'd like to know the truth, the first time that I... Hey, that must be Denis Day and his mother. Now, listen, fellas, before they come in, I want to tell you something. While they're here, I want you to show me a little courtesy and respect. I'd like to get this kid started out on the right foot. Now, remember that.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And that's more like it.
There's somebody at the door, kind sir.
All right, don't overdo it. Come in. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? How do you do? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Denis.
Yes, come in. Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right, Mrs. Day. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh.
You sure walked into that one.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
Mary, I'll mind my face and you mind your business. Oh, Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Day?
How do you do, Miss Day?
And this is her little boy, Denis.
Say hello to the people, Denis.
Hello to the people.
Oh, fine.
Well, naturally, Mary, he's a little nervous, aren't you, Denis?
Am I, Mother? Certainly not.
Oh. Now, Denis, I want you to feel right at home here. After all, I know you must be a little bit nervous. We're all your friends, and we want to help you in every possible way.
I'm indeed grateful, Mr. Benny.
That's sweet. And now, Mrs. Day.
Yes?
How can a basso profundo like that have a tenor for a son? Now, Mrs. Day, I realize this being Denis's first time here that you're not aware of our schedule. You see, we have a very definite starting time.
You have?
Yes, we do our first broadcast at exactly 4 o'clock Pacific time, and our repeat broadcast at precisely 8:30. Now, is that clear?
Perfectly. And when is payday?
Payday?
That's not so definite.
Miss Livingston, please. Oh, he'll get paid, Mrs. Day. Don't worry about that. Now, Denis, I think that about covers everything. That's all there is, and that's all you have to know. You're here to sing, so just be on time and do your best. Now, are there any questions?
Yes. When do I get some funny lines?
Funny lines?
I know how you feel, Bub.
Phil, you complain once more, and you'll be known as the silent maestro. Now, Denis, what song have you selected for your debut on our Jell-O program?
He's going to sing a delightful new number called Good Night, My Beautiful. It's becoming very popular.
Yes, I know. It's a grand number. Now, before you sing, Denis, I thought our audience would like to know something more. Know your age. How old are you?
59, including mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, Denis. How old are you by yourself?
Denis is just 19.
19? Well, 19 from 59. That makes you 40, doesn't it, Mrs. Day?
I'll take that.
Take it. You snapped at it. Now, just one more question, Denis. Where is your home? That is, where were you born?
Denis was born in Cairo, Illinois.
Oh, Cairo, eh?
Whoop, an Egyptian.
Bill, the boy was born in Cairo, Illinois, not Egypt.
Well, a comedian like me overlooks them details.
I'd like to catch you overlooking the Grand Canyon someday. Now, go ahead, Denis. We're all waiting and anxious to hear your song. Now, this is the microphone.
How do you do?
You are nervous, aren't you? But go right ahead. You haven't a thing to worry about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his first song on the Jell-O program, Denis Day will sing Good Night, My Beautiful from George White's Scandals. Take it, my boy.
Now, remember, Denis, breathe deeply. Yes, Mother. Don't forget the words. No, Mother. Come here. Let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day. Very good. Sing, Denis. Oh, boy, I'd love to give her a hot foot.
Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dream of you, darling. Someday I hope that bidding you good night will mean nothing more than turning out a light. Someday good night will bring me closer to you. But in the meantime, this will have to do. Good night, my beautiful. Just being with you is so beautiful, and tearing away from your arms is not easy to do. Good night, my wonderful. There's nobody who is so wonderful. Each moment with you is like living a dream come true. So hold me close to you. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Your love is all I have to waken for tomorrow. Good night, my beautiful. the night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dreams of you. My wonderful dreams of you.
Yes, sir. Denis, that was very, very good. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. You've made me the happiest girl in the world.
Oh. Oh, he is nervous, folks. Play, Phil.
If you want to enjoy real delicious old-fashioned goodness in a new-fashioned dessert, a dessert that's quick and easy and inexpensive, here's the answer. Jell-O chocolate pudding. Yes, ma'am, there's the answer to your family when they ask you for something new for dessert. Jell-O chocolate pudding is the best-tasting dessert you ever dipped a spoon in. Rich and creamy with a satin smoothness, with an old-fashioned chocolate flavor, and a rich, full chocolate flavor that's tempting and delicious. And best of all, Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow tasting and smooth. It has a delicious taffy color and a real true butterscotch flavor as appetizing as old-fashioned butterscotch candy. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and inviting, always a family favorite. All 3 Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to make. The simple directions are in every package, and the easiest and most economical way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, our first program is over. Aren't you happy?
Yeah. Just think, only 38 more weeks and we can take our vacation.
That's right. Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll someplace think of... Oh.
Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll think... I'm nervous, Jack.
Oh, we'll think of someplace. Yeah. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Jell-O.
Here's news. There'll be another Jell-O product on the air starting next Tuesday night, October 10th. Jell-O pudding. Jell-O puddings will bring you the Aldrich family, and if you've enjoyed the adventures of Henry Aldrich all summer, we think you'll be mighty glad to know that he'll be with you this winter, too. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. Next Tuesday, October 10th.
The Merry Old Land of Oz is from the Wizard of Oz. Go Fly a Kite is from the Star Maker. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Just for a change. Why can't you take a bit of interest in some other body but me?
I'm not interested in you. Only you don't talk. That's bound to make people wonder
Wonder what?
what you're thinking.
You'd be surprised.
doesn't seem possible, does it? Yet murder's a thing that doesn't seem possible either. Just something you read about in the newspapers. It can't touch us. Oh, but it can. It's here. It's all around us. It's in that forest. It's in this house. We're living with it.
You come back here to be alone with me, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, I did. I thought I wanted to. I never knew before what murder was like.
What you going to do with that?
It's exciting, isn't it? Something that's never happened to you before. Being alone at this time of night with a chap like me. You're not frightened. You're excited. I can tell you are. Your eyes are shining. And you've got color in your cheeks. And your heart's beating. Isn't it?
Don't. Oh, I'm frightened of you.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Don Amici in The Shop Around the Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In the summer, your producer's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of Don Amici and Claudette Colbert. Summer arrived officially day before yesterday at 11:34 a.m., so we've got Claudette and Don right here tonight. Since they were also right here last year about this time, I suggest we consider them a sign of the season, like the ball game on the corner lot or the first picnic. You'll hear these two stars in The Shop Around the Corner, adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture success. The play has an air of goodwill to it, a gay mood of laughter and romance that few motion pictures have matched. It's a story of a little group of people who work together in a certain little shop around the corner, a kind of world in itself, where there's a share of good and bad luck for everyone. Usually, of course, the shop around any corner is where you get Lux Flakes. But we had a letter the other day from a woman who didn't take any chances on finding it that close. She was going to Liberia, West Africa, so she prudently took some along. And it pretty nearly got her the reputation of being a witch doctor. A few weeks ago, she writes, I decided to have a bedspread washed, so I took it and a box of Lux to the native washman. When he saw me put the Lux Flakes in the water and just swish them around, you should have seen his face. Then I put a few flakes on his hand and then a little water and told him to rub his hands. He did, and when the suds appeared, he thought it was white man's magic. That's a good thing to know if you ever go to West Africa. But you'll find the magic of Lux Flakes just as useful right here at home. And now the magic of radio brings you The Shop Around the Corner, starring Claudette Colbert as Karen and Don Amici as Martin, with Felix Bressart as Peters. And here's the curtain for the first act. The firm of Matuchek and Company, Novelties and Leather Goods, has been doing business in the same location for 35 years. It's not a large store, nor is it small. Its merchandise is not cheap, nor is it expensive. This is just an ordinary everyday shop, and its clerks are ordinary everyday people. At 8:55 each morning, they stand behind the counters, dusting the goods and gossiping. At 9 sharp, they snap quickly to attention as Mr. Matuchek enters the front door and in a ringing voice delivers his first order of the day.
Joey! Yes, Mr. Matichak. Joey, run across the street and get me some bicarbonated soda.
Yes, Mr. Matichak.
Good morning, Lily.
Good morning, Mr. Matichak.
Good morning, Miss Baker.
Good morning, Mr. Matichak.
Good morning, Mr. Peters.
Good morning, Mr. Matichak.
Good morning, Mr. Harvey.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Matichak.
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Martin, I'd like to see you in a few minutes on a very important matter.
Yes, sir, anytime you say.
Well, Martin, won't be long now.
What do you mean?
Well, I hear you had dinner with Mr. Matichak and his wife last night.
Oh, that, yeah.
And now this morning he wants to see you about something important. You'll be the manager pretty soon.
Oh, I don't know. Say, Peters, want to hear something nice?
You're not the manager yet?
No. It's a letter from a girl.
Oh, girl.
Yeah, listen to this, listen. My heart was trembling as I walked into the post office, and there you were lying in box 237. I took you out of your envelope and read you right there. Oh, my dear friend.
What is all this?
Well, you see, I was looking through the ads in the Sunday paper, and I ran across one that said, here, I'll show you. See?
A modern girl wishes to correspond on cultural subjects anonymously with intelligent, sympathetic young man.
That's me.
Address, dear friend, box 237. I know those ads. The papers are full of them. How long has this been going on?
Well, we've exchanged 4 letters. And Peter, she's no ordinary girl. Listen, here on page 8, she says, here. Are you tall or short? Are your eyes brown or blue? Don't tell me. What does it matter so long as our minds meet?
You are right. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. And then she says, there are so many great and beautiful things to discuss in this world of ours. It would be wasting these precious moments if we told each other the vulgar details of how we earn our daily bread. I agree with you when you say, she means me, what are men and women for but to rise above the stupid necessities of the 8-hour day?
You said that?
Sure. You see, yes, Mr. Matichak?
Martin, I can get 5 dozen more of these cigarette boxes from Nichols Brothers. What do you think of it? I think it's great. You see, you open it up like this.
No, Mr. Matichak, that's not for us.
You haven't even listened to it. It plays O Cicogna.
Well, even if it played Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, I'd still say no. I don't like the whole idea.
It's wonderful how quickly you can make up your mind. I've been in this business for 35 years, and it took me a whole hour to decide that I like it. But I guess you're a genius. Harvey.
Yes, Mr. Matichak.
Listen, what do you think of this? Look. Now, I want your honest opinion. Don't let me influence you. Hear that? That's a very popular classic. Well, Miss Baker?
I think people who smoke cigarettes and who love to hear O Cicogna will like it.
Harvey, what do you think?
I'd even go further. I think it'll make music lovers out of cigarette smokers and cigarette smokers out of music lovers. I think it's sensational.
Well, Mr. Martin?
I still think it's terrible.
Give me one reason.
All right. Let's say a man smokes 20 cigarettes a day. So he opens the box 20 times, and 20 times he has to listen to O Cicogna. And besides that, it's imitation leather and cheap glue. In 2 weeks, the whole thing will come apart, and all you have left is O Cicogna.
I know it. I know it's an imitation leather. You don't have to tell me. You just sell things and let me do the buying.
Excuse me, Mr. Matichak. Nichols Brothers are on the phone.
I'll take it here.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Nichols? This is Matichak. Cancel the rest of those cigarette boxes. They're terrible.
Well, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Anything I can do for you? We're having a sale on purses today.
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't want to buy anything.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right. If you want to look around, just make yourself at home.
Thank you. I wonder if I could see Mr. Matichak.
Well, Mr. Matichak is very busy at the moment. If you tell me what you wanted, I'm sure I could take care of you.
Well, I noticed in the window that you're having a summer sale.
Oh, yes, madam. Everything is reduced 25%.
Really? That's wonderful. I guess you'll do a big business.
Oh, there's no question about it. We'll probably have such a big rush we won't be able to take care of the customers.
Then you ought to have some extra help.
Oh, we probably will.
In that case, maybe you can use me. I'm looking for a job.
What's the idea of letting me go through this whole routine?
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Do you think you could help me to get a job here?
I wish I could, but there isn't a chance.
But you just told me you'd need some extra help because of the rush.
Look around for yourself. You can see what kind of business we're doing. Every half hour, another customer rushes in.
Well, listen, I've had a lot of experience.
Yeah, but I know the situation here.
I worked for 2 years at Blake & Company, and I left of my own accord. And before that, I was with Blayton Brothers for 10 months.
Now, listen, if it were up to me, I'd put you to work, but I'm not the boss. So
well, then why don't you let me see him?
Because he's in a very bad mood today.
I'll take a chance. Maybe I can cheer him up.
Now, listen, madam, I've been here 9 years. I know Mr. Matichak inside and out. I know exactly what his attitude would be. I can tell you word for word exactly what he'd say.
Mr. Martin? Come here.
Now, you see what you've done?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, coming, Mr. Matichek.
So, Mr. Martin, you know every reaction of mine, eh? You know exactly what I think even before I think it. You're not only a genius, you're a mind reader.
But, Mr. Matichek.
Never mind now. I'll take care of this customer.
But, Mr. Matichek.
Quiet. Good morning, madam. I'm Mr. Matichek.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Matichek.
Please have a seat.
Thank you. Mr. Matichek, I was at Blake & Company.
I'm sure you'll find much nicer things at our shop.
No, I mean I work there. I'm looking for a job.
A job? You mean... Oh, no. That's impossible. It's out of the question. Good, eh?
Oh, but Mr. Matichek...
I have no time. I'm very busy.
Mr. Matichek, please, I've got to have a job. And I'm good. I know merchandise. Really, I do. Please, just give me a chance.
Oh, so you know merchandise. Let me ask you something. Would you buy a box like this? Well,
I couldn't buy anything at the moment.
No. I just wanted your opinion, your honest opinion. Do you like it?
Oh, yes, I do. It's marvelous.
Why?
I think it's romantic.
Romantic? What's romantic about it?
Huh? Well, cigarettes and music. I don't know. It makes me think of moonlight and cigarettes and music.
There, Martin. There's the woman's point of view.
But Mr. Matichek,
How much are you selling it for?
Well, I'd say $4.25.
That's a bargain. That's a real bargain.
Oh, that's a candy box, isn't it?
No, madam. It's
yes, madam. Yes, madam. That's a candy box. And I would say a very unusual one.
Yes, I like it. How much is it?
Watch, madam. It has a very distinctive feature.
Well,
you see?
Is that coming out of this?
Yes, madam, yes. It's O Chichonia, a very popular classic.
Oh, no, that'll never do. Where do people get ideas like that? Can you imagine? Every time you take a piece of candy, you have to listen to that song. Oh, no.
Oh, no, madam, wait, please. I know just what you mean, madam. And yet you see some of our customers like it for the very thing you object to. Now, there's no denying we all have a weakness for candy. And when I say weakness, I don't mean say anything against candy. I only mean we're inclined to overdo it a little.
That's true, I suppose.
Now, for instance, madam, have you any idea how many pieces of candy you eat a day?
Well, no, I never gave it a thought. But I am taking on weight.
That's just it. We pick up a piece of candy absent-mindedly, and then we take another piece. And before we realize it, we've gained a pound or two.
Don't I know it?
Now, you see, this little box makes you candy conscious. That's what Matichek and Company designed it for. Every time you open it, this little song is a message to you, see? Too much candy, and I'll be careful.
Well, how much is it?
$5.50 reduced from $6.95. It's a real bargain.
I'll take it. You can wrap it up while I look at these purses.
Well, Mr. Matichek.
What's your name, young lady?
Smith, Karen Smith.
Miss Smith, you may report for work tomorrow morning.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Martin here will show you the ropes.
Yes, of course.
Or perhaps you can show him.
Help the needy, Christmas dinners for the needy.
Yeah, late this morning, Martin.
No, it's only 10 up.
Morning, Martin. Hello, Peters.
Hello.
Morning, Mr. Harvey. Oh, say, Martin, can you come to the house tonight?
No, I'm sorry, Peters. I have a big dinner date tonight.
Oh, with the boss again?
No, he doesn't invite me anymore. Say, how do you figure him out?
I give up. It's certainly difficult to get along with him these days.
He hardly talks to me anymore.
You know what I think? I think he's having trouble with his wife.
Who is? Matichek?
I wasn't talking to you, Harvey.
You said Matichek was having trouble with his wife?
I didn't say that at all. I only
Never
said...
mind, Peters. Go on, Harvey. You got work to do, haven't you?
Sure. We all have.
I don't like that fellow.
Say, we better get this counter dusted before Matichek gets here.
No, I do it, Martin.
No, we'll both do it. Say, Peters, you mind if I ask you a personal question?
No, go ahead.
Now, this is very confidential. Peters, suppose a fellow like me wants to get married.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Who is the girl?
Now, listen, I only said suppose.
Oh.
Now, look, how much does it cost you to live? Just you and Mrs. Peters, leaving out the children.
Why fool yourself?
Well, let's say temporarily. How much does it cost?
Oh, it can be done, and very nicely. Naturally, you can't be extravagant.
No. Well, suppose a fellow took a 3-room apartment, kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Where do you eat?
In the kitchen. You get a nice big kitchen.
Well, then where do you entertain?
Entertain? What are you, an ambassador? Listen, if someone is really your friend, he comes after dinner.
Good morning.
Well, good morning, Miss Smith.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, Miss Smith.
Yes, Mr. Martin?
I noticed you wore a yellow blouse with light green dots yesterday.
As usual, you're mistaken, Mr. Martin. It was a green blouse with light yellow dots, and everybody else thought it was very becoming.
Now, listen.
And I don't remember that I ever remarked about your neckties. And believe me, Mr. Martin, if you think I couldn't say anything about them, just ask Mr. Harvey. So please leave my blouse alone. It's none of your business.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Matichek seems to think it is my business.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm working under you. Well, from now on, Mr. Martin, I'll telephone you every morning and describe just what I'm going to wear. And before I select my next season's wardrobe, my dressmaker will submit samples to you. Oh, imagine you dictating what I should wear.
Now, you get this straight. I don't care what you wear. If you want to look like a pony in a circus, all right. But I have troubles of my own without your blouse coming between Mr. Matichek and me.
Look, I sold as much goods yesterday as anybody in the place. $95 isn't bad for a rainy Friday 3 weeks before Christmas. Did you tell that to Mr. Matichek?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said tell her not to come in that blouse anymore.
Tell him I won't.
I will. What was I just saying, Peters?
About your girl. Who is she, Martin?
Oh, yeah. Remember that girl I was corresponding with?
Oh, yes, about the cultural subjects.
Well, after a while we came to the subject of love. Naturally, on a very cultural level.
What else can you do in a letter?
You know, Peter, she's the most marvelous girl in the world.
Is she pretty?
She has such ideals, Peter. She's so far above the girls you meet today. There's simply no comparison.
I see. She's not pretty.
Well, what's the difference? As a matter of fact, I don't know whether she is or not. You see, I haven't met her yet.
You haven't?
No, I keep on postponing it. I'm scared, Peters. See, this girl thinks I'm the most wonderful person in the world, and after all, there's a chance she might be disappointed.
Yes, there's a chance. On the other hand, you might be disappointed, too.
Oh, no. No, I won't. I'm as sure of that as I am my own name. Peters, I'm meeting her tonight for dinner.
Where?
In a restaurant on 8th Street.
I suppose you're going to wear a red carnation, huh?
Yes, I am. And she's going to have one as a bookmark and a copy of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. Gee, you know, I haven't slept for days.
What's her name?
I don't even know that. I just call her Dear Friend or Dear Box 237.
Oh, Dear Box 237. Oh, I'm sure she'll be beautiful.
Well, not too beautiful. What chance would there be for a fellow like me?
What do you want, a homely girl?
No, not wood for just a lovely average girl. That's all I want.
Mm-hmm. Good morning.
Morning, Mr.
Morning, Mr. Matt.
I just want to tell you our window looks terrible. There isn't a store on the street that doesn't look better. So when do we get any customers? Everybody will have to stay tonight to redecorate.
Stay. Tonight of all nights.
There goes your date with Box 237.
Yeah. Hand me those belts, Joey, will you? Belong up here on the shelf.
Okay. Say, Mr. Martin, do you think I have to work tonight, too?
After all, I'm a child.
No, you don't have to say tonight.
No kidding?
I'll straighten it out with Mr. Matichek.
Oh, gee, thanks.
May I help you, Mr. Martin?
No, thank you, Miss Smith.
With no trouble at all. I'd like to. Yesterday, I put all the imported bags on the shelf over there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the way you wanted it, Mr. Martin?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it. If there's anything wrong, I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me.
Since when are you so interested in my idea of what's right or wrong?
Well, I like to please you, Mr. Martin. Now, after all, I'm working under you.
You know, you don't have to keep harping on that.
Oh, no, I don't mean it that way at all. Regardless of what I think of you personally, I believe that anybody who works with you and doesn't get a great deal out of it is just dumb.
Just what do you mean, what you think of me personally?
Well, since you asked, I'd say no matter what can be said against you, I think you're a gentleman.
Well, I try to be.
Mr. Martin, you don't realize what that means to a working girl. Well, what a girl has to go through in some shops. Well, for instance, when I worked at Booten Brothers and Sons, well, the sons were all right, but the brothers, oh. And that's why I like it here. You see, when you say, Miss Smith, let's go in the stock room and put some belts on the shelf, you really want to put some belts on the shelf. And that's my idea of a gentleman.
Well, I just don't believe in mixing belts with pleasure. You know, this is the first time you've shown a little sense. Maybe there's hope for you after all.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Norton. Oh, I almost forgot. Would it be possible, Mr. Martin, do you think you could spare me tonight? Then maybe Mr. Matichek would let me off.
Oh, so that's why I'm a gentleman. That's why you learn so much from me all of a sudden, hmm?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
You just want to get off early, huh?
I have to, Mr.
Well, you're
Martin.
out of luck. What a cheap trick that was, and I nearly fell for it, too.
Mr. Martin, I have to get off tonight. It's terribly
For
important.
6 months, you've done everything you could to antagonize me, and now you have the nerve to come
Well,
in
you
here.
haven't been very nice to me. No matter what I do, it's wrong. If I wrap a package, it's not the right way. If I make a suggestion, and some of them are very good, you don't even listen. Everything has to be done exactly your way, and even then you don't like it. When I came into this place, I was full of life and enthusiasm, and... Well, now I'm nothing. You've taken all my personality away. But let me tell you something. Any day now, I may be in a position where I won't have to work anymore. And, Mr. Martin, I'll really tell you then what I think of you. Mr. Martin, I don't like you.
Karen, what's the matter?
Oh, he won't let me off. And I've got to get away early tonight. I've just got to. I have a date. It's the most important thing that ever happened to me in all my life.
I know. The boy you told me about. What was his name?
That's what makes it so awful. I don't even know his name. I just call him Box 237.
In a moment, you'll hear Act 2 of The Shop Around the Corner, starring Donna Magee, Claudette Colbert, and Felix Bressart. Oh, Sally, you have a story for us during our brief intermission, haven't you?
Yes, Mr. Ruick. Let's pretend we can all fly wherever we will, swiftly yet invisibly. Here we are, then, on a warm June evening near the front porch of a pretty little home somewhere in America. There's a young man sitting on the porch with his wife.
Gosh, you look swell tonight, Joni.
And me, an old married woman.
This dress, isn't it the one you wore that evening when...
What evening, silly?
Well, it was a pink dress anyway, like this one, and when I saw you in it, it took my breath away.
And when you got it back?
Why, then I begged for the job of buying your dresses all my life.
How often a charming dress plays its part in romance. That's something every woman knows, isn't it? And now that we have wonderful new Quick Lux Flakes, it's so easy to keep dresses dainty and lovely looking so that you always seem appealing. New Quick Lux, you know, is safe care for every color or fabric that's safe in water alone. The gentle Lux suds swiftly float away soil, perspiration, leave your pretty dresses fresh and charming.
That's something that almost every woman knows, too, Libby.
Of course it is, because twice as many women use new Quick Lux Flakes for nice dresses as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. And here's a hint about warm weather. Be sure to Lux dresses often, for even a hint of perspiration can drive romance away.
Thank you, Libby. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of The Shop Around the Corner, starring Donna Magee as Martin and Claudette Colbert as Karen, with Felix Bressart as Peters. It's later the same day. Mr. Matuszek's temperature has risen with each passing hour, for 6 of his employees have asked for the evening off. Now Martin is the unlucky 7th, and Mr. Matuszek hits the boiling point.
Do you mean that you want the evening off too, Martin?
Well, yes, Mr. Matuszek.
What is this? Does everybody want to leave? Once here, I asked you to stay here.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Matuszek. If I'd only known yesterday, I could have...
see. You want a special invitation. Next time, I'll send you an engraved announcement.
Mr. Matuszek, this is the first time in years that I've asked a favor. I think you're being unjust.
I'm being unjust. Once here, I asked 7 ladies and gentlemen. 7, mind you, and next door, a shop twice as big as mine employs only 4. And, good afternoon, madam. Is there anything I can show you?
Have you traveling bags for men? Oh, with a zipper?
Oh, yes, madam, yes. We have every type of traveling bag in the zipper.
Thank you so much. I'm just doing a little window shopping for my husband. He'll be here tomorrow.
I'd be delighted to serve your husband.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
7 ladies and gentlemen, I ask one day in a year to be so kind as to redecorate a window, and you have the nerve, Mr. Martin, the oldest employee in the place, who should set an example.
You spoke to me like this yesterday. What did I do? The whole week you've treated me like this without any reason at all.
Without any reason? Maybe I have more reason than you think.
Well, it's obvious that you're not satisfied with me.
You can draw your own conclusion.
In that case, there's only one thing to do. Maybe we'd better call it a day.
Maybe we'd better. Miss Baker will see that you get your check.
Thank you.
Mr. Matuszek, there's someone on your private phone.
I'll take it in my office. Hello?
Mr. Matacek?
Yes?
This is the Kane Detective Agency. We have that information about your wife.
Oh, well, don't tell me on the phone. Come over to my shop, please.
What time, Mr. Matacek?
Come now, please. I'll be waiting. Mr. Peters.
Yes, Mr. Matacek.
Tell everyone they may go home. We'll do the windows tomorrow. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Well, it's true about my wife?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Matacek. Now, here we have the complete record from our operatives, two of our most reliable men.
Go on.
Report on Mrs. Emma Matacek. On December 6th, Mrs. Matacek left her apartment at 8:45. She walked 2 blocks up to 10th Street. There, Mrs. Matacek was joined by a young man.
A young man?
Yes, your suspicions were correct, Mr. Matacek. The man was one of your own employees.
I know. He's been to my house for dinner. He's been working for me almost 10 years.
10 years? That's funny. Our report says only 4.
Martin has been here 10 years in January.
Martin? But the young man your wife met is named Harvey.
What's that?
Francis W. Harvey, 464 Hill Street.
Oh, then I see. Let me have that report, please.
Yes, sir.
22 years we've been married. 22 years I was proud of my wife. Well, she didn't want to grow old with me. If you send me your bill, I'll take care of it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Matacek. Good night.
Good night.
Is this a restaurant where you were going to meet her?
Yeah. Go ahead, Peters. Go on in.
Why don't you go in? I really think you should keep your date.
No, I haven't got the heart. Not after what happened today. I was going to get married. Now I haven't even got a job. Peters, do me a favor and deliver my note, please.
All right.
And look, Peters, I don't want to know what she looks like. If she's homely, I've had enough bad news for one day. And if she's lovely, it'll make it so much more difficult, so don't tell me.
No, I won't. Now, what's the name of that book again?
Anna Karenina, and a red carnation is a bookmark.
Wait. Maybe I'd better look in the window first. You stand over that way, out of sight.
Well, see her?
No, not yet. Oh, say, there's a beautiful girl.
Really?
Very beautiful. But no book.
Oh.
Oh, there's another girl. Oh, wait a minute. I think I see the book. Right here under the window. Yes, Anna Karenina by Tolstoy. And the carnation.
Go on.
I can't see her face. She's sitting behind that rack. Wait, there's a cup of coffee on the table. She's taking a piece of cake. Martin, she's dunking.
Well, why shouldn't she?
All right. She's leaning forward now. Martin, she... Oh.
Can you see her?
Yes, I see her.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty.
Oh, she is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say she looks... She has a little of the coloring of Karen.
Karen? You mean Karen Smith? Miss Smith in the store?
Now, Martin, you'll have to admit that Karen is a good-looking girl. And personally, I've always found her a very likable girl.
Oh, this is a fine time to be talking about Miss Smith.
Well, if you don't like Miss Smith, I can tell you right now you're not going to like this girl either.
Well, why?
Because it is Miss Smith.
No. It can't be. No, Peters.
Well, look for yourself.
Miss Smith? This is horrible. Give me that note.
What are you going to do? Let that poor girl wait in there?
Well, why shouldn't Miss Smith wait? For 6 months she's fought with me every day.
But still, she wrote those letters.
Oh, well, that's my misfortune.
Well, I'm going back to the shop. I've got some things to do. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, Peters.
Excuse me, miss. Can I take this chair?
Oh, no, don't, please. I'm expecting somebody, waiter. He'll be here any minute.
Okay. Red carnation, huh?
Yes.
A few nights ago, we had a case with roses. Turned out very nice. Very nice. But once, about 3 months ago, we had a sad case with gardenias.
She waited all night and nobody came.
Oh, really? She must have felt terrible.
Well, that's life, you know. You have to expect things like that.
Yes, of course. Waiter, isn't your clock a little fast? My watch says only 8:27.
Oh, listen, you got nothing to worry about. A pretty girl like you, if he doesn't come, I'll put on a carnation myself.
Hello, Miss Smith.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Mr. Martin.
What a coincidence. I had an appointment here. You, haven't seen Mr. Peters by any chance, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, guess I'll wait. Do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, yes, I do mind.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, please, Mr. Martin, will you go to some other table? I have an appointment, too.
Oh, really? Well, who are you meeting?
Now, please don't be sarcastic. I realize you've had a bad day, Mr. Martin, and you probably feel very bitter.
Bitter? About leaving Mattercheck and Company? Listen, I could have another job like that.
Oh, well, in that case, there's no use wasting sympathy on you. Good night, Mr. Martin.
Listen, you don't have to feel sorry for me.
Mr. Martin, I said good night, please.
Well, what are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous. Do I look nervous?
I should say you do.
Well, I'm not.
You, just knocked over the water.
Well, that's just an accident.
Here, I'll mop it up for you.
Mr. Martin, will
no
you please...
trouble at all. That's better. Oh, I see you're reading Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, huh?
Yes. Anything against it?
Oh, no. I never expected to meet you in a cafe with Tolstoy. I didn't know you went in for high literature.
There are a lot of things you don't know about me, Mr. Martin.
Yes? Well, there are a lot of things you don't know about me, Miss Smith. You know, people seldom go to the trouble of scratching the surface of things to find out the inward truth.
Mr. Martin, I wouldn't care to scratch your surface. Because I know exactly what I'd find. A handbag instead of a heart, a suitcase instead of a soul, and instead of an intellect, a cigarette lighter that doesn't work.
Oh, that's very well put. Comparing my intellect with a cigarette lighter that doesn't work is such an interesting mixture of poetry and meanness.
Meanness?
Well, now, don't misunderstand me, Miss Smith. I was just on the verge of paying you a compliment.
Oh, please, Mr. Martin, I told you I was expecting somebody.
Well, that's all right. As soon as he comes, I'll leave.
Look, Mr. Martin, I'd better warn you. This person is jealous.
Oh.
Very jealous. Yes. And if you insist on staying here, I will not be responsible for anything that may happen. I hope you understand what I mean.
Sure. Listen, just in case your party doesn't show up, would well, if he should stand you up or something...
Oh, don't worry about that. This party will show up.
Well, so he came, huh? Will you have a menu, sir?
Oh, no.
I told her not to worry. Pretty girl like her...
Waiter, this is not the gentleman I was expecting.
Oh. No?
No. And I don't want him sitting here at all. Will you please ask him to take some other table?
What's the idea, mister?
All right. Is that next table taken?
No.
Well, then I'll sit over here. Cup of coffee, please.
I'm sorry, miss.
Oh, it's all right. Just as long as he doesn't sit at my table.
And I'll keep an eye out for that carnation.
Thanks.
Tell me, have you read Zola's Madame Bovary?
Madame Bovary is not by Zola. Will you please go away?
Now, look, Miss Smith.
Oh, what are you trying to do? Ruin my evening? What have I ever done to you? Why do you hate me so?
I don't hate you.
Oh, I suppose you love me.
No, why should I? What have you ever done to make me love you?
I don't want you to love me.
Well, I don't. You know what that song reminds me of?
Yes, thank you. 24 unsold cigarette boxes.
No, you're wrong again. It reminds me of a girl who was looking for a job. And a very nice girl, I thought.
Oh, really? How you've changed.
That was before you began to make fun of me, giving imitations of me in the locker room. And I want to take this opportunity, Miss Smith, to inform you that I am not bow-legged.
Aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Well, I have information to the contrary. Mr. Harvey told me you have your trousers specially made.
That's a lie. I've never been to a tailor in my life. And if you think I'm bow-legged, you come out on the sidewalk with me and I'll pull up my trouser legs.
Don't you dare.
How would you like it if I made remarks about your hands being red?
That's exactly what you did yesterday.
Yes, but only after you made fun of my legs.
And they aren't red at all.
No, not anymore, after I called your attention to them. And let me tell you something else, Miss Smith. You may have beautiful thoughts, but you certainly hide them. So far as your actions are concerned, you're cold and snippy like an old maid. And you'll have an awful tough time trying to make any man fall in love with you.
Oh, Mr. Martin, you're getting funnier every minute. I could show you a few letters that might open your eyes. No, maybe not. No, you probably wouldn't understand what's in them. They're written by a type of man so far above you that it's ridiculous. I have to laugh when I think of you calling me an old maid. You little insignificant clerk.
All right, that does it. Goodbye, Anna Karenina.
Goodbye.
Martin, wait. Martin, Matt!
Peters, what's the matter? What's wrong?
I just went to the shop. They took Mr. Matuszek away in the ambulance.
What?
He tried to commit suicide.
Mr. Matuszek, are you all right?
I think I will be. Sit down, Martin. And I want to thank you for coming.
Oh, no. As soon as I heard,
Martin, do you remember when you were at my house for dinner the last time? I told you if things go well, I might take it easier. And maybe by Christmas, make you manager of the shop. Well, now I have to take it easier. Would you care to work for me again after...
Mr. Matuszek, don't even think about it. That's all over.
Is it possible that I ever distrusted you, Martin? I hated you. I couldn't stand your presence anymore. That's how far jealousy can drive a man.
Jealousy? I don't know what you mean.
When I first got that anonymous letter, I laughed at it. My wife having secret rendezvous with one of my employees. But you can't throw a letter like that away. It stays with you. Every word.
But how could you suspect me?
I know now that it was Harvey. But you see, you were the only one from the shop who came to my home. You sent flowers to my wife.
Well, I was only
You don't have to tell me. But if this poison once gets into your mind, please try to understand.
Sure, I understand.
Martin, here are the keys to Matuszek and Company.
Thank you. What'll I do about Harvey?
Harvey? I want him very quietly dismissed.
Quietly dismissed. Yes, sir, I'll take care of it, Mr. Matuszek.
What do you mean I'm fired?
You hear me? Get out!
Don't push! Don't push!
Go on, beat it!
What right have you got to fire me anyway? Does Mr. Matuszek know about this?
Mr. Matuszek has nothing to do with it. I'm the manager and you don't work here anymore.
Oh, so you're the manager. How do I know you're the manager? Prove it. Show it to me in black and white.
Oh, you want it in black and white, do you? Well, you're going to get it in black and blue.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do you like this?
I'll murder you.
I'll show you.
You're too bait, too harmless.
Mr. Harvey!
Martin,
Stop!
Oh,
Stop!
they're killing each other.
What's going on? Martin, you have knocked him out.
Peters, you enjoy. Throw him out of here. Go on.
I got his legs.
Peters, the back way, and do it quietly. Mr. Matuszek doesn't want any fuss. Miss Smith, you wait here.
Watch his head, Joey.
Why? He wouldn't feel it.
Well, Miss Smith, I suppose you're kind of surprised to see me back, huh?
Well, naturally, I'm glad you have your job again. Congratulations.
Miss Baker tells me you weren't feeling well this morning.
No, that's all right, thank you.
You look worn out. Anything go wrong last night?
I tell you, I'm all right. Where's Mr. Matuszek? I want to see him.
Well, he's right here. I'm Mr. Matuszek.
Oh, Mr. Martin, don't make any jokes. Not today. And if you have to pick on me, make it some other time. I want to talk to Mr. Matuszek.
Would it really be so terrible if I were the boss and you had to talk to me?
Will you please stop it? My nerves are at the breaking point.
Miss Smith, I'm simply trying to tell you that...
Haven't you any heart at all? Can't you see I'm sick? I can hardly see straight. The room, everything's turning around. And in this state of mind, I ask you a simple question, and instead of having any consideration for me, you deliberately try to frighten me. Now stop it.
Martin, I didn't have any chance to say it before. Congratulations.
For what, Mr. Peters?
Well, don't you know? Martin's the manager.
The manager? Oh...
Miss Smith.
She fainted.
Peters, get some water. Quick.
Water.
Hurry it up.
Some water.
Karen, are you all right? Oh, darling, look at me. Karen, darling. Oh, you poor kid. Karen.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing much, Miss Smith. You just fainted.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of The Shop Around the Corner, starring Claudette Colbert, Donna Magee, and Felix Bressart, in just a moment. Now, I want to send a birthday message. Next Saturday, June 28th, is the big day, and I want to wish a very happy first birthday to Catherine, Clarence, and Richard George of Atlantic City, New Jersey.
My goodness, Mr. Ruick, 3 birthdays all on the same day? You don't mean...
I certainly do, Sally. They're triplets.
Oh.
3 of the cutest, brightest babies you ever saw. But my, they were tiny when they were born. Why, one of them weighed only 2.5 pounds. Here's what their mother, Mrs. C.V. George, Jr., says about them. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. The triplets were such little mites they needed extra special care. For months they were wrapped in cotton wool. Their skins are so tender that I'm very careful about the way I wash their clothes, too. I use Lux Flakes for every single thing that touches them. Lux is so safe and gentle, I know it has nothing in it to irritate a baby's sensitive skin.
That's something every mother can count on. Wonderful Lux purity.
Mrs. George goes on to say, new Quick Lux Flakes are so fast I get suds in a jiffy, and a little goes so far. It's thrifty, too. When you have as many as 60 diapers a day to wash, as well as rompers, dresses, nighties, and woolies, well, you can see that speed and thrift are important.
Now, that's a fine tribute to Lux Flakes, isn't it? And a well-deserved one. Because new Quick Lux is a wonderful help to a busy mother. It's so gentle, safe for anything, safe in water. With Lux Care, soft, woolly shirts and blankets stay fluffy and unshrunken. Pretty dresses and bright-colored sunsuits stay fresh and new-looking longer. And best of all, there's nothing in new Quick Lux to irritate a baby's sensitive skin or to roughen a mother's hands. No harmful alkali of any kind. Give all baby things this superlatively gentle care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. The curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Shop Around the Corner. Karen Smith has had no further letters from her unknown admirer, Box 237. This misfortune, combined with Martin's appointment as manager, has proved too much for her. So she's taken to her bed with a bad case of nerves. Now she has a visitor, none other than Mr. Martin, alias Box 237.
Good evening, Miss Smith.
Good evening.
I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. How are you?
I'm all right.
You know, Christmas is coming soon, and we'll all miss a good worker like you, so you better get well. You see, I feel sort of responsible for this whole thing.
You? Oh, no, it wasn't your fault at all. No, there's a much bigger reason, unfortunately.
Miss Smith, don't you think you ought to call a doctor?
No, I don't need a doctor. My trouble is purely psychological. But it's my personal problem, and I'll come out of it.
I'm sorry. It's really a shame you have to go through all this. But as long as it's only psychological...
Only psychological? Mr. Martin. Oh, really? It's true we're in the same room, but we are not in the same planet.
Miss Smith, I must admire your way of expressing yourself. You certainly know how to put a man in his planet.
Karen, dear.
Yes, Grandma?
Look, darling, I sent down to the post office.
Oh, Grandma, tell me, was there a letter?
Here, darling. It's a fat one, too.
Oh, Mr. Martin, it was kind of you to drop in, but I don't want to spoil your evening.
Oh, no, I have lots of time. Go ahead and read your letter.
If you don't mind.
Certainly not.
Oh, I forgot to take care of the messenger boy. Will you excuse me, Mr. Martin?
Certainly.
Oh.
Good news?
Oh, very good news. Mr. Martin, I'm sure I'll be back to the shop tomorrow, and I can promise you I'll sell more goods than I ever sold before.
Well, that's fine. My, it's amazing what one little letter can do.
You know, if I weren't feeling so wonderful right now, I'd be pretty sore at you.
At me? Why?
You really spoiled my date last night. You see, this gentleman came to the cafe, looked into the window, saw us together, and he misunderstood.
You mean he thought you and I were friends?
He must have. Listen to this. Tell me and be frank. Who was that very attractive young man? He's just the type women fall for. Now, isn't that marvelous?
Yes. I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble.
Oh, no, I'll straighten that out. Let him be a little jealous. It won't hurt him.
He doesn't seem to be much of a man, though. He's afraid to come to a table because another man is there.
Oh, he was not afraid.
Oh.
He's just tactful and sensitive.
Oh.
He's not the kind of man who would sit at a table uninvited. No. You see, it's difficult to explain a man like him to a man like you. Why, where you'd say black, he'd say white. Where you say ugly, he says beautiful. And where you'd say old maid, he says, wait here, listen. Eyes that sparkle with fire and mystery. Vivacious, fascinating. He says I make him think of gypsy music.
Say, he's pretty smart.
Oh, speaking of gypsy music, we're still having some difficulty selling those Ochichonia boxes, aren't we?
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Mr. Martin, consider one box definitely sold. I just got an inspiration. I'm going to give it to my friend for Christmas.
Oh, no. No, don't do that.
What?
You're taking an awful chance. Look, why don't you give him a wallet? I know he'll be crazy about it. And we have those new imported pigskins.
Oh, no, I'm not interested.
Look, I'll make you a special price.
No, I'm sorry.
And another thing, a wallet is not only practical, it's romantic. On one side, he carries your last letter. On the other side, your picture. And when he opens it, he finds you. And that's all the music he wants.
Well, Mr. Martin, you surprised me. That's very well expressed. Oh, yes, I must admit that's very nice.
Well, thank you.
No, just the same, he's going to get the cigarette box.
Oh.
Help the needy. Christmas dinners for the needy. Everybody help.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Matachek.
Well, Merry Christmas to you, officer.
I haven't seen you for quite a while, Mr. Matachek.
Yes. I'm supposed to be pretty sick, but it's Christmas Eve, and I just couldn't stand it any longer. I'm going in and help.
Well, take it easy, Mr. Matachek. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Miss Mabel, do you think Howie would like that briefcase?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Pardon me. I can't see very well without my glasses. Can you tell me how much that briefcase is?
$12.50.
Only $12.50. Well, you certainly get exceptional values here. I wonder how Matachek and Company does it.
Well, if you don't know Mr. Matachek, who should?
Ladies and gentlemen, my good friends, we have just had our biggest day since 1929. You should be very proud. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. When I was in the hospital, I read your little note over and over. I'm glad to know you missed me and hoped I would come back home again. You're right. This is my home. And only too seldom one realizes that the people he works with are his real friends. Well, there's no Christmas without a bonus, am I right? Miss Baker will pass out your checks, and then I want you all to go home and have a very, very Merry Christmas.
Going home, Karen?
No, I've still got to wrap this wallet. Do you like it, Mr. Peters?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. Is this for that gentleman you told me about?
Mm-hmm. I'm meeting him tonight for the first time. Isn't it exciting?
Oh, yes. I think it might be. Well, Merry Christmas, Karen, and I hope everything turns out just as you wanted.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Mr. Peters.
Merry Christmas, Martin.
Merry Christmas to you, Peters. Well, Miss Smith, we're just about ready to close.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be through here in a second.
Well, that's all right. There's no hurry. Oh, present for somebody?
Mm-hmm. I followed your advice, after all. It's the wallet.
Oh, fine. Oh, want to see something? Here, look at this. I bought it for a very special friend.
Oh, a locket.
Yeah, with stones in it. Right there, see?
Oh, say, it's beautiful. I didn't know you had a girlfriend.
Oh, no?
No, I never even suspected.
I guess you think it's pretty funny that a girl would like somebody like me.
Oh, now, Mr. Martin, don't let's start all over again. It's Christmas, and I'd like to be friends with you. And besides, you're wrong. Do you mind if I tell you something?
No, not at all.
Well, when I started to work here, something very strange happened to me. I got psychologically mixed up.
Well, you don't say.
Mm-hmm. I found myself looking at you again and again. I just couldn't take my eyes off you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and all the time I was saying to myself, Karen Smith, what's the matter with you? This Martin's not a particularly attractive man.
Oh.
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all.
And now comes the paradox. I caught myself falling for you.
Fall? Well, I can't believe that.
Oh, yes, Mr. Martin. In those first few weeks, there were moments in the stock room when you could have swept me off my feet.
Well, now, I'm getting psychologically mixed up.
Well, you see, I was a different girl then. I was very naive. Well, that's all forgotten now. Now, you go to your girlfriend and... by the way, is it serious?
Oh, yes, very.
We might both understand that coming to see you, it doesn't sound like him at all.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. I straightened everything out. In a little while, you'll be Mrs. Popkin.
Mrs. Popkin?
Yes, that's his name, isn't it? That's what he told me.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, Popkin, that's right. Popkin.
Yes. Oh, he's a nice fellow. I congratulate you.
Oh, thank you. I think he's a very attractive man, don't you?
Yes, for his type, I would say yes.
Would you really classify him as a definite type?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And don't you try to change him. Don't you dare put him on a diet.
Oh. Yeah. Would you call him fat?
No, I wouldn't. But, well, that's a matter of opinion. Personally, I think that little stomach of his gives him a nice, homey quality. And that's what you want in a husband, isn't it?
Oh, yes, that's what I want. Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. And you're right, too. If I were a girl and I had to choose between a young good-for-nothing with lots of hair and a fine, solid, mature citizen, I think I'd pick Matthias Popkin every time.
But don't you think he has a fine mind? Oh, didn't he impress you as being very witty?
Well, he struck me as somewhat depressed. But it's unfair to judge a man when he's out of a job.
Out of a job? Well, he never told me.
He never took... Well, that shows how sensitive he is. But you have nothing to worry about. At least he feels you both can live very nicely on your salary.
Did you tell him how much I make?
Well, he's your fiancé, and he asked me. Oh. And let me tell you something else. Mention that bonus didn't do you any harm either.
Oh, I can't believe it. I never dreamed he was materialistic. Why, if you read his letters, such ideals, such a lofty point of view, Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel this way. I hate to think I spoiled your Christmas.
I built up such an illusion about him. I thought he was perfect.
And I had to be the one to destroy it.
Oh, that's all right. I really ought to thank you.
Karen, if I'd known in the beginning how you really felt about me, things would have been different. We wouldn't have been fighting all the time. If we did, it wouldn't have been over handbags and suitcases, but something like, well, should your grandmother come and live with us or not?
It's very sweet of you to try to cheer me up like this, but I think we'd better say good night. You have an engagement, and so have I, and we shouldn't be late. Good night.
No, wait a minute, wait. You know what I wish would happen? When your bell rings at 8:30 tonight and you open the door, and instead of Popkin, I come in.
Oh, please, you're only making it more difficult.
And I'd say to you, Karen, darling.
Oh, please don't.
Dearest, sweetheart Karen, I can't stand it any longer. Please get your key. Open box 237. Take me out of my envelope and please kiss me.
No, Mr. Martin, stop. You mustn't. Oh, what? What did you say? Oh!
Dear friend, dear box 237.
Oh, you a dear friend.
Yes. Are you disappointed?
Oh, no. Well, psychologically, I'm very confused, but personally, I don't feel bad at all. You wrote all those wonderful letters?
Uh-huh.
You like me?
Oh, Karen, I love you.
Oh, that night, the time you came to the restaurant, I was terribly rude to you, wasn't I?
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Yes, I was. Don't you remember why I called you bow-legged?
Yeah. If I wanted to prove that I wasn't, I was going to go out in the street and pull up my trouser legs.
Well, would you mind very much if I asked you to pull them up now?
Well, certainly not. Do you see?
Oh, darling. Oh, darling, isn't it a wonderful, wonderful Christmas?
Mr. DeMille will tell us about next week's play in just a moment, and Don Amici and Claudette Colbert will return to the microphone for their curtain calls. And now, I want to tell you about The Strange Case of the Woman with One Red Hand. Sounds like the title of a mystery story, doesn't it? Well, it's really a true story. You see, not long ago, hundreds of women were going around with one hand harsh and red and ugly, the other hand smooth and lovely. The clue to this strange state of affairs was in a famous laboratory. Here is what happened. 2 dishpans were placed in front of each woman. In one of the dishpans were Lux suds, in the other, suds from a different soap. The women dipped one hand in each of the dishpans and kept on doing this for 20 minutes 3 times a day. The conditions were similar to home dishwashing. 5 popular soaps in all were tested. Well, at the end of the test, the Lux hands were still soft and smooth. But the others were so red and rough and chapped. As many of the women said, of course we knew Lux Flakes are gentle, but we had no idea how much kinder they are to hands. Now, if you've been using a harsh soap for dishes, simply change to gentle, new, quick Lux Flakes. See how much nicer your hands look, how they lose that embarrassing, unattractive dishpan look. The reason is simple. New Quick Lux has none of the harmful alkali that dries the natural oils of your skin. It's thrifty, too, and so fast. Yet New Quick Lux Flakes come in the same familiar package, cost you no more. Buy that generous big box tomorrow and start giving your hands gentle Lux care. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
You can't beat good acting for good entertainment. That's why we wanted Claudette Colbert and Don Amici tonight. They're back at the footlights now.
Thank you, C.B. Give one of your best salutes, Claudette. You did learn to salute while you were in the Army, didn't you?
Well, certainly, Don. I'll match my salute against any top sergeant in the Army.
You know, C.B., Claudette was one of the gang from Hollywood that put on the show at the Army camps last week.
Hollywood couldn't have had a more charming ambassador. What camps did you visit, Claudette?
2 camps just north of here, C.B. Camp Hunter Liggett and Fort Ord.
How many did you have in the audience, Claudette?
Oh, about 30,000 at Hunter Liggett and 20,000 at Fort Ord.
Sounds as though Hollywood was a success with the Army, Claudette. And plans have been made to send entertainment to other camps, too.
Well, C.B., I want to tell you, that whole trip was one of the biggest thrills I've ever had. I want to do it again soon and often as the Army wants us.
Yeah, and every actor in Hollywood is ready to help, Claudette. What have you got planned for Lux Radio Theater next week, C.B.?
There'll be big doings around here next week, Don. And these 2 names will tell you what I mean. Cary Grant and Myrna Loy. They'll star in the play I Love You Again, adapted from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's recent comedy hit. And we promise you that with Cary and Myrna teamed as husband and wife, the pace never lets down. We'll also have Frank McHugh. So if you love a gay comedy, don't miss I Love You Again.
Oh, C.B., that sounds wonderful. I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Goodbye, C.B.
No, not goodbye. Not goodbye. We'll just say, till we meet again, to you 2. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Myrna Loy and Cary Grant in I Love You Again with Frank McHugh. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The United Service Organizations, the huge civilian army behind our Army and Navy, are conducting a drive that should have the backing of every loyal American. There is a USO headquarters in your community. They'll be glad to tell you how you can help in this great work. Claudette Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Skylark. Don Amici has just finished making the Paramount picture, Kiss the Boys Goodbye. Felix Bressart will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Blossoms in the Dust. The part of Mattercheck was played tonight by Leo Cleary. Also included in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Harvey, Ann Tobin as Lily, B. Benaderet as Miss Baker, Charles Peck as Joey, Verna Felton as Shopper, and Lou Merrill, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ferdinand Munier, Jesse Arnold, and Bruce Payne. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Roick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bond hits an all-time high. Roger Moore is Ian Fleming's James Bond 007 in Octopussy. Roger Moore in his newest and most thrilling of the James Bond adventures, filling the screen with excitement. In the tradition of the great James Bond films, Octopussy has everything: elegant palaces and beautiful women.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Name's Bond. I believe you have a reservation for me.
We've been expecting you, sir.
I'm Octopussy, and you are James Bond, 007 licensed to kill. Am I to be your target for tonight?
This is Bond at his best, hitting an all-time high in Octopussy.
Step on it.
The Bond that tops them all.
Follow that car.
Octopussy, racing across the screen with thrills and excitement. Roger Moore in his newest James Bond adventure, hitting an all-time high in Octopussy.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hi there, boys and girls. You know, we don't often think about those who work at night, while most of us are asleep. Yes, there are many men, and women too, who work during the hours of darkness. Telephone operators, firemen, policemen, rangers, engineers, bus drivers, just to mention a few. If you get up in the middle of the night to see what's left over in the refrigerator, you switch on the kitchen light and darkness disappears. Someone is making sure the generators are running at the power plant. You think someone's prowling around outside the house? You call for a police squad and they arrive pronto and search the surrounding grounds. Someone had to receive your call at the switchboard and connect you with the police station. Then a radio call went out to the squad to send them on their way to answer your call. Yes, many folks work at night for our protection, comfort, and convenience. And there are some who work at night because their jobs are too dangerous to be done in the daytime, when most people are out and about, such as those men in our story today. It's called Soup Truck.
How's it look, Les?
That's good.
Here's your gloves.
Oh, thanks, Alf. How much this trip and where to?
A full load to the Big Grizzly Mines.
Oh.
Oh, what's the matter with that?
Nothing. Just make sure that stuff is plenty hot.
It always is. What's eating you?
Nothing. Just a little jumpy, I guess.
About what?
Forget it. I've been working too hard. Let's load up.
Okay. The can's ready.
Here. This. Get it. Slide it. Carefully.
Set your bucket first.
Sure. Cross.
Steady. That was close. Take it easy, lads.
Look, I've handled nitro all my working life. You don't have to tell me what to do.
Well, what's eating you anyhow? You're as jumpy as a mother hen. You better let me take this run.
I told you before, I'm all right.
Okay. Well, why don't you get some coffee? I'll have Bruno help me finish this loading.
Yeah, okay, Alf. I'm sorry I barked at you. You're right. A guy doesn't usually drop a can of nitro in the second time and collect old age pension. Not even hot nitro.
Hey, Stumpy, turn it off, will you? Yeah. What for, Bill? Oh, the telephone's about him. Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, this is Alf.
Oh, yes, Alf. What's on your mind?
Les.
Go on.
Well, he just pulled out of here with a load for the Big Grizzly.
Yeah, I know. We expect him here about midnight.
Well, he's awfully jumpy. I don't know why.
Didn't he say?
No. But all he said was that he'd be all right. I wish you'd try to find out what's eating him.
Oh, sure, Al. Be glad to. Keep your shirt on. Don't worry.
Thanks, Bill. I hope he makes it all right.
I'm sure he will, Al. Les isn't a novice at driving that soup truck. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks.
What did Alf want? Something about the nitro truck?
Yeah, pal. He said Les is jumpy for some reason.
And he's driving a truckload of hot mountain mover.
Well, I guess he insisted. Said he'd be all right. Yeah, then there ain't no problem.
Well, maybe yes and maybe no. What make Les jumpy?
Yeah, that's right, Grey Wolf. You better meet the truck outside of town at Beaver Creek School instead of the town limits like we usually do. If Les is still jumpy, he's not going to drive that soup truck.
What's the reception committee doing way out here?
Yeah, we're recepting. That's what, young feller.
I don't understand.
Alf called me after you left the plant, Les.
Oh, now comes the light. That partner of mine can be a real worrywart once he puts his mind to it.
Perhaps he got reason to, huh?
Can of soup slipped a little, that was all. I was a little jumpy.
Oh, that's enough, isn't it?
Sure it is. Well, I don't want to seem flippant about this stuff, but we've got to believe in the old saying, a miss is as good as a mile in this game. We can't hold our breath every time we handle the hot nitro.
I guess you're right. You knew the calculated risk when you started this game. Apparently you've gotten over the jitters.
Sure, I'll be all right. Hadn't we better get going through town so as I can be on my way?
Of course. Let's go, fellas. Grey Wolf, you follow. Henry and I'll take the lead.
Okay.
I wonder how many folks here know that a truckload of nitroglycerin moves through town 2 or 3 times a week while they're sleeping.
Probably very few, Henry.
Boy, what a load of explosives.
I'll say. It's enough to blow most of Knotty Pine off the map. But as long as the soup is kept hot, there's little danger. Of course, the trouble with nitro is that it's unpredictable.
Yeah. I'll say it is.
What's so funny?
Oh, I was thinking of Stumpy's pet phrase, or one of them, that is. Nitro's like a frog on a hot rock.
Yeah.
Well, this is as far as we go.
You're on your own, Les.
So long, fellas. Thanks. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm all right now.
You've convinced me. I'd probably get jumpy, too, if I were driving a truckload of high explosive. Enough to blow up a mountain.
You don't blow up a mountain, Bill. You blow it down.
You're all right, Les. I can see that. Go on, scram.
You don't have to say that twice.
Well, he appears to be normal. It is, if a feller can be normal, driving around with a volcano in the back seat.
Okay. Excuse me. Is that you, Bill?
Yes, Alf. Sorry to wake you up at this hour.
Oh, I hadn't gone to bed yet. I was setting up. Guess I fell asleep. How's Les?
Seem perfectly relaxed. All right.
Well, that's a big load off my shoulders. Thanks much, Bill.
Don't mention it, Alf. I'll be seeing you. Good night.
Good night. And it will be a good night now that I know that Les is in good shape.
Well, old girl, you made it up without dropping a stitch. Let's do the same thing going down.
Les starts down the 3.5-mile road that twists and bends down the mountains and finally straightens out into a flat road which enters Landslide, a town at the foot of the mountains. Landslide is a fine town of 1,000 people, a nice, quiet town nestled at the foot of the mountains. Les and his truckload of nitroglycerin is heading for Landslide. It's dawn now as Les starts his run downhill.
The brakes. The brakes are out. Alf was right. I shouldn't have made this run. It's too late to cry about that now. I've got a mile to go until I hit the straightaway. That town, that Landslide. Great Scott, I can't go into town with a runaway truck full of nitro. That deep bend just ahead. I've
got to hit the truck for the edge and then jump. Now!
I gotta find out how Les is.
Just take it easy, Alf. We'll all find out.
Hello, Mayor. What happened to Les?
I'm glad you men arrived as quickly as you did.
Where's Les?
I'm sorry I got to tell you this, Alf, but well, he's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alf.
Well, Les was all right the last we seen of him. Must have been something beside his nerves that let go this time.
You're right, Stumpy. Les is under that canvas over there.
You mean he didn't go over with the truck?
That's right. Looks like he tried to get it clear of the truck before it went over the edge, but stuck with it as long as it took to make sure that it did go over the edge. A flying boulder got him. The way the truck went off the road, and being as it happened here, right near the bottom of the steep grade, well, I'd say the brakes gave out.
And I agree.
Looks like it.
Yeah, sure does.
How'd you know, Grey Wolf?
I noticed sharp tire marks on both sides of the road as we come down. That
right,
means
yes.
the truck swerved from side to side.
Sure, that's an old trick for driving downhill with a runaway vehicle. Wow. Look at that, will you?
Not a very pretty sight, is it, gentlemen?
I'll say. That truckload blew the whole valley to shreds, and then some.
It sure did, Sonny. There ain't no big rocks anymore down there. They've all been pulverized.
And that might have been the town of Landslide. Les hadn't run the truck off here.
Yeah, I suppose so, Mayor.
No doubt about it. Alf, from now on, Landslide is closed to your trucks. Or any trucks, for that matter.
What? You aren't serious, are you, Mayor?
Never more serious than I am right now. Last month, a truckload of inflammable fluid went bouncing and bashing its way through town. Now, fortunately, it caught fire after it was past the business area. A month before that, a truckload of steel come roaring out of the mountains and killed 3 people. Now this. Landslide would just be a remembrance if your truckload of nitroglycerin had exploded in town, anywhere in town. As it was, it almost threw us out of bed. Town was panic-stricken for a while.
Well, I suppose that puts me out of business.
Perhaps another time would be a better time to talk this over, gentlemen.
You can talk until you're green in the face, and it won't change things. Landslide is closed to trucks, now and forever.
Well, maybe it's a good thing Landslide is closed. I've been in the explosive hauling business too long as it is. I should get out now before I end up like poor Les, or even more tragic, kill a lot of folks, wipe out a town.
Now, don't get discouraged, Alf.
Ah, that's right. Most people not even know you work hauling explosives because you work at night. Explosives necessary for mining and many other industries.
Yep, they sure are. Just keep your pajamas on, Sonny. Those folks will cool down after a spell. They're scared right now, and I don't blame them. But on the other hand, the town didn't get wiped out, not even close to it. So a miss is good as a mile.
Isn't that a kind of cold-blooded way of looking at it, old-timer?
Well, maybe it is, but how about us fellers? Every time we go fight a fire, go after some ornery critter, we face death, sudden death, that is. I ain't been killed yet, and I'm getting to be a pretty old fossil. Yeah, one thing for sure, I ain't getting bald worrying about it.
What? Getting to be an old fossil?
Never mind, youngster. You just mind your spinach and rhubarb so you get to be an old goat like me.
I take it that you don't worry about anything, is that right?
Very little, Sonny. The Lord makes each one of us a new day every morning that we wake up. He expects us to enjoy them. Why spend so much time worrying about what might happen tomorrow or what could have happened yesterday and didn't? We worry so much about tomorrow and yesterday that we miss what's going on today. When the Lord decides we've been on earth long enough, there ain't a particle any of us can do about it anyhow.
After Les was laid to rest in the Knotty Pine Cemetery, things were pretty quiet for about a week. But that was the lull before the storm. Alf was thinking seriously about quitting the explosive transport business and taking life easy for a while. The death of his partner hit him pretty hard, but he wasn't going to have much time to think about it very shortly. A large transport truck is now crawling to a stop at the edge of the town limits of Landslide.
Where do you think you're going, mister?
I'm going right through town, that's where. Take down the barricade or I'll smash it
You
down.
move through that barricade and I'll shoot out every tire in your truck. Landslide's closed the truck.
Not for long, I won't
That's
be.
what you think, wise guy. Now back into that side road and turn around and go back the way you came.
Oh, just wait till you hicks get a lawsuit letter in the mail tomorrow. The boss just wanted me to test you guys out. Why, sure, I'll back up and turn around. But the next time I come through, I won't be stopping. So long, copper.
Lawsuit? I'd better tell the chief about this. Hello? Explosive transport.
Elf, this is Pete.
Oh, hello, Pete. How are you?
How have I? Well, that's a question to which you know the answer as well as I.
Pete, I'm sorry I haven't made delivery to the mine, but I can't get through a landslide.
Elf, I'm not interested in excuses. I need explosive and I need 'em bad. Or I'll have to shut down, and that'll sure boil my blood.
But I can't make delivery. I haven't got a good road to travel.
I'll use the old county truck road.
What? You expect me to commit suicide?
Okay, have it your way. But if I don't get explosives in 2 days, I'll be cleaned out of stock. And I'll sue you for every red cent you have, including Les's widow and her share of the partnership.
You wouldn't dare do that. About Les's widow, I mean.
Alf, I'm in the mining business, remember?
Ah, sure. How can I forget?
Well, if I can't meet contracts, I'll lose business. Maybe I'll be sued in turn. You got to come through, Alf. You got to. Alf, are you there?
Sure. Where else? Okay, Pete. I'll make a delivery.
Alf, we've been business associates for many years, and it hurts to twist your arm. Hey, here's what I'll do. If you can get me 1 load of nitro, I'll slow down operations to stretch the supply out. Maybe by that time this mess will be all cleared up. Huh?
Okay, Pete. But I wouldn't risk my life for anyone but you. I'll deliver 1 truckload, but it won't be a speedy delivery. That old county road is worse than riding over a broken-down bed spring.
Okay, it's your nickel. Go ahead and use it.
Don't worry, I will. And a couple of them. Is Bill there, old-timer?
Nope. He won't be for about half an hour, young feller.
Well, listen, do you think I could borrow Henry for the rest of the day to attend the office?
Well, sure you can, Alf. He'd be glad to go. Hold on. I'll ask the young whippersnapper about it.
Fine.
Henry!
Yeah? Yes, sir?
Alf wants to know if you'll attend the office the rest of the day. He has to leave.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be glad to. I'll leave right away.
Alf,
I heard what he said. Thanks a million, old-timer.
Don't mention it. Anytime. So long.
Goodbye.
Hold on, Henry. Here come Bill now. Bill, Henry want to see you plenty bad.
Okay, Grey Wolf. Hello, pal. What's up?
Did Stumpy tell you where I went?
Yeah. And I think it's a mighty fine gesture on your part to help Alf out.
Well, maybe not. You should see what he's doing.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe it's none of my business, but, well, he and Bruno are packing a load of hot nitro.
Huh?
You should see how carefully they're packing shock-absorbing material around it.
More than usual?
You know it. Much more than usual. I heard something about the old county trunk road.
Well, try to keep him there, Henry. Delay is leaving. I'll be right out. Goodbye.
What's wrong out there?
Unless I miss my guess, Alf is going to try and deliver a load of nitro to the Big Grizzly mine by way of the old county trunk road.
That's suicide.
And how? We've got to stop him. Come on. Where is he, pal?
He's gone. I got tied up on the phone, and when I finished, the truck was gone. I'm sorry, Bill.
Oh, there's nothing to be sorry about, pal. We'll catch up with him.
Hello, fellas.
What's the matter, Alf? Chicken out?
Yeah. I sure did. Boy, it's a wonder this stuff hasn't blown already. What a nightmarish ride. I just had to stop.
We're glad you chicken out. We black and blue from Chase down this bad road.
That's right.
You're fortunate to be alive.
Yeah, I know. The Lord sure must be watching over a nut like me. The problem is now, what to do with the soup? I'm not driving it back there, that's for sure.
What made you start out in the first place?
Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you when we get back. Right now, I got to dump this stuff and let it soak into the ground. You fellas better get out of here while I unload it.
Not on your life, Alf. We'll help. You might stumble on this rough ground.
Oh, sure I might, but why should you fellas risk your lives because of my foolishness?
Now, stop the foolish talk. Let's get with it, Alf.
Okay. Well, let's make a couple of stout poles to run through the handle of the containers. It shouldn't splash so much that way.
Now, you fellas get the poles. I want to make a radio call.
We do plenty quick.
Alf, how long are you going to try to break that rock with the pole, huh?
I'm sorry. How long are we going to have to wait? And why?
Well, we won't have to wait too much longer. And you'll find out why when the rest do.
Here come car now.
Good. Pretty soon we'll give the critics and the hardhead something to think about.
Why? All the city council from Landside and Naughty Finer here.
That's right.
Well, what's all this about, Bill? Why'd you bring them all the way out here?
You'll find out right now, Alf. Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? A short time ago, you were asked to join us out here, and I want to thank you for obliging.
What's this all about, Bill? What's Alf doing on this broken-down Buffalo Trail?
Gentlemen, I also found out from Henry, who was back at Alf's office answering the phone and generally watching the store, there have been many threats of lawsuit and desperate demands from industries that need explosives for the normal operation of their business.
That still doesn't change our minds.
I doubt very much that many folks are aware of the job these explosive transport companies do because they work at night when everyone else is asleep. This is a safety precaution. Now, I want each of you to take a look at the contents of this truck and keep in mind the hazardous road this has been driven over to this point.
It looks dangerous to me.
Yes, I think you'll have to agree that this load of nitro is well padded with shock-absorbing material, which shows the tremendous safety effort made to protect the public. Now, gentlemen, if you'll stand back a safe distance, we'll proceed to unload this cold nitroglycerin and pour it on the ground.
You men will be killed.
I hardly think so, Mr. Mayor. Alf knows his business. Now, please move back so we can go to work. Ready with the first container, Alf?
Sure. But I sure wish you fellas would let me do this alone. This is really dangerous.
Gray Wolf, the battery in my hearing aid must be dead. I see his mouth move, but I can't make out what he's saying.
Yeah, my hearing no good either. Alf, Bill and I lift and carry. You tell us when and where, and then we hold can and you pour in ground.
You guys, boy. Okay, let's go. Slide the poles through the handles of this can.
Mm-hmm.
Easy. There we go.
So far. Carry it over to that tuft of grass, and we'll pour it there.
You ready, Gray Wolf?
You give word.
All right. Now. That's it. Easy now. A little more. There we go.
Okay, you're clear. Now, walk slowly.
All right. Lightly.
Never mind the can. I'll keep it from swinging. Watch where you're walking.
Good advice.
Okay. Now lower the can to the ground.
I'd be gray hare instead of gray wolf before this over with.
Oh, hold on, fellas, hold on. How can you joke at a time like this? You give me the shakes. Now, when I tip the can after placing this pouring chute on the lip, we must keep the soup pouring steadily without interruption. Remember, a drop splash too hard, and we'll be on our way to the moon.
Okay, let's try it. You call the signals, Alf.
Ready? Relax on the pole to give me control until I say lift. Then lift the can ever so slowly.
Okay.
Just enough so I can tip it freely to keep the pouring rate continuous.
Right.
Right, here we go. No rehearsals. This is the real thing. That's it, fellas. The can is empty, but don't drop it. Set it down carefully.
Phew, what a nerve-wracking job this is.
Well, what you say after we empty 14 other cans?
Alf, after seeing this demonstration of courage and extreme safety with a temperamental and most dangerous explosive, we take our hats off to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
We've decided that the accident Les had was, well, strictly an accident. Probably won't happen again for another 100 years. You can run your truck through, Landslide.
Wow, that's wonderful.
And as an added precaution, we're going to station a squad car halfway down the mountain to watch for runaway trucks. The squad car can clear the way for the truck, and it'll pass through town without harming anyone.
Right. Bill, it was a fine idea to bring us out here in the daylight so as we could see what men like Alf do when they work at night while the rest of us sleep. Why, without men like these, we'd sure be in a mess.
Well, boys and girls, see you next week for more adventure with...
Years ago, a university professor told his students a fascinating tale about a mysterious stranger and an old apple tree, little realizing that he was planting the inspiration for a great American story. In 1937, borrowing the theme of the professor's story, Lawrence E. Watkins' brilliant first novel, On Borrowed Time, astounds the book world and skyrockets overnight to the bestseller class. In 1938, Paul Osborne's dramatization of On Borrowed Time makes an unobtrusive debut on Broadway and becomes a dramatic sensation. Early in 1939, Spirited Bidding brings the picture rights to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. To Lionel Barrymore, celebrating his 30 years of stardom, goes the coveted role of Gramps. To young Bobs Watson, climaxing his 30 weeks in films, goes the part of the grandson, Pud. Together, youth and experience score a tremendous success, and at the Hollywood premiere get a thundering ovation from the nation's foremost but hard-boiled critics.
Boy, now I'm just trying to make you understand.
Fred, you don't love me anymore.
Of course I do, boy, but I got to go away.
But I'll go with with you, Grandpa.
No, son, you can't do that now. You can't.
Please, Grandpa, please.
No.
Then I don't love you anymore either. I don't love you anymore either.
Bud, come here now. Bud.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Their guests, the Arkansas traveler Bob Burns, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, the Burnses are getting ready to leave for New York to entertain the soldiers in some of our Eastern Army camps. Right now, they're in the middle of packing, and suitcases are scattered everywhere. In fact, George hasn't seen so many bags since the last meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Gracie, we're only going to be in New York 3 weeks. Do we need all these suitcases?
Yes, dear. Now, this little bag has things we'll need on the train, like toothbrushes, your razor, my cold cream and perfume, your long underwear, my
wait,
hand...
on the train?
Oh, well, I just put that on top so the bottles won't rattle around and get broken.
Look, honey, I'll be embarrassed. Every time we want to get something out of the bag, we'll have to drag out my long underwear.
No, we won't. Your underwear has the cutest little door right in the back.
Well, never mind. Gracie, the long underwear, out. Take it out.
Out?
Out. Now, what did you pack in the trunk?
Oh, let's see now. In the trunk, I have your suits, my dresses, Blanche Morton's trombone, your shoes.
Blanche Morton's trombone?
Yes.
We're taking that to New York?
Uh-huh. Blanche gave it to me along with a book of instructions.
Oh, fine.
I can't sleep on the train anyway, so at night I'll just practice on the trombone. And envy all you lucky people who can sleep.
Oh, yes. I must thank Blanche for that.
Oh, don't thank Blanche. Thank her husband. He made her get rid of it. It almost gave him pneumonia.
How could a trombone give pneumonia?
Likes to practice in bed, and when she stretches it out, it keeps pushing the covers off him.
The trombone comes out of the bag.
Out?
Out.
Oh, my darling little ducky. Are you happy you're going to New York, Herman? Well, that's nice. You've never been on a train before, Herman. How do you think you'll sleep? Well, I hope you do. We'll fix a nice little bed for you in the baggage car. You'll sleep in the baggage car. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But there are only 2 birds. I sleep in one and your daddy sleep... Oh, George.
Oh, no, I don't sleep in the baggage car. We shouldn't take that silly duck with us anyway. Go on.
Boy. Now come upstairs with me, Herman. I'll pack your rubber fish.
Yeah, go on. I'd like to see that Don Duck ride in the dining car. under a blanket of wild rice and sweet potatoes.
Hiya, George. Boy, the suitcase is heavy.
Phew, say. What have you got in there?
Well, just a pair of socks.
That's a pair of socks?
Well, that's all the clothes. Then there's 489 bars of Swan, the new white floating soap. It's purer than the finest Castiles, a regular Suds and Whiz, George.
Bill, I'm sure they have Swan soap in New York.
Oh, well, you see, I'm leaving most of it in Missouri.
Missouri?
Well, you see, Missouri is the show-me state, so I've arranged to show 'em. When we get to Kansas City, we'll be met by 6 beautiful girls carrying 6 beautiful dishpans of warm water.
Oh, no.
Now, quick as a flash, I drop a bar of Swan into each pan. And I invite the passers-by to step up and wash their dishes.
Oh, yes. Everybody in Kansas City carries dirty dishes with them.
Well, now, George...
Can't walk down the street without bumping into a fellow with a casserole on his head.
George...
You feel naked unless you've got a soup plate under your arm.
Well, you see, George, I've arranged for that. Ben Bart, who runs the cafe across from the station, is sending the dishpans and the dishes. So then we show him how great Swan is for washing the dishes. Show him how it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And tell them that since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands. So it's great for every soap and water job in the house.
Look, the demonstration is out. We won't have time to get off the train in Kansas City.
Oh, George. Gee, Ben Barth will bring all those pans down from his cafe. You don't want old Ben to be left there holding his pans up.
Bill, you're not taking 489 bars of Swan to New York.
Well, okay, George. Oh, listen, I've got it. We'll break them all in 2, and you can take half. Swan breaks in 2 with an easy twist of the wrist, you know. So you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
Look, Bill.
Oh, hello, Bill. Oh, will you drop by and pick up Tootsie Sagwell's suitcases? She's all packed.
Tootsie, is she going with us?
Oh, sure. When she heard that we were going around to army camps to entertain the soldiers, you couldn't hold Tootsie back.
I wonder what those soldiers will think when they see Tootsie.
They'll think Sherman was right. See you later.
Well, this trip is getting more and more uninteresting. Well, that's probably Bill again with more soap. You talk.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you feeling today?
Solid, Mrs. Burns, solid. My doll and I went to the Palladium last night to frolic with the rest of the cats.
Really?
Yes, now I'm a hep jack from way back.
Well, I'm certainly surprised. I've never thought of you as a jitterbug.
Oh, I've got rhythm. Mr. Fine, I find.
Well, that's very pretty.
Thank you.
Well, have you got any mail for me this morning?
Yes, there's a letter here for your husband. I guess it's a fan letter. It's addressed to Mr. Burns, the radio comedian.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
George will be thrilled to get a fan letter. I was when I got my first one. Oh, George! I guess he's busy. I'll open it and see what it says. Van Buren, Arkansas. Dear Mr. Burns, I have sold an egg and a pound of butter from the farm, and it brang me enough money to come to California. When I get there, we will be married. A 20-year engagement is long enough. Yours very true, Zelda Swineley. Zelda, engaged? Why, the nerve of that George Burns. All the time he's been married to me, he's been going steady. Why, if I thought for 1 minute...
Well, sweetheart, we're all set for New York, honey. Everything is packed.
Don't you honey me, you wolf.
Huh? What?
Yeah, I know all about you and Zelda Swineley.
Zelda Swineley? I never heard of her.
Oh, how can you lie like that? I have a letter from her right here. She says she's coming to California to marry you.
To marry me? Zelda Swineley?
Oh, let me tell you something, George Burns. You are a beast. If I had to do over again, I wouldn't marry you if my life depended on it. You're the worst husband in the whole world. And if that Zelda Swineley thinks I'm going to give you up without a fight, she's crazy.
This is Paul White. A dozen years ago, everyone was singing a tune called As Time Goes By. And now it's the theme song of Warner Brothers' great picture, Casablanca. And everyone's singing it again, including the 6 hits and a miss.
remember this, a kiss is still a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they'll say I love you, on that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date, hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man and man must have his mate, that no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes on.
Gracie, won't you listen? I'm telling you for the 50th time, I don't know any Zelda Swineley.
You do, too.
I don't.
You do, too.
I don't.
You do, too.
Gracie, I give you my word of honor. I swear I don't know Zelda Swineley.
Honest?
Honest.
You do, too.
Oh. Gracie, I'm telling you.
No use, George. We've come to the parting of the ways. I'm leaving your bread and beard, or whatever they call it.
Gracie, if you
No,
only...
George, no. This is the end. I'm going up to my room. Oh, by the way, here's the letter from your girlfriend. I opened it by mistake. Goodbye, George.
Gracie, will you please? Well, say, wait a minute. This letter is postmarked Van Buren, Arkansas. This is Bob Burns. Gracie! Oh, Gracie! Oh, she wouldn't believe me anyway. I'm going over and get that Bob Burns and have him straighten this out.
Well, if it ain't my old friend George Burns.
Gee, I'm glad you're home, Bob.
Come on in, George. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm in trouble, Bob. Gracie thinks another woman wants to marry me.
Oh, doggone if that ain't the funniest thing I ever heard. Now, if that was me the gal was after...
It is you.
Huh?
Yeah, she got our names mixed up. She's after you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is serious.
I thought you'd change your tune.
Who is this here misguided female, George?
Her name is Zelda Swineley.
Zelda Swineley? Gosh, I ain't thought of her in years.
Oh, then you know her, huh?
Yeah. Zelda come from one of the finest families in Van Buren. Her mama was a social climber. She was always holding coming-out parties for Zelda. I remember Zelda come out 3 times, but public opinion always forced her back in.
Bob, all I want to know is, were you engaged to Zelda Swineley?
Well, now, there was a kind of a romantic custom down home. You know, during huckleberry season, everybody went out picking, and if a fella dropped a huckleberry in a girl's bucket, that meant they was engaged.
Well, what I want to know is,
yeah,
Bob...
but I was pretty sophisticated in them days, and Well, I was what you might call Van Buren's Adolph Monju. I was the only one in town that ever done much traveling. You see, one cold winter morning, my hands while I was milking the cow, and you know that cow run away and dragged me clean to the outskirts of Little Rock.
All the way to Little Rock, huh?
Oh, I've traveled all over the country that way.
Now, Bob.
That's the truth, George. Why, to this day, I don't feel at home on a streetcar unless I'm hanging on 4 straps.
Look, Bob, what about Zelda Swineley?
Now, about Zelda. I figured a man of the world like me didn't have to pay no attention to that romantic custom, so I went right ahead and dropped a huckleberry in her bucket anyhow. That's all there ever was between us.
Well, okay. Now listen to me. Gracie thinks Zelda is my girl, and you've got to come over and straighten me out.
Well, gosh, George, why didn't you say so sooner? You've just been standing there like a dummy.
Yeah, I'm a big tongue-tied dope. Well, get your hat, Bob. Poor Gracie is probably having hysterics by now all alone in that house.
So he's back again, has he? Well, yes, miss?
Is this here the place where Mr. Burns lives at?
Well, yes. Won't you come in?
Well, I guess I better introduce myself to you, ma'am. My name is Zelda Swineley. You see,
yes. I know who you are. You are the other woman.
No, I ain't, lady. I'm me.
I mean that you and I are rivals, Zelda.
You're fixing to marry Mr. Burns, too?
Oh, I'm not fixing. I'm fixed.
Now, let me get this straight. Are you trying to tell me you're already married to that low-down skunk?
Please, Zelda. You're speaking of the skunk I love.
Maybe so, ma'am, but I seen him first.
Well, you may have seen him first, but I'm married to him. Won't you give him up, Zelda?
No, ma'am. I made up my mind to marry Robin, and you can't talk me out of it.
Robin? Well, my husband's name is George.
Isn't your husband the feller on the radio they call Bob Burns?
Oh, my goodness, no. We're talking about 2 different people. Oh, I'll certainly have to apologize to George. How could I think that another woman wanted him?
Then your husband ain't the Burns I'm marrying?
That's right. You're getting the Burns, but not mine. Mine is the good-looking one. Yours is the clever one.
Here's Jimmy Cash with an up-and-coming tune, Roseanne of Charing Cross.
This is a story of London town. Love is the principal theme. All the story revolves around a girl, myself, and my dream. Roseanne of Charing Cross, I keep your memory ever bright. Roseanne of Charing Cross, dressed in your uniform of white, there by my lonely bed, a lovely angel stopped and said, "That's only thunder overhead," and that's how we met. Roseanne of Charing Cross, the rose you gave me never died. Roseanne of Charing Cross, it knows one day you'll be my bride, and it will live till then, until that happy moment when I know our paths will cross at Charing Cross again.
Don't you worry your head about it, Zelda. I'll get that Bob Burns over here and see to it personally that you have a lovely wedding.
You sure are a kind-hearted woman, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, well, it's really nothing. Women should help each other whenever they can. You know what I always say? Judy's sister and the O'Grady lady are under the Colonel's skin.
That's mighty clever saying, I reckon.
Well, I'll get right on the telephone. Oh, wait. My husband's coming up the walk now, and Bob Burns is with him.
Oh, be still my heart. Can I see him too, Mrs. Burns?
No, not before the wedding.
Well, how come not?
Why, it's bad luck. On the day I married George, my mother told me I'd have bad luck if I saw him before the wedding. What did she say after the wedding?
Well, what should I do?
Oh, well, you hide in the other room, and the minute he's ready to marry you, I'll call you.
All right, ma'am.
My, isn't this romantic? I feel just like Cupid, only better dressed.
Gracie, I brought Bob Burns over to clear up that Zelda Swanley situation. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, you see, Gracie, George ain't to blame because...
Oh, I know that, Bob. You're the man Zelda's going to marry.
Gracie, Bob hasn't seen Zelda for 20 years.
Yeah, you see, Gracie, things are done different down in Arkansas than they are in Hollywood. Down in Arkansas, people get married who don't hardly know each other. But here in Hollywood, well, I guess it ain't so different after all.
I'll bet you're anxious for the wedding after being engaged for 20 years.
Engaged? Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. All I ever done was drop a huckleberry in Zelda's bucket.
Well, now, don't be nervous at the wedding, Bob. Of course, most men are.
But they ain't going to be.
George was shaking so much that his garter came undone right in the middle of the ceremony. And he had to hook it back on.
Well, Gracie,
And when we left the church, he didn't realize he'd hooked it on the wrong leg until he dragged a bridesmaid halfway up the aisle.
Gracie, Bob is not interested, and we're leaving for New York in an hour.
I envy you getting married, Bob.
Yeah, but I ain't
Honeymoons are so romantic. I'll never forget mine. We went to our hotel, and for 3 hours, George sat on one side of the room, and I sat on the other.
Look, you don't have to.
Finally, he looked at his wristwatch, and it was 12 o'clock. And he got up, and he walked over to me, and he said, Gracie, we shouldn't behave like strangers. How about a game of checkers?
Yeah, that's mighty romantic.
Oh,
but...
and I want to be the first to give the happy couple a present. You wait here, Bob. I've got something upstairs you'll adore.
George, if they ever ask you and talk, you got to get Gracie a C card.
Yeah, she gets kind of wound up.
Yeah, I guess there's only one person in the world can out-talk Gracie. That's my Aunt Gabby Hink. That's my talking aunt. But she has an advantage. She could carry on 2 conversations at once.
Well, how could she do that?
Well, Aunt Gabby had a loose upper plate that clicked when she talked. You know, George, she could recite the Gettysburg Address while her teeth clicked out. The boy stood on the burning deck in Morse code. Yeah, but here I am talking when this is my chance to get out of here. So long, George.
Goodbye, Bob, and thanks for everything.
Hello, George. Well, Bob Burns. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Fine, Bill. Say, look, I'm in kind of a hurry.
Say, I've been wanting to see you, Bob, to talk over old times down in Van Buren.
Yeah, well, right now, you see, I got...
Well, Bob, do you remember old Hank Borum down there in Van Buren?
Bill,
remember he lived in a white house, Bob? Yes, sir, that house was as white as a bar of swan, Bob. The new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap.
Yeah, but I don't recall him, Bill, but...
Bob, you remember Hank Borum.
No,
Oh, he's married to Nellie Gooch, the crouch stomper from Bixby. Remember? They have 17 children, and they bathe every single one of them with Swan, Bob.
Oh, no.
Swan is great for bathing babies, you know. It's kind even to a baby's tender skin. So you know it must be great for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Bill, Bob has got to get out of here. Gracie's trying to get him married to a woman from Arkansas.
Oh, a woman, huh? Well, let me tell you something about women, Bob. Women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, but Swan is even purer than the finest Castile.
Bob, you grab him by the head and I'll grab him by the feet.
Hey, let go of me, fellas. Let me down.
Oh.
Hey!
Well, that's that. So long, George.
Oh, Bob, wait.
Well, here we go again.
Look, Bob, I said I was going to give you and Zelda a wedding present, and I am. Here, Bob, and our best wishes to you both.
Well, now, Gracie, if that ain't the prettiest present. Yes, sir, I always did want one of those. This one sure is a beauty. What is it?
Well, I don't know. Mama gave it to us for our wedding present.
Well, thank you, Gracie. Whenever I eat off of it or wear it or whatever you're supposed to do with it, I'll think of you. Say, what are them things rattling around in the bottom of it?
Oh, well, just some slices of stale bread. I thought for a few days it might be a toaster.
Well, whatever it is, I wouldn't be without it. And now I think I'll be running along.
Oh, no, Bob. You can't go until you've said you'll marry Zelda.
But, Gracie, I couldn't marry it.
Bob, could I speak to you a minute?
Well, sure, George. Pardon us, Gracie.
Look, Bob, that Zelda is in Arkansas, and you'll never see her. Now, if you want to get out of here, you better tell Gracie you'll marry her.
Well, I guess you're right. Okay, it's a deal.
Swell.
Hey, Gracie, I guess I've been acting kind of silly. My love for Zelda was buried so deep in my heart, I didn't know it was there, but George just brought it out with a kind of a verbal Alka-Seltzer.
Oh, really? How wonderful.
Why, I'd marry little Zelda right now if she was here.
Well, she is. Oh, Zelda.
I'm coming, ma'am.
Doggone that huckleberry.
Zelda, Mr. Burns agreed to marry you. Aren't you happy?
I don't know. I never dreamed that 20 years would change Robert Burns from a nice-looking young feller until this here broken-down critter.
Oh, no. No, Zelda, that isn't Robert, my husband.
You mean to tell me that this other feller's Bob Burns?
Well, yes, of course.
Well, in that case, I'd rather have your husband.
Oh, Zelda.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to remind you women how tremendously important it is to save your waste kitchen fats. You should be able to collect at least a tablespoonful of waste fats and grease drippings every day from your baking, roasting, and frying. Now put it into a clean, smooth-topped can, and when you've got a pound, take it to your butcher's. Within 21 days, your waste fats will start going into munitions. Remember, when you throw away 1 tablespoonful of waste fat, you're throwing away 2 rounds of anti-aircraft ammunition. So don't help Hitler. Save your waste kitchen fats. Well, here they are, George, Gracie, and Paul Whiteman.
Well, kids, thrilled about going to New York?
You bet, Paul, and we're especially thrilled about the concert you're going to give at Carnegie Hall March 16th.
Oh, and we're especially thrilled because I'm going to play the piano.
Gracie, you're not going to do any such thing. The idea is ridiculous.
But, George, I wrote a wonderful slogan to advertise my appearance.
You wrote a slogan, Gracie?
Well, yes. The best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
You wrote that?
Yes, I heard it on the radio and I sat right down
and wrote it. Gracie, you can't do that slogan.
Oh. Well, here's another one. How's this? That concert of Gracie's won't come from Macy's.
Gracie, you're not going to play in Carnegie Hall.
Well, I've got another slogan. She won't play the cymbals on the 3rd floor at Gimbel's.
Gracie.
And here's another one.
Good night,
will play,
folks.
and that
Good
ain't
night.
Hey, hey.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when we'll be in New York with our special guest, the lovely Madeline Carroll. Now remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network next Friday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, see you in New York, and well, I, Swan, how about you?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
20, 19, 18, 17,
16, 15, 14, 13, 12,
11, 10, 9,
biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life, the criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Fall Guy. The Green Hornet strikes again. The shortage of skilled workers at the West Coast Navy yards has forced the Navy to move battle-damaged ships to the East Coast Navy yards for repair. Skilled workers are desperately needed at the West Coast yards to remove this crucial bottleneck in the war against the Japs. Immediately needed are electricians, machinists, instrument repairmen, sheet metal workers, coppersmiths, pipe fitters, boilermakers, ordnance men, riggers, and helpers. Appointees are guaranteed free transportation to the West Coast and adequate housing at reasonable cost upon arriving for duty. For complete details, see the Civil Service representative at the local post office or apply at your nearest U.S. Employment Service office. And now, the Green Hornet. City Councilman Gurney's voice rose in heated argument as he spoke for a measure being discussed before the Common Council.
Furthermore, gentlemen, it would be an injustice to the people we represent not to put through this measure. Building a speedway through to the north end would facilitate the movement of the ever-increasing traffic to that fast-growing community. Besides, it's been shown that a right-of-way for the speedway can readily be obtained without resorting to condemnation proceedings. Mr. Chairman!
The chair recognizes Councilman Cole. Proceed, Councilman Cole.
Gentlemen, facts and figures of the Highway Planning Commission show that the need is far greater for a speedway to the east side. Their survey shows that there's already ample highway facilities to handle the north end traffic. Now, I, for one, feel that the measure introduced by Councilman Gurney should be shelved, and the Common Council's attention brought to bear on the more pressing need for an east side superhighway.
Here comes Gurney now, Milroy.
It's about time.
Well, Milroy, didn't expect you to be waiting here. Why are you sitting in my car?
Get in, Gurney.
Well, I still don't understand.
Look, Gurney. The news is already out about the beating your highway measure took this afternoon.
Milroy, you can't blame me. I fought hard to put through that North End highway.
Sure. But Cole wants you one better. I understand he's even making cracks about the property for the right-of-way of being a little too easy to get.
Yes, that's true. But even if he does suspect that we're behind the realty company that has options on that property, he can't prove it.
Gurney, if that measure don't go through when they vote tomorrow, Tom and me stand to lose a lot of dough. We cut you in only because we thought you'd shove the thing through. If it weren't for Cole, it would go through, too.
Well, I've done my best. There isn't anything can be done.
Maybe there is. First, though, something will have to be done about Cole.
But what can we do? After all, Cole is just... Wait. Listen, Milroy. If you intend to harm Cole, I won't
Shut
have
up.
anything...
Whatever happens, you'll keep your mouth shut, see? I hoped you'd come out before Cole did. That's why we sat in your car.
What do you mean?
Look, Milroy. Ain't that Cole coming out now?
Yeah, that's him, all right. Give Tom your car key, Gurney. Hurry up.
But why should I
I said give Tom your key.
Oh, all right. Here it is. What are you planning to do?
You'll find out soon enough. And Tom, get ready to follow Cole when he drives off.
I'm ready. He's getting into his car there near the entrance of City Hall.
He's alone, too. That's a break for us.
Now, wait. This is my car. I won't let you...
Gurney, one yelp out of you, and so help me out.
I'm keeping quiet.
You'd better. There he goes, Tom. Okay, Tom, get started. Follow Cole's car.
Milroy, if I'd known that you
There's
were
a
going
lot
this
you
far...
don't know about me, Gurney. But one thing you'll find out. When I go out for anything and sink a lot of dough trying to get it, I don't let anything or anybody stand in my way.
Cole's turning into River Road, Milroy.
Good. There's much traffic along there. Follow him. Okay, there he goes. Now start closing in on him, Tom.
Right. We're almost up to him now. He ain't giving us room to pass, so...
I'll blow your horn, then step on it and get alongside.
This is it. He's pulling over.
He won't stop for
Keep
you.
your trap shut. Now hold it steady, Tom. Here it goes. Step on it.
That's the Lux paper. Councilman Curl murdered. Read all about it. Here you are, lady. Car wrecked on River Road. Here you are, sir. That's the Lux
That door slipped again. Hey, hi, Casey. How's tricks?
Well, I'd like to think of a good trick that'd keep you from scaring the daylights out of me when you slam doors around here.
Sure, and they just slip out of me hand, sort of, Casey. Reading this morning?
Yes. I'll find out if he'll see you, so you might just as well sit down and rest.
Is that so now? If he's in, he'll see me anytime. I'll go right in.
Expert, you have no right to go barging in there. It'd serve you right. And don't slam that door!
Morning, Reed.
Maybe you don't know it, but you're making a nervous wreck of my secretary.
Casey's always having the jitters about one thing or another, Reed.
Now that you're in here, what's on your mind?
Just this. I got a hunch about who might have killed Cole last evening.
Oh.
Well, I got to thinking maybe Gurney did the killing. Him and Cole were always having hot arguments in them council meetings, they say.
Don't jump at conclusions, Axford. Councilman Gurney's not the killer type.
Well, of course, I could be wrong.
Have the police any lead on the murder?
I'm not sure. I'll go along to cops' headquarters and see if I can learn anything this morning.
Yes, do that. By the way, you might go to the city hall early this afternoon. I understand they're going to take a vote on that Gurney measure for a North End Speedway.
Okay, Reed. I'll drop over there later. If anything new turns up on the killing, I'll let you know.
Yes, be sure you do. See you later, Axford.
Meantime, Councilman Gurney had an early morning visit from Milroy and his partner.
Why have you come to my apartment this morning? Haven't you done enough
Now,
without
take
coming...
it easy, Gurney. I wanted to talk to you before you went to the council meeting. Now, get this. You've got to reopen the discussion on that speedway measure and have the voting postponed a couple of days.
If there were anything new that I could add that might affect the measure, I would. But I tell you that...
Wait till he hears your plan, Milroy. You'll get a surprise.
Plan? What plan?
Listen. Remember that airport measure that came up a few months ago?
Yes. We were all against it, till we learned that the councilman who was its strongest opponent had been bribed to keep it from going through. And after that, public opinion favored the measure, and it passed.
That's right. Suppose one of the councilmen was known to take a bribe to oppose a North End Speedway measure.
No, preposterous. That measure's already slated for defeat anyway.
Yeah. But if it came out that someone had been bribed...
Well, the chances are that public opinion would then force the measure through.
That's what I thought.
But it's nonsense to think that
now,
we
look,
can...
Gurney. Suppose the cops were tipped off that your car was seen following Cole's car out of town late yesterday afternoon. Maybe you couldn't stand up under a grilling.
You wouldn't dare. Well, you'd know yourself. And besides it...
I have a swell alibi arranged, Gurney. Have you?
Oh, see here. What are you leading up to? Why do you have an alibi ready?
The guy's scared already, Milroy. He'd sure crack under a grilling.
Gurney, if that measure goes through, we all stand to make a lot of dough. Besides that, you'll collect a bonus of $10,000 if you go through with my plan.
What is your plan?
Just this. This afternoon, you'll get up and say you've changed your mind about that measure. Say you're going to vote against it, see?
Vote against it? But what good will that...
I'll stop by your bank and put in a few thousand in cash to your account this morning. Then Tom will tip off the DA's office that you took a bribe to change your vote. You get it?
But, Milroy...
When the news breaks, the council will suspend voting on the measure till the facts are cleared.
But they'll say I'm guilty.
It'll be worth a short jail rap on your part to get the measure passed. It's either that or the chance of being indicted for Cole's murder. I take your choice.
I have no choice.
I'll send a small-time mouthpiece to the court to defend you. In that case, you'll be sure to be proved guilty, see? And the measure will go through.
Milroy's sure smart to think that up.
But maybe there's some other way.
There's no other way, Gurney. You'll go through with it or else.
All right. I'll do as you say. I'll oppose the measure this afternoon.
Good. I knew you would.
Reed, things are really popping this afternoon.
Oh, what's happened?
Gurney got up at the council meeting and said he decided to oppose our speedway measure.
He did?
Sure. And on top of that, one of the DA's men walked in and had a warrant to pick Gurney up for bribery. They say he took a bribe only this morning to change his mind about the measure.
Oh, but Gurney's been trying to push that measure through.
Sure. And now he's against it, though. Sarge says Gurney went right along, and he didn't even call for any lawyer. A while ago, a two-bit shyster came in and said he was going to defend Gurney.
I see.
With a guy like that, he wouldn't have a chance, even if he wasn't guilty. The council put off voting on the measure, and the shyster paid bail to get Gurney out.
Seems to me things have moved fast this afternoon.
You said it, Reed. And Sarge says Gurney's been as meek as a lamb through it all, too. Well, I guess I'll go back to headquarters and keep posted on what's doing. See you later, Reed.
Right. Gurney's sudden change is very interesting. And there's something behind his acceptance of a shyster lawyer to defend him. A bit of quick investigation might bring some facts into the open that'll make a good story.
Britt Reed put in a call to Cato over the private line. Also, he put Miss Case to work on several details. Later that afternoon...
Yes, Miss Case.
I have some of that information you wanted, Mr. Reed. I found out that most of the property along the route of the proposed speedway is under option to the Township Realty Corporation.
Township Realty Corporation?
That's right. It's not listed in the phone book, so I checked with the city hall. It's a new company. Jack Milroy is listed as president, and Tom Brown as secretary-treasurer. The office address on the corporation papers is given as 2450 River Road.
Thanks, Miss Case. Hello?
Mr. Britt, I find out something.
What, Cato?
Gurney will leave home. Take taxi to Milroy Roadhouse this afternoon. I follow. Peek through window. He talked to two men there. One of them, Jack Milroy himself.
What then?
They laugh. Pat Gurney on the back. I not hear conversation.
Good work, Cato. Go to the apartment. I'll meet you there shortly.
Yes, sir. I go now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now I'm getting someplace. And a little action by the Green Hornet may help get the story I'm after.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Young women, serve your country in time of war and prepare yourself for an interesting and useful career. Join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service today. All expense scholarships are still available in a few Michigan schools of nursing. You will continue to receive full scholarship privileges if you are enrolled in the Corps 90 days before the end of the war. Here in Michigan, the address is Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. The address again, Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Early that evening, a sleek and powerful car sped through the darkness. The streamlined, superpowered black beauty of the Green Hornet.
Why we go to home of Mr. Newton?
Newton's the city's most famous criminal lawyer, Cato. I'm going to persuade him to take a case.
Gurney case, perhaps?
Yes. I've decided Gurney and others connected with him want that case to be lost.
If case lost, he go to jail, Mr. Britt.
Right. But he'd probably be willing to be the fall guy for extra big stakes, Cato. With Gurney declared guilty of bribery to oppose that speedway, public opinion would force the measure to a favorable vote. And the certain realty company would gain plenty.
That's why you go as Green Hornet to see Newton?
Yes. Newton could win Gurney's case. After that happens, we'll have another job to do. I'll stop here. Gurney lives just down this block.
Philip Newton, a well-known criminal lawyer, sat at his desk in the study of his home. He failed to notice the sinister figure which silently entered one of the French windows and moved toward him. Suddenly, Newton looked up.
What?
Don't make an outcry, Newton.
You're the Green Hornet. Why do you come here?
I see you don't scare easily, Newton.
That's right. Your bravery depends entirely upon that weapon in your hand. Without it, you'd cringe like any other weak criminal.
But I do have the weapon, remember that. I came here because I have a couple...
Good work, Joseph. Hornet, I've been threatened many times, so I'm prepared. When I press a button here on my desk, it's a signal my butler fully understands.
So that's it.
Exactly. Now, Hornet, you're trapped. Drop that weapon, or my butler will shoot you before you can make a move.
For one tense moment, Britt Reed stood facing Philip Newton. Britt realized that any second might bring the shattering impact of a bullet in its back from the butler's gun. Then he spoke in a calm, level tone.
Shooting me would mean the end of your career, Newton.
I'll call your bluff. Go ahead and tell me how.
If I don't leave here unharmed within 5 minutes, a certain party waiting for me nearby will drop an envelope in the mail to the DA's office.
What's in the envelope?
Certain undisclosed facts in the cholera case, for one thing. Shall I go on?
The cholera case? What could... Maybe you're smarter than I thought. If you aren't bluffing.
Okay, Newton, I'll give you the facts. If you don't object to your butler hearing. First, the witnesses you brought over from the other...
Perhaps we'd better talk privately. Joseph, you may leave.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Hornet, if you came here for blackmail...
Blackmailing has its points. But right now, I'm here for another purpose.
Come to the point.
Newton, you're going to defend Councilman Gurney and win the case, regardless of how you do it.
That cheap little politician has no case. No one doubts that he took that bribe.
Don't belittle your client's chances, Newton.
See here, you. Gurney isn't my client and never will be. I wouldn't waste my time on anything.
Now listen to me. I guess you forget the dope I have on the cholera case when you bribed witnesses to win. And besides, you could be disbarred for concealing evidence that would have made...
Now, wait, Hornet. Let's not rake over the past. What's your proposition?
Well, this'll pay you for any trouble you go to.
Cash on the line, huh?
Right. 5,000.
How do I know you won't come back here with more requests or try to blackmail me after
That's a chance you have to take. But you can be dead certain I'll use the information I have if you don't defend and win the Gurney case.
All right. I'll take on the case. If he's willing to have me for counsel.
It's up to you to see that he does take you on. You can easily scare that shyster so he'll back out of the case. That's your problem.
It may take some finagling, but I'll do my best. I must say, I never thought I'd be giving my services to the notorious Green Hornet.
In a short time, Gurney was brought to trial, and public interest gradually mounted as the case progressed.
I'm telling you, Casey, Newton sure has a tough case on his hands. I can't for the life of me figure out why he took it.
Well, I'm surprised, too, Axford, that a big lawyer like Philip Newton would take such a case, but I do think he'll win it.
That shyster mouthpiece of ours beat it out of town all of a sudden. Gurney shouldn't have let that Newton mughorn in on the case. And there's something funny going on.
Yeah, either Gurney's given the double cross or he got cold feet. Don't worry. Looks like Newton is going to lose the case anyway, the way things went today.
Philip Newton wins Gurney grass case.
Right here.
Here you are, sir.
Okay,
Councilman Gurney acquitted. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. That's the next.
Well, Reed, the Gurney affair is over. And believe me, it was a surprise to me that he was acquitted.
Well, Philip Newton's a very fine lawyer, Axford. I understand he worked hard to prove Gurney's innocent.
Sure. But for the life of me, I'm still wondering why he took such a case.
Did you interview Gurney after his release?
That I did. But he didn't give out with much information.
Did he say how he'd vote tomorrow on that Speedway measure? I understand they're going to bring it up.
I asked him about that. He said he wasn't going to cast any vote at all. Golly, he's jittery.
Jittery?
Sure. When I asked him if he had any idea who might have bumped off Councilman Cole, he flared up at me like all get out. Why do you ask me that, he says. How should I know who killed Cole? I tried to quiet him down a bit, but he told me to get out and stay out. Man alive, you'd have thought I was accusing him of the killing the way he acted.
Was that so? Well, I suppose he's been through a great deal lately. It's enough to make a man jumpy.
Sure. But he didn't have to be that jumpy to my way of thinking. I'll go to the council meeting tomorrow and see what happens, Reed.
All right. Though I'll expect they'll vote against that measure now that Gurney's been acquitted of graft charges.
See you later, Reed. So long.
Bye, Axford. Axford's given me a thought that might lead to something. I'll find out tonight.
Leaving the office, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You say Axford give you thought that might disclose killer of Councilman Cole, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. From what he told me, I'm inclined to think Gurney knows something about Cole's death.
You think maybe visit by Green Hornet tonight get information from Gurney?
Well, that remains to be seen, but it's worth a try. Well, come on. We'll take the Black Beauty.
Meanwhile, Councilman Gurney was pacing the floor in his library, thinking of past events and of the Cole murder in which he'd been forced to take part.
Why did I get mixed up with Milroy and his bunch? They've got me in so deep there's no telling where it'll lead to.
You seem worried, Gurney.
What the... You must be the Green Hornet.
Good guessing.
Why did you come here?
Maybe to do a little blackmailing. For murder.
Milroy put you up to this. Oh. You're bluffing. I don't know anything.
Then call my bluff, Gurney. A note dropped to the police connecting you with Cole's killing might bring on an investigation you wouldn't like.
I don't know anything, I tell you. And anyway, I don't have any money to give you.
No doubt you know where you can get some. 10,000 will do.
I tell you I can't.
Think it over, Gurney. I'll come back at midnight. That'll give you plenty of time to get the dough.
No, I tell you, wait. It won't do you any good to come back. He's found out. I've got to see Milroy. He'll know what to do. He's got to do something.
Half hour later, Milroy and his henchman Tom were going through a tin box which had been taken from the safe and placed on the desk in Milroy's office.
It's about time to ditch Gurney, Tom. He's no further use to us. I'll get him to sign this stock back to us somehow, and then we'll...
Who the... Look, the Green Hornet. He sneaked the door open.
Don't move, you mugs.
Okay, you've got us covered. So what?
So we're going to make a deal. I give you a tip, and you pay off.
What's he mean, Milroy?
I don't know. Yet. But I do know the Hornet's nobody's fool.
Well, thanks for the kind words. But it's dough I came for, Milroy.
Yeah? How do I know the tip's worth anything?
It might save you from a murder rap.
Jack, did you hear that?
Shut up. Here's some dough, Hornet. $5,000. I'll give with a tip, and it better be good.
Thanks. This'll sort of even things up. Oh, yes, a tip. Suppose I were to tell you Gurney's on the way to the police to make a confession.
Hey, you tell him we bumped off Cole.
Shut up, you dope. So Gurney's going to spill the beans, huh? I knew we should have...
Milroy, I came out here to warn you...
Gurney!
The Hornet tricked us.
Get down, Tom. Use your rod.
Oh, my leg! The Hornet ducked. You clipped Gurney.
You can take this, killer.
Yes. You won't get me with that, Hornet. I still got my rod.
Maybe this tin box on the desk will help. Spoiled your aim. Now you can have this, too.
No.
Take it.
No, I
Stay
can't.
away from me. I'm hurt. I can't walk.
You're lucky you're still alive, Gurney.
Don't use that gun on me.
The police are coming. I gave them a tip to come out here. And you'd better tell them everything, Gurney, before Milroy and his pal get a chance to talk and put all the blame on you.
Yes, I'll tell them everything.
So long, sucker.
Reed, wake up.
Oh, Axford, what's the idea of waking me up so late? I have no more privacy around
Reed,
here.
I got a scoop for the Sentinel. Gurney was mixed up with Jack Milroy and his gang, and they confessed to killing Cole.
No.
Sure, and wait till you hear all the details. You see, Gurney and Milroy were in on a deal...
Now, look, Axford, you got the story, and that's fine, and I'll read all the details in the Sentinel in the morning. I'm sleepy.
Suffering snakes, what a guy. If the Green Hornet himself, and I'm here to say he was mixed up in things too, well, if that Hornet himself stood here beside the bed, I don't believe you'd bat an eye. That I don't, Reed.
Well, if the Green Hornet were standing there beside my bed, Axford, I assure you I wouldn't be lying here. You can bet on that.
That's the next street. Place Bob. Gurney indicted with Milroy for cold murder. Speedway Bill defeated. Green Hornet implicated in grass plot. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the next street. Place Bob.
The war is not over. More waves are needed by the United States Navy at once. These women are needed now to help speed the day of final victory. Remember, the waves share the same benefits as the men in service and are promoted in the same manner as the men. If you are between 20 and 36 years of age, in good health, and have no dependents under 18, you are eligible to join those women already doing a great job for the Navy, the Waves. Go to your Navy recruiting station now and ask about it. Get the free booklet, The Story of You in Navy Blue. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
This is an island. Enchanting spot, isn't it? And check us if we're wrong, boys. It could be paradise for any man. If he took along, say, Esther Williams. And, girls, how would you like to be marooned on this Garden of Eden with, for instance, Peter Lawford?
I'm sorry. Really, I am.
And yesterday, what about yesterday? You did the same thing. You kissed me again.
Why, I could kiss you right now exactly the same way.
All right, go ahead.
This is not an ordinary island. It couldn't be with Admiral Durante here to entertain you. And don't look now, folks. But Jimmy has a date that will keep him in hot water. A dinner date.
Hi. You hungry? Not me. I just lost my appetite.
We hungry. You wouldn't like me. I'm all muscle.
And thrills? Oh, you really have something to look forward to. Remember Ricardo Montalban and Sid Charisse? You saw them dance in Fiesta and you cheered them. We believe you're going to cheer even louder. Wait.
Jog along, Mr. Dobbin, and keep his carriage a-bobbin'. We can't be late, for we have a date. I'm taking Miss Mary to the ball.
How would you like to spend a holiday with Esther Williams, Peter Lawford, Ricardo Montalban, Jimmy Durante, Sid Charisse, Xavier Cugat and his orchestra? All of them on an island with you. And we do mean you.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, gun law ruled the range country. The local sheriffs were no match for the outlaws who roamed the new territory, and some of them became so powerful that whole counties were under their control. It was then that the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice. Courageous and resourceful, he devoted his life to the winning of the West, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver, the Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading north to Kings County. The sheriff needs our help. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Our story opens as old Silas Hoffman, sheriff of Kings County, drove into the yard of his home one night, stiffly climbed down from the buggy, and limped wearily up the steps of the back porch. His hand was at the door when a whinny attracted his attention to a powerful white horse standing riderless nearby.
Well, now, I never seen that critter standing there. Powerful-looking animal. Ma must be having company. Home again, Ma. Whose horse is that outside? Hey, you mask.
Wait a minute.
Put him up. You needn't be afeard, Ma. I got the polecat covered.
You old idiot. Put down that gun.
Huh? But ain't he out?
This here's the Lone Ranger.
No.
I'm not an outlaw, Si.
Now, put down that gun.
But how?
Your son sent me here, Sheriff. I saw him over in the Cripple Creek section. When he learned I was riding this way, he told me you were his father and asked me to look you up.
Are you acquainted with Jerry?
I know him well, and he's a fine boy.
But that mask.
Underation, Paul. The Lone Ranger always wears a mask. You know that as well as I do. Maybe you're doubting he's the Lone Ranger, but I ain't, so you can quit gawking and holster that there shooting iron.
Oh, that horse outside. Yeah, I reckon you're him, all right.
Your leg, Sheriff. Did you get hurt? Jerry didn't mention that.
Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, I got hurt, all right. A horse throwed me. Ain't been able to set a saddle since it happened.
Only, you see, stranger, we never writ Jerry because we didn't want him to feel bad about it.
I understand.
Pa, you sit down. Here, take this chair.
Thanks, Abby.
Land sakes, you're looking worse tired than usual. Things go bad again today?
Oh, same as they've been going.
What's wrong?
That no-good, ornery varmint that runs the gambling hall in town, that's what's wrong.
Now, Abby...
Well, he's behind all the trouble there's been, and you know it, Silas Hoffman. Ever since you got hurt so you couldn't straddle a horse, he's been playing fast and loose in this town. It's about time to put a stop to.
The gambling hall. Isn't that run by a fellow named Lynch?
Just so. And you ought to get exactly what his name stands for. An all-fired good lynching.
And what's he been doing?
Scheming everything crooked he could think of. And bringing crooks from all over the state into this here county to help him with his scheme.
He sure played hob.
You can't stop him, huh?
What good's a sheriff that has to go traipsing around the county in a buggy?
How about your deputies?
They're honest, and they do the best they can. But you can't hire fellows that are long on thinking for a deputy's pay. I tell them what to do, but what they need is somebody that can go along and show them. And being all crippled up like I am, that's just what I can't do.
I see.
Well, anyhow, I reckon it won't be for much longer. Folks will be voting again in a little more than 3 months from now. And I don't figure I'll stand much show of being reelected.
And you'd be a blame fool to run for it.
And 'tain't that I want the office so bad, Abby. Reckon there's a lot of fellas could handle it better than me. The only trouble is, Lynch will be backing somebody his choosing. And if I don't run, there'd be even more chance of his being elected.
Oh, that'd be the worst thing could ever happen to this county. Any fella Lynch'd back is bound to be a crook.
But doggone, stranger, here we've been talking about me and my troubles, and I ain't even asked you how Jerry is. You seen him recent, you say?
Just a few weeks ago. He's in good health, and he wants you to know things are going along fine.
It's our old ranch he's running, you know.
So he told me. He said you turned it over to him when you and your wife moved here.
Uh-huh. Done himself proud with it, too. My, wouldn't it be fine, Ma, if Crippled Creek wasn't so far off and we could see our boy oftener?
It's been... Why, Pa, it's been most 2 years since we was there.
Just about.
He tells me he's never been here.
Nope. The ranch kept him awful busy.
Well, he's got things pretty well straightened out now. In fact, he hopes to be along one of these days.
Did Jerry say that?
He did.
Pa, great land of Goshen, I got it.
Huh? Got what?
Jerry'd jump at the chance to do it.
What chance? Jump at what?
Lynch and his pack of crooks, the trouble they've made your Pa. Why, if word was sent to Jerry, he'd saddle his horse and be here to help you before you knew it.
Oh, now, Abby, we couldn't do that.
Why not, I'd like to know.
But it wouldn't be fair.
You've been complaining your deputies ain't got the wits to catch up with Lynch, haven't you?
Yes, but...
And you ain't going to sit there and say your own son ain't got good sense, are you?
Abby, do you think I'm going to send my boy after a mess of poisonous sidewinders who's just likely drill him as not?
He's just as much my boy as yours, and I love him just as much as you do.
I never said you didn't.
But the men folks in our family are fighters, and I wouldn't own a son that wasn't the same. Now, Pa, I've been worrying myself sick on account of you. And if I know our boy, he'd never forgive you for not coming to him for help. Stranger, you know Jerry. Ain't I right?
You are. Si, if conditions in your county are what you say they are, Jerry can help you.
I don't know.
And if you agree, I'll carry word to him myself. Yielding to the arguments of his wife and the Lone Ranger, the old sheriff at last granted the masked man permission to tell Jerry of his trouble. Cripple Creek was a long way from Kingston, the county seat of Kings County, however. A month went by, and then one day the sheriff, limping painfully, his face white with rage, made his way inside Lynch's crowded gambling hall.
Lynch!
What you want, senor?
Where's Lynch?
I do not know. He's not here.
Blast your breed. Your boss is around here someplace, and you'd better find him.
But, senor, I do
Breed, the way I'm feeling right now, I just as soon let daylight through you as look at you. Now get your boss.
Here, Sheriff. What's the trouble here?
You rotten killer.
Hey, now, you can't
Grab him, Breed.
See, I hold him.
Let go, Breed. If I wasn't crippled...
Hold on, Sheriff. You called me a killer and went for your gun. That calls for an explanation.
You savvy what I meant.
It's the sheriff. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's happening.
Quiet down. Now we're going to get to the bottom of this. What's this about?
Lynch, a month ago, I said I was sending for my boy.
Well?
I told you when he got here, he'd clean out you and your nest of rotten crooks.
Before you call anyone a crook, I suggested you get the proof of it.
Lynch, my boy's dead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? Why, you double-faced hypocrite? You ordered his death. As sure as I'm standing here, you're behind it.
If you weren't the sheriff, I'd get you for that.
Tell Breed to let me go and you can reach for your hardware right now.
Very well. Breed, let the sheriff go.
Si, senor.
Start your draw.
Step back, gentlemen.
Go ahead, blast yourself.
You...
That redskin with everyone coming. How to do that?
What's the meaning of this?
There'll be no killing here. Sheriff, if you shot Lynch without proof that he killed your son, you'd be a murderer.
But,
And you, Lynch. You'd shot the sheriff, I think you'd find yourself at the end of a rope before the day was out.
That's just where he belongs.
Ranger, stay out of this.
I'll give the orders. Sheriff.
Well?
Everyone in town knew your son was expected. Everyone knows you've been trying to get Lynch. Lynch may have ordered your son's death. You'll have to have proof to go on, however, not just probability.
Jerry was killed just a week ago, according to the word I got.
Yes?
And if you'll recollect, I said that Lynch would be putting up his own man to run agin me for sheriff. Well, just short of a week ago, this here newcomer filed for office.
Bob Keller?
The same. And it's too blame pat. Jerry's killed. Keller files for office right afterward. And I'm here to say that Keller is Lynch's man. It all fits in.
You've still mentioned no proof.
There's other things that point to Lynch. Though maybe they wouldn't stand up in court.
What other things?
Things that were noticed where Jerry was found. And that's all I'm saying.
When that's all you've got to offer, you're leaving.
Get him out of here while he's safe. If he comes in my place again, he'll be sorry for it.
Why,
I'll tell you, Sheriff. Come along. On your way. And Lynch.
Now what?
If you or your men gun for the sheriff, you'll have me to deal with.
If he lets me alone, I'll leave him alone.
Come along, Tonto.
All right, gentlemen. The fun's over. The games are open. There's nothing more to worry about. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Reed.
See?
You lied to me.
No.
I gave you orders to find the sheriff's kid and get rid of him before he reached here. You came back and told me you couldn't find him. Now the sheriff says the kid is dead. What's your game?
But, senor, I tell you the truth. I do not find him. He is killed by someone else. That is the truth, amigo.
I can tell when you're lying.
But I am not. You must believe me.
Oh, maybe you are.
No.
And who in blazes did shoot him? What did the sheriff mean when he said there were things noticed that pointed to me?
I do not know.
But you'll find out.
See?
Learn where the boy's body was found, understand?
Si, senor.
Then look the place over without anyone knowing. If you find what the sheriff meant, I want to know it. Yes, and another thing.
What is that?
That fellow Bob Keller. He's filed for sheriff. Old Si seems to think there's a connection between him and Jerry's killing. And maybe there is. That's something that'll bear looking into also.
Perhaps you are right.
All right, get on with it. Learn every last thing you can and report to me.
Breed quietly asked questions around town, and then one day disappeared and was gone for over a week. When he returned, he had exciting news for his employer. And shortly afterward, the two men reined in their horses before the shack where Bob Keller had settled.
Come on, Breed. I'm with you, senor.
Oh, afternoon, fellas. Ought to heard horses stopping.
Get back inside. We're talking to you.
Sure.
My name's Lynch. This is Breed. He works for me.
I recognized you.
You filed for sheriff.
Any objections?
You're a newcomer here.
Ain't no law in this county says that keeps me from running for office. I know, 'cause I looked it up.
I know that as well as you do. But the people here don't know you. How much chance do you think you have against Si Huffman?
Oh, I figure to make out.
Not without help, you won't.
Meaning?
Meaning if you work with me, I'll see that you're elected.
Yeah? Well, now, that's right nice of you, Mr. Lynch. But I reckon I ain't having any.
You refuse?
Well, the fact is, I sort of figure you the same way Si does. You're a crook. You've got crooks working for you all over the county. And me and crooks don't mix. If I'm elected, I aim to clean you and your gang out.
Well, well. Big talk. All right, Breed, show 'em.
Si, senor. This and this.
Where'd you get those?
I see you recognize them. Breed tells me that spurs are made to another you have. That knife has your initials cut in the handle.
Where'd you find them?
Jerry Huffman was found in a gulch beside a trail just about 300 miles from here. He left Cripple Creek and was on his way to Kingston.
What are you getting at?
Jerry wasn't shot. He was knifed. We've got the word of the sheriff himself for that. And Breed picked up your knife and this spur in the very gulch where the sheriff said his boy was killed.
No.
You killed Jerry Huffman.
I didn't know. Now, wait.
Breed picked up that evidence in front of a witness who'll swear to the place where they were found. Killer, you'll go along with me or that evidence goes to the sheriff. Now then, which is it?
I'd never be elected with you pulling for me. The honest folks wouldn't stand for it.
They won't know I'm for you. I'll tell everyone I want Huffman elected. They'll think it's because he's crippled and ineffective. But when the election day comes, I and every crook in the county will cast a vote for you.
You give me back the knife, that spur?
They stay with me. As long as I have them, you'll do as I say.
It wasn't murder. It was a fair fight.
And who'll believe that?
I never wanted to get tied up with crooks. I wanted to be sheriff so as I could run the office square and above board.
But you made just one mistake. You killed a man, and I found it out. Well, which is it to be? Would you rather be sheriff or hung?
What kind of a choice is that?
Well,
just tell me what you want me to do.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Lynch was clever enough to realize that in spite of his power, the majority of the county's citizens disliked him. He realized also that they would likely suspect whatever candidate for sheriff he endorsed. Therefore, to swing public favor towards Bob Keller, he openly spoke for Si Hoffman. He was careful to miss no opportunity to air his views and...
No, Pete. The man for the job is Si Huffman. Vote for him and you won't go wrong. Vote for Si Huffman. He's had the experience. Who knows anything about this hombre Keller? Vote for Huffman.
Lynch is pulling for Si. What's Lynch got to gain by it? Must figure Si's too crippled.
If Lynch is for Si, then I'm voting for Keller.
We better vote for Keller. Lynch is for Huffman.
Then that's what we'll do, fellas. Vote for Keller. Let's spread the word around.
Evening, Si. Evening, Abby.
Why, Nate, you ain't dropped in on us for quite a spell.
Sit down, sit down.
No, thank you. Won't have time for it, I reckon. I just wanted to mention something.
Yeah?
I don't know whether you've paid much attention to the talk around town or not.
Talk? What talk?
About the election. 'Tain't far off, you know.
Just a week.
Well, Nate, I reckon I can guess what's on your mind. Worried about how I'm coming out, ain't you?
Golly, Si, I'd sure hate to see you lose.
Who said he was?
I wouldn't worry about it if I was you, Nate.
Doggone it, Si, that's just the trouble. You don't know all that's being said. When you come along, folks shut up. You ain't got no notion how strong this Keller hombre is getting with the voters.
You mean to say that after all the years Si's put in protecting folks in this county from crooks, they'd turn him out? Sure, that's just plain nonsense.
Lynch is favoring you, Si.
I think you know my opinion of him.
Folks here know about Jerry and what Si told Lynch down to his gambling hall.
Oh, I ain't denying that.
They just couldn't think that Si'd be friends with that kind of a murdering snake.
Oh, they don't, Miss Hoffman.
Then how could Lynch being for Pa hurt him any?
It ain't thought Lynch is for Si because they're friends.
There's another reason.
What reason's that?
Si can't ride a horse. Can't get around so very good.
He can still outthink all the Kellers and crooks this county ever seen.
Folks are even beginning to say that ain't so no more.
Of all the nonsense I ever hear.
Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't said that, nor thought it, neither. All I'm doing is telling you what other folks is saying.
Well, then you can go right back and tell them they don't know what they're talking about.
Look here, Nate. This county's going to see law and order again. The day ain't so far off when Lynch and skunks like him are going to find they're all through.
I don't see what makes you so blame sure, Si.
Nate, you ever hear of a gent that's called the Lone Ranger?
Huh? Why, of course I have.
Well, I've met him. Met him and talked to him.
You have?
I have. And he gave me a promise. He said he'd take care of Lynch himself.
Golly.
So no matter what you hear or what you think, just remember this. The Lone Ranger ain't like some fellers I could name. When that masked feller makes a promise, he keeps it.
And several days later, in a small, well-concealed camp not far from Kingston.
Although we'll soon know what's going to happen. Election day is the day after tomorrow. That's right. We've done everything we can for now. Another 48 hours, and we'll learn whether we won or lost. Another 48 hours.
At the same time, in a private room at the rear of his gambling hall, Lynch issued orders to a small group of his lieutenants.
Reed?
Si, senor.
You ride north, then cut over to the east. Find Slim and his rustlers. Locate Flash Meggs. Talk to every man in that part of the county who belongs to our organization.
I will do it, amigo.
You, Benny, you ride to the south. Get in touch with our men there.
Right.
And Blackie, you ride west. Cover those hills from one end to the other.
Yeah, boss.
I want every man in town on election day who isn't known to the law. Every last one.
We'll get him there.
And every one of those men is to vote for Keller here. You get that? They're to vote for Bob Keller.
We savvy.
And make sure the others do.
Lynch, I ain't so hot for this.
Why not?
When folks see all them hombres coming here to vote me in, it's going to start them thinking. How do you know it ain't going to be enough to make them swing back to Huffman?
Don't be a fool.
But don't you see?
Who knows how they're going to vote? The vote isn't public. But that's something for the rest of you to remember. Tell the men to keep their mouths shut when they hit town.
We'll tell them.
And I'll fix the man that talks out of turn so he'll never talk again.
I don't know, Lynch. I got a feeling you're going about this the wrong way.
Who asked you how you felt?
Well, it's me that's running for office, ain't it?
Because I'd let you. And I want to tell you something else.
Yeah?
You've been hanging around here too much.
I'm always careful nobody sees me. I never go in the gaming rooms. Just to this office here.
This is the last time.
Why?
It's too close to election, and the result is too important to me. I'm taking no chances.
Well, if that's the way you feel,
That is the way I feel. All right, men, on your way. I expect you to cover every foot of the county before this time tomorrow.
Whoa. The boss says you're to be in town to vote for Keller, and you'd better get there. Get up.
Vote for Keller, Buck, but don't let nobody know you're for him. That's an order from Lynch himself.
Si, amigo, you will vote for the Senor Keller. If you fail, you will be sorry.
Never in the history of the county had an election aroused so much interest. Before dawn upon election day, riders began entering town. Before noon, Kingston was swarming with men and women.
You ever see such a crowd?
Fellows here that don't come to town once a year.
Wonder how the voting's going. Me, I voted for Keller. Yeah, so did Jim there. Most everybody's voting for him.
Don't reckon Si stands a chance. Well, we'll know by evening.
Ought to know soon after sundown.
Late in the afternoon, the last vote had been cast and the polling booth closed. Then began the task of counting the votes.
One for Keller. Hoffman. Keller. Tally another for Keller. Hoffman. Keller.
When the time drew near for the announcement of the result, the two candidates took their places on the porch in front of the sheriff's office. A great crowd gathered around them, and
when they're going to get through counting them votes, I wonder.
Ought to be finished by this time. Hi there, Si. Figure you one out?
Can't tell yet, folks, and I ain't making any guesses. Won't have long to wait now, though.
Who's that coming this way?
One of them's Nate.
Nate'll have the count.
Make way for Nate. Get through.
Nate, one out. Quiet down, folks. Quiet down. I got the result right here. Now, just a second. Howdy, Si.
Howdy, Nate.
Hello there, Keller.
You said the counting's over?
I'll give the result to everybody at once. All right, folks. Here's how the voting went. For Cy Hoffman, 107 votes.
Ain't enough, Nate. Reckon that means I lost.
Now, quiet, folks, quiet. Here's the vote for Bob Keller. For Keller, 589. Me too, Sheriff, folks. Here he is, young Bob Keller.
Folks, there ain't much for me to say, except that I sure appreciate you voting for me. And I hope I can do just half as good as Cy Hoffman here did when he was sheriff.
But unknown to the crowd that celebrated Bob Keller's victory, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were concealed from view by the weather-stained wall of the livery stable. Behind them crouched a half-dozen men.
Tonto, it's almost time. That right. You men ready to act?
We are. Sure.
Lynch is there in the crowd. I'll take him, Kemosabe. Breed is just this side of the sheriff's office. Do you see him?
Me see him.
He's your man. See that he doesn't get away from you. The rest of you arrest every man of importance that you know works for Lynch.
We'll take care of it.
Most of them are grouped near him. All right. Move in closer. As soon as you hear the signal, act.
And now, folks, seeing as I'm sheriff, there ain't no sense in wasting time getting to work. This county's been plagued by crooks for too blame long. Right now, I'm jailing a passel of them. All right, masked man, throw down on them fellas.
Come on! Stand aside! Lift up with your hand. You're under arrest.
What in blazes?
You raise hands.
There is something wrong. I will not...
Raise hands. Round them all up, men.
Wait, blast it. You can't do this to me.
We've already done it.
Keller, tell these fools to let us go.
They're acting by my authority, Lynch. The people of this here county just elected me sheriff, and I'm doing my duty.
Have you gone crazy?
Not so as you'd notice.
That knife, the spur, I've still got them. Release us or Cy learns what that evidence means.
What's this about evidence you're going to tell me about?
If Keller doesn't do as I say, I'll tell you plenty.
Does the arrest stand?
It does.
All right, then, you fool. You thought I was bluffing, eh? I'll show you.
You'll show him what?
Cy, folks, the man who just elected to office is a Keller.
Yeah, who'd he kill?
Your own boy. Cy, he's a polecat that killed Jerry.
I don't hardly seem likely.
He did, and I can prove it. Breed. Injun, let Breed loose so he can show Cy some things.
Him loose.
Show what you found in that gulch, Breed.
See, this is a knife. It had the initials BK, and I find him where Jerry's killed.
Show them that spur, too.
Here's the spur, senors.
What's a spur prove?
It was found in that same gulch where your son was murdered. Found near this knife with Keller's initials on it, and found in front of a witness. That's every proof you need that Keller's the man you've been looking for.
Ain't you a little mixed up, Lynch? I ain't looking for nobody.
You don't even care to find your boy's killer?
Nope, don't know why I should.
But what?
It's
well,
easily explained, Lynch.
But I tell you...
In the first place, there was no killing.
But there must have been. Cy told about it himself.
He told you just where it occurred, and you believed him. He told you evidence was found there pointing to you, and you believe that also. That's why you sent Breed to check up and found that knife and spur.
What?
Sure, the masked fella knowed that'd fetch you. He put that knife and spur there himself, just so as you'd find it and figure you had a hold on this here young fellow that was just elected sheriff.
But he admitted killing Jerry. He the same as admitted it.
Because he knew if you believed you had a hold over him, you'd work for his election. You thought you couldn't influence him. You'd have done everything you could to defeat him.
It was a trick.
And the masked man planned every bit of it.
I don't believe any part of this. I still say you killed Jerry.
What would it take to make you believe different, Lynch?
I won't believe different until I see Jerry with my own eyes.
You're looking at him.
Huh? What's that, Keller?
I said you're looking at him. And I couldn't have killed Jerry because my name ain't Bob Keller. It's Jerry Huffman. And I ask you, do I look like I killed myself?
Folks, maybe it ain't just the way things ought to be done, electing a man under a different name from his right one. But it was the only way we could be sure of getting the right fella for sheriff. I didn't want to get reelected at all. It was my boy I wanted to get the job all the time.
We're for him, Cy. Ain't we, fella?
No, folks. I shouldn't get any credit at all. There's only one fellow that's got it coming to him, the Lone Ranger. And there he goes.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's adventure on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
And fun for you, and riotous romance in a comedy frothy as champagne, potent as moonlight. Lavishly produced, One Night in the Tropics brings you sparkling entertainment by 9 top talent stars. Alan Jones, Nancy Kelly, radio's prize nitwits in their first screen appearance, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
I'm a bad boy.
Robert Cummings, comedians Mary Boland, Leo Carrillo, William Frawley, and pretty Peggy Moran in a musical gay with melody, maids, and merriment.
It's wonderful how you hold your drinks.
Oh, liquor never affects me.
5 minutes of 4. Where is that guy?
Maybe he's over my hotel suit.
Not your suit. You're sweet.
You're cute too, Abbott. I like you.
Hey, there, Mom.
You know how it is when a woman reaches 40.
40? I'll bet you 50 she'll never see 60 again.
Is that so?
Stop smoking. No smoking in here.
Who's smoking?
You are.
What makes you think I'm smoking?
You have a cigar in your mouth?
I got my shoes on, but I'm not walking.
Oh.
If you marry anybody, it'll be me, because if you don't marry me, you'll have too many broken legs to marry anybody else.
Shall we commence?
No, Senor Escobar. I'm sorry to have caused you all this trouble, but the wedding is off. You see, I've just made the very interesting discovery that both the groom and the best man are a couple of first-class heels.
Remind me not to find you so attractive. My rocking chair is calling me socially, honey. I'm through. How to do and farewell. A dream is the same as my dream.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is food. F-O-O-D.
Food? Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood.
Here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. If any of them say the secret word, this moth-eaten duck will fly down and pay him $100. The word tonight is food. George, proceed.
Well, Groucho, we have a couple of young single people for you tonight, and they've never met each other.
What sex?
One of each.
Oh.
And they've
That's
never...
a good arrangement.
And these people have never met each other.
You don't often see that anymore.
These two young people have never met each other before tonight. And their names are Miss Barbara Schmidt and Mr. Mario DeRay. So would you come in, please, folks, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Barbara Schmidt and Mario DeRay, A. How old are you, Barbara?
I'm 18.
18, huh? A lovely age for a girl. In fact, it's a lovely age for a woman of 40. You're not married, are you, Barbara?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Are you engaged?
No.
Completely free agent?
I'm completely unattached.
Is that so? You mean your zipper's broken? Well, something's holding you together, and I wish it was me. Where are you from originally? Heaven?
Originally, I'm from Albany, New York.
Albany, huh?
Yes, and now I live in Pasadena.
Oh. Well, tell me, do you go to school, or do you have a job, or are you self-sustaining or self-supporting, or what?
No, I go to school. I go to UCLA, and I'm majoring in English.
Oh. Oh, that's pretty good. Do you speak it at all?
Yes.
Well, why did you come to California to learn English? Don't they speak English in Albany?
Yes, well, I prefer the climate here in California.
Oh. Mario, is that your name?
Mario, yes.
Mario. You're not Mario Lanza, are you?
No, I'm Mario DeRay.
Are you related to Mario Lanza?
No, but Al DeRay is my brother.
He's related to Mario Lanza?
No, he's my brother.
Your brother's Aldo Ray?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. You're very lucky. Now then, who is Aldo Ray?
He's a movie star.
He's a movie star? Oh, movie star. The only movie star I know is Francis X. Bushman. Are you related to Francis X. Bushman?
No, I don't know him.
You're a pretty big brute, Mario, aren't you?
I'm big, yes.
Yeah. I'm surprised you don't play football. Why is that?
I do play football. I play for the University of Southern California. I played there for 3 years now.
You play with USC? That's just what I said. I'm surprised you don't play football. You hate USC, Bob?
I don't hate it.
No.
But I'm for UCLA.
So am I. No, only in the last 5 minutes.
Oh.
Up to now, I was a fan of Rutgers. You're a real American beauty, Barbara.
Thank you.
Nice long stems, too. Well, enough. Let's get down to brass tacks. We've had enough of this historical stuff. Mario, will you marry this girl?
No, I can't.
You can't?
I'm going steady right now.
Well, call her up and tell her you're going to marry Barbara. She'll understand. Women are very understanding that way. Well, say, your girl must be quite a dish, Mario, if you'll turn down the Rose Queen for her. How did you meet your inamorata?
Well, I met her about 2 years ago at a dance, and I liked her, so a couple of weeks later I asked her out, and that's it. We've been going out ever since.
If you were so crazy about her, why did you wait 2 weeks? Were you saving up a dime for the phone?
I was busy doing other things.
Other things? My boy, take it from an old hand in these matters. There are no other things. Well, where's this Dazzler? Is she out front here tonight?
No, she's in Pinole, California. That's about 400 miles north of L.A. And
She's 400 miles from here?
Yeah. She's a secretary for the district attorney up there.
Oh, that's bad. You mean your girl is 400 miles away and you turned down a date with probably the most beautiful girl in America who is standing right next to you?
I have to, I guess. No choice.
You know, that's like living in Las Vegas and going all the way to Cedar Rapids just to play bingo in a church bazaar. Well, you're an attractive couple, and Mario, if you're smart, you'll marry this girl as soon as she can support you. I forgot to ask you one question. Do you have a fella?
No.
Or did I ask you?
No,
Why
you
not?
didn't. Well, I have many fellows.
Oh. Oh, I see. All right, let's play You Bet Your Life. I had a fellow who wanted to meet you. It was me. You both know the rules of this swindle? This game? You selected the musical category. These are all top tunes of the last 20 years. And Fenneman, just keep looking right here. Huh? You've got a family and you've got your own obligations. Okay, now what do you want to start with? 10, 20, all the way to 100.
100 or?
Not that much.
How much do you want?
50?
70? Let's make it 70.
70?
70.
Okay, this song is from the score of the musical Knickerbocker Holiday. Now you give me the title.
September song? Did you tell him? September song.
September song is absolutely all right.
And we're off to a good start. You have $170.
Now, what are you going to take a fling at?
Shall we go 75 or 80 or 80? We'll go 80.
$80. Sammy Kahn and Julie Stein wrote this song about 10 years ago. What's the name of it? Play it.
Let it snow, let it snow.
That's right. Let it snow is right.
You now have $250.
You got 250. What are you going to go for now?
90. We'll go for 90.
90. This song was a big hit a few years ago. Let's see if you can identify it.
Wish You Were Here?
Wish You Were Here is right.
You now have $340.
Last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
We'll go $100.
$100. This song was written by Rodgers and Hammerstein. What is the title of it? Play it, Jack.
Hello, Young Lovers? Is that right? Hello, Young Lovers? Hello, Young Lovers?
That's right. Now give him a big kiss.
And you wind up with $440.
There goes that girl and the district attorney and everything else.
Well, Groucho, we have a man with an unusual occupation for you. He's Mr. Vern Lucius Cameron, and his partner is a housewife, Mrs. Mariana Ehrlich. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Mariana Ehrlich and Mr. Vern Lucius Cameron. A couple of pretty fancy monikers there. Mariana, where are you from?
I'm originally from Czechoslovakia, and I came over friends in Portugal to the United States.
You came with a friend from Portugal to the United States?
I came with my best friend, my husband.
Your best friend is your husband?
Uh-huh.
Well, that may be true in Czechoslovakia, but... Could you give us some idea of your age, Mariana?
I'd rather skip that question.
You'd rather skip it? Well, skip around here and then give us your age.
I heard once Luella Parsons said that a girl who tells her age is liable to tell anything.
Well, I expect to weigh many other things out of you before we're through. What was your first impression of the United States when you arrived? Did you have any difficulties with our customs?
I had difficulties with the language. I did not know a word of English, so I had to learn word by word. And then I found out the Americans don't always mean what they say, you know, like they say, well, I see you later, and I would wait faithfully. They would never show up anymore.
You just didn't understand the language, Mariana. You see, when somebody says, see you later, what they really mean is, I hope I never see that bum again. And if anybody ever says, don't call me, I'll call you, you might just as well have your phone disconnected. You're Jules Verne Lucius Cameron.
I was named after Jules Verne.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're
He was named first, and I was named after.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Where are you from, Vine?
I was born in Sioux City, Iowa. And
oh, that's where all the lawyers come from, isn't it?
Is it? I didn't know that.
Well, the Sioux City, I imagine that's where.
Oh, I see. Well, I spent 3 years in Iowa, 3 years in Kansas, and then spent most of my boyhood in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. What sort of work do you do?
Groucho, I'm a hydrologist.
You mean you eat only vegetables?
No, sir.
What is
a hydrologist is a man who locates or a woman who locates underground liquids, oil or water.
You mean like a bootlegger?
Yes, if they're underground.
Well, how do you go about finding water?
Well, I have instruments that I developed over a period of 32 years of locating wells.
Well, what makes this thing work?
It takes on a charge from the electrical aura around the body, and this positive charge causes it to become attracted to the negative charge coming up by reflection from underground water.
Well, you lost me quite some time ago. Well, have you ever found any wells for people?
Yes, sir. I've located thousands of them. I don't know how many thousands.
Well, how much do you charge for finding water? A cent a gallon?
Well, the price ranges from $25 to $100
$100
per well, or $100 a day flat rate.
$100 a day?
Yes, sir.
Well, you must be finding water because you're certainly soaking somebody. Well, this has been interesting talking to you two, and I'd like to go on, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is food.
I'm sure you're familiar with this game. I don't have to explain
Yes, sir.
it to you.
Watched it many,
This is
many
a
times.
spelling quiz. This is an old-fashioned spelling bee. You get only one chance at the correct spelling and only one answer between you. I want you to spell the word and then pronounce it. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Spell it and then pronounce it. All right, what do you start with? 10, 20, 50, all the way to 100.
70?
70 suits me.
70 suits me, too. All right, spell the word lieutenant, meaning an officer in military service.
L-I-E-U-T-E-N-A-N-T.
Right.
This kid's from Czechoslovakia again. Imagine.
Now have $170.
What are you going to go for?
80? 80 with you? Okay.
Fine. Sure.
Spell the word aluminum, meaning a light silver white metal. Metal.
A-L-U-M-I-N... One moment. Aluminum. L-A-L-U-M-I-N-U-N.
That's right.
Right.
You now have $250.
You went to night school, huh?
I did. I went to night school.
And day school, I think.
I know how to spell better than to pronounce.
How much?
90?
90.
Well, spell the word fictitious, meaning not real, counterfeit, not genuine.
F-I-C...
T-I-T-I-O-U-S.
T-I-O-U-S.
F-I-C-T-I-T-I-O-U-S.
F-I-C...
T-I-T-I-O-U-S.
All right, now.
I-O-U-S.
Decide one answer between you now. What are you going to say?
It's I-O-U-S, I'm sure.
Are you sure?
All right, then you spell it.
F-I-C-T-I-T-I-O-U-S. Fictitious.
That's right.
You now have $340.
Some illiterate in the front row is hollering you are wrong.
I tried.
Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
100. 100 okay
all right with you?
That's right.
All right, spell the word penitentiary, meaning a state or federal prison.
P-E-N-I-T-I-E-N.
No. Penitentiary. P-E-N-I...
No, P-E... Yes, that's right. P-E-N-I-T-E-N.
All right, come on now, kids.
T-I-A-R-Y. That's right.
And now spell it. One of you spell it.
P-E-N-I-T-E-N-T-I-A-R-Y.
That is right.
And you win all the way. You wind up with $440.
Thank you so much.
Groucho, we invited some girls who work for an aircraft plant to our factory tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected June French to be on the show. And her partner is Mr. Albert Hall. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. To say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. Albert Hall and June French. June, how old are you?
I'm 21.
21,
Yes,
huh?
sir.
What's your hometown?
Mineola, Texas.
Mineola, Texas? Is there a town named Mineola?
Yes, sir.
Where is that near?
Oh, it's about 80 miles east of Dallas.
East of Alice?
Dallas.
Oh, Dallas.
Big D.
Well, how far is that from Neiman Marcus?
That is Neiman Marcus.
Oh. Are you married?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Well, you're pretty young to be married, aren't you?
I've been married 6 years.
You were married when you were 15?
Yes.
Boy, they catch 'em early down there, don't they? Huh?
No, I caught him early.
Oh. Well, at least you're honest enough to admit it. Most women are not. Mr. Hall, where are you from?
Originally from Kansas, born in Kansas. Farm.
Well, you don't have to get angry about it. Did you grow up on a farm back there in Kansas?
No, I left when I was 10 years old.
Uh-huh. Your name is Albert Hall?
Yes.
Well, that's in London. Isn't that where the musicians play in the concerts?
Oh, yes.
Did you know that? Were you named after that place?
Evidently. I didn't select the name.
Oh. Where did you go when you left the farm?
Lincoln, Nebraska.
What were you doing there?
Well, I went to school there. When I quit school, I got a job on the Nebraska State Journal as a printer's devil. Just true.
What sort of work have you been doing lately?
Well,
homicide?
I came to Seattle and I got a job on the Seattle Times in the composing room.
I see. And how long were you there?
16 years.
Maybe I can out-frighten them. Well, June, what kind of work do you do?
I'm a messenger.
I feel safer in asking you. You're a messenger? Well, what do you do as a messenger? Do you deliver messages?
No, I deliver blueprints and supplies and food or anything else the engineers want.
Oh, wait a minute. You said food, so you and Gargantua each get $50. All right, beat it, Doc. Now, who do you deliver these things to?
To the engineers.
Uh-huh. Well, how are you dressed? Do you wear this kind of an outfit?
Well, yes, skirts, blouses, sweaters.
Uh-huh. You know, better be careful. You know, I know something about engineers. They all have plans of their own, you know. Mr. Hall, I am reluctant to do this, but let's get back to you. Al, are you married?
Oh, yes.
You are, huh? How long have you been married, Al?
42 years.
Is your wife out here with you?
Yes, she's in the audience.
Uh-huh. What are you doing here at present, Mr. Hall?
Well, things got tough up in the mountains. No money. I came to Hollywood to find out how they make money.
Well, how do they make money?
I walk up and down Hollywood Boulevard, and I come to the conclusion that 50% of them there are on relief. And then I think the other 40% are going around to these banks and loan companies. There's 3 or 4 in every block to pay the other loan company.
I think you've got something there. Now, have you decided on the type of work that you'd like to do in Hollywood? What would you like to do, Al, as long as you're out here now? You're not doing anything.
Well, what you're doing there looks kind of soft.
Well, it is, but I don't want it to get around, that's all. Just... Well, this has been interesting talking to you two, and I'd like to go on, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. I assume you both know how to play this game, eh?
Yes.
And remember your partners. I want one answer on everything.
In the race for the $2,000, the first 2 couples are tied with $440.
Now, you selected geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? 10, 20, all the way to 100?
Whatever you say. All right.
How much?
She says 100.
100. Okay. What country is separated by 1,000 miles of the Republic of India?
Pakistan.
Pakistan is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You now have $200.
Now, just so that we don't have any confusion, on the next questions, consult before you answer, because he might have said something else, and you wouldn't have won the money. All right, what are you going to go for now?
90.
$90. Now, one answer. What great river is sacred to the Hindus? It empties into the Bay of Bengal.
Ganges.
Ganges is right.
charge.
You now have $290.
Hey, you're pretty lucky to have a gal like that with you.
Ain't I always been lucky all my life, Groucho.
I'm glad to hear that, Al. Now, what are you going to go for?
80.
Yeah,
80.
The city of Buffalo, New York, is located on which of the Great Lakes?
Erie.
Lake Erie is right. What happened to that talk I gave you?
You now have $370.
Now, what are you going to go for? This is your last chance to beat the other couple. $70. What is the largest city in Finland? It is also the capital. Now, one answer. Talk it over first.
Helsinki? I don't know.
Helsinki?
That's right. Helsinki. It's a big kiss, you know.
And you wind up with $440. And that means that all three of our couples
everybody
tonight...
married in this show. If they're married or not, it doesn't make any difference.
That means that all three of our couples tonight will get the chance of the $2,000 question. Everybody tie. We've given them little slips of paper. They'll write down one answer between them, and if they all get it right, we'll split the money among all of them. Okay? Shall we go?
All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. For $2,000, what was the name of the famous English jurist whose commentaries are fundamental in any study of English law?
Some famous Englishman way back.
All right, what are the answers?
Mr. DeRay?
Barbara Schmidt and Mario Doray's answer is nothing. June French and Al Hall's answer is nothing. Mariana Ehrlich and Vine Cameron's answer is also nothing. This one has got Hoyle, but that's wrong. It's Sir William Blackstone, a very famous name in the history of jurisprudence. I'm sorry you all lost. That means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, they lost the big money, but they all did pretty well in the quiz, didn't they, George?
Yes, all the way.
How much did they each win?
Each couple won $440.
Well, congratulations to all of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight, and to both of you and to everybody else.
The Groucho Marx Show has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
So, another sun rises over fabulous and mighty Manhattan, where visitors by thousands seek out historical landmarks on its placid streets. People from out of town love its many quaint and secluded eating places. The big city's well-known hospitality to its guests is famous the world over. And particularly sailors on leave find intellectual freedom in its many cultural points of interest. And as this is a story of New York, we naturally begin it in Brooklyn.
New York, New York, a wonderful town. The Bronx is up and the Battery's down. The people ride in a hole in the ground. New York, New York, it's a wonderful town. East side, west side, round the city. One day, one night, that's the pity. We won't look ahead, or let the light of dawn get us down. We're really living, Jack, we're going on the town.
In one of the many famous museums in the big town, our studious friends find interesting and edifying knowledge.
Hey, hum-diddy, 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 biddy-diddy, hum-diddy, 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 biddy-diddy,
machine once said, you can count on me.
We're going on the loose. We're going all out.
And as our three happy gobs and three happy girls walk merrily toward the setting sun, we reluctantly say farewell to them and hello to Metro Golden Mares on the town.
3 smart girls and 3 slick fellas. We're gonna pay the bread. Fill them up and then drink them down. Let's have a ball tonight. We're going on the town.